Hello everybody, I'm Alex, this is Josh, we are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Well Josh, we did it. 1 season down. 2 more to go, and plus a bunch of other TV shows and movies after that, but holy crap, it's already season 2 time. And the way people have been commenting and letting us know what's going to happen this season, not spoiling it, but letting us know, like, hey, you guys are in for something. I'm definitely more pumped than I was at the beginning of season 1 because we didn't know anything. But at the beginning of this one, holy shit, I'm ready. How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's crazy to think. We talk about this a lot more in our season 1 recap discussion video that's up now on the channel, but crazy to think, just 4-ish months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, going from just starting watching the show, having no idea what it's about or really anything about Star Trek beyond the surface level pop culture stuff. And now, just a few months later, going into season 2 with this community that we've built both here on YouTube and on Patreon with our full uncut reactions of every episode, and kind of getting all of this behind the scenes information both from our comments that we get and just from learning about the show on our own has been incredible. And going into season 2 is 100% completely different than how we felt going into season 1 for both of us, but I am super excited, and I'm going to just go into this with trying to keep my expectations tempered because I've heard all the praise as well, but I'm not going to lie, it's going to be difficult too. I'm expecting great things, and I hope this first episode of Amok Time starts us off on a good note.
Absolutely.
All right, if it's your first time here by chance, all of our reactions to the first season of Star Trek, the original series, are already on the channel. They're in a nice little playlist you can go check out. And starting with The City on the Edge of Forever, all of our reactions are also, like I said, on our Patreon full and uncut, as every episode starting with this season will be as well. So the link for that is in the description. And we're also watching some other stuff on the channel. We're going to be watching Firefly, as well as some other things going on. So make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
It feels like we've waited like 6 months or a year, but it's been like a week.
It's Spock. He's become increasingly restive. If he were not a Vulcan, I'd almost say nervous.
Oh, that just sounds like Mr. Spock in one of his contemplated phases.
Miss Chapel, what's this? Oh, Vulcan plummeek soup. And I'll bet you made it, too.
And she confessed her love for Spock in The Nick of Time.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Mr. Spock hasn't been eating, Doctor, and I just happened to notice.
It's all right. Carry on, Miss Chapel.
You're fired.
Frying, if I want anything from you, I'll ask for it.
Oh, shit, you've been caught.
I should like to request a leave of absence on my home planet.
We're going to Vulcan?
All I require from you is that you answer it, yes or no.
You left before you could answer.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Ugh.
Good hook.
It's gone before.
Oh!
Created by Gene Roddenberry.
That last season was good. Put my name in the front. Hey!
DeForest Kelly!
Hey!
He made it
You
in.
made it. Nice.
No, I'm so
Way to make a
fucking
name for yourself.
I'm so fucking excited.
Me too.
In all the years that I've known you, you've never asked for a leave of any sort. In fact, you've refused them. Why now?
He's not even making eye contact with him.
Since we're headed for Altair 6, and since the shore facilities there are excellent.
No, I must...
This guitar riff. What?
Oh, he's got something behind his back? He ain't gonna stab him, is he?
He's fucking shaking too. Oh my god.
Helm.
Yes, Captain.
It's kind of. I was about to say it's kind of risky.
Increase speed to warp 4.
Aye, sir.
You can see it. What?
Thank you, Captain.
Unless you wanted him to see it.
Even Vulcans aren't indestructible.
The stain's still there.
Captain, something's coming in on the Starfleet channel.
Woo!
Inauguration ceremonies, Altair 6 have been advanced 7 solar days.
Mr. Chekhov, compute course and speed necessary for compliance.
Warp 6, sir. Insufficient time to stop off at Vulcan.
Here's our new character.
Don't worry, I'll see that you get your leave as soon as we're finished. How late will we arrive for the ceremonies if we increase speed to maximum and divert to Vulcan just long enough to drop off Mr. Spock?
I don't understand, Captain. We're on course for Vulcan, Captain, as Mr. Spock ordered.
Chekhov really getting that push.
And Kirk was being a good friend, being like, what if we, push the limits a little bit? But Spock went behind his back. What is going on?
You changed course for Vulcan, Mr. Spock. Why?
Changed the course? I do not know why, nor do I remember doing it.
I order you to report to the sickbay.
Sickbay?
It's not going to go well for McCoy, I feel like.
Yeah, those two are going to clash really bad.
My orders were to report to sickbay, Doctor. I have done so. And now I'll go to my quarters.
In case you hadn't noticed, I have to answer to the same commanding officer that you do.
I was told to come here. I don't have to stay.
Yield to the logic of the situation.
Ooh. Now, when he said no Vulcan can, I wonder if this is like a regular Vulcan problem that happens.
Maybe Vulcan just go through puberty really late, so he's just getting a bunch of hormones.
Then we're going to Altair. Then we're headed to Vulcan again. Now we're headed back to Altair.
I think I'm going to get spacesick.
Nice. Nice little buddy for Sulu to interact with.
Yeah, I hope they develop a little back and forth there as it goes on.
If you don't get him to Vulcan within a week, 8 days at the outside, he'll die.
What?
He'll die, Jim.
Well, fuck Altair 4 or 6 then.
Yeah.
Why within 8 days? Explain.
I don't know.
And are you a doctor, aren't you?
Ooh.
Spock won't tell me what it is, but if it isn't stopped somehow, physical and emotional pressures will simply kill him.
You say you're convinced he knows what it is?
He does. And he's as tight-lipped about it as an Aldebaran shellmouth.
Okay, Bones.
Okay. Star Wars does it all the time. Like, oh, he's like a such and so, such and so. Like, what?
Just for the sake of world building.
Biology. Vulcan biology.
You mean the biology of Vulcans? As in reproduction?
Is he pregnant?
How do Vulcans choose their mates? Haven't you wondered?
He's like, I don't know.
We shield it with ritual and customs shrouded in antiquity. I'd hoped I would be spared this, but the ancient drives are too strong.
Now, Spock's dad was a Vulcan, but his mom was a human.
Sounds like it happens to all of them, but he was hoping he would escape it by being half Vulcan, but he can't.
You don't think...
Maybe you ought to plot a course back for Vulcan, just in case.
Communication to Mr. Spock. Lieutenant Uhura here. Captain asked me to inform you
Alone.
he's trying to raise
Let me alone!
That's great.
Our appearance there is a demonstration of friendship and strength which will cause ripples clear to the Klingon Empire.
Ooh. Reference to the Klingons.
I can hardly
Kirk,
believe
you will
that...
proceed to Altair 6 as ordered. Subject is closed. You have your orders. Starfleet out.
Oh, great. So now, because he couldn't say it correctly, now he's going to have to disobey him.
You can't go off to Vulcan against Starfleet orders. You'll be busted.
I can't let Spock die, can I, Bones? I owe my life a dozen times over. Isn't that worth a career?
Damn. What a...
He's my friend.
Oh!
Lay in a course for Vulcan. Tell engineering I want warp 8 or better.
Oh, look at her.
Course already plotted. Laying it in, sir.
I see.
They got that bond, man. Their friendship supersedes anything at this point. It was an interesting conversation because I would have thought that, like, Kirk would want to follow the orders and Bones would have tried to, like, appeal to his emotions, but it was flipped in that case. It was nice to see.
Also showing that all this stuff happened last season happened, It makes you... Feels like there's some weight to it.
Miss Chapel.
My name is Christine.
Yes, I know, Christine.
So listen, there's this thing that's going to happen. there's this thing that's going to happen in 8 days unless I... You know.
I await you.
Who is she?
She is T'Pring, my wife.
Whoa!
Hey!
Oh!
Does she know that the only time he was happy was with another woman?
I was about to say, what about that instance?
I'm sure this is like an arranged type thing, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an awesome shot. Wow.
I'm assuming that's a miniature, so that's impressive how they were able to make them, you know, that's...
And look at the city in the background.
Oh, yeah, wow. I totally thought Vulcan would look more like, you know, a city, like Coruscant from Star Wars. Like just buildings and skyscrapers.
Like more of like a typical futuristic environment.
Yeah, yeah.
You said T'Pring was your wife.
By our parents' arrangement, while we were but 7 years of age.
7
Wow.
years.
Here we go. Gonna see other Vulcans.
You know who that is? Powell, the only person to ever turn down a seat in the Federation's Council.
Damn. This is the first time we see the signal. We haven't seen it.
Oh,
We've never seen him do it.
We've never seen this before. I totally forgot about that too.
This is the Vulcan heart. This is the Vulcan soul. This is our way.
I like how they're all dressed up for their wedding day, but like Kirk Bones, they're just in their regular like work attire.
Why didn't they wear the court clothes?
She will choose her champion.
She's gonna choose one of them, isn't she?
He's gonna fight this guy? Keep showing him. He's like, quit looking back at me, dude.
I make my choice.
Just Kirk standing there cross-armed.
This one.
I knew it! I knew she was gonna choose one of them.
No!
But our laws and customs are not binding on thee. Thee are free to decline.
Oh, all the setup and the writing of this episode. It's like, oh, he's my best friend. I would die for him. All the, you know, it's like he saved my life, and now they gotta fight. Of course. Why didn't I see this coming?
My friend does not understand. I will do what I must.
He's like, he doesn't know I'm about to whip his ass.
What happens to Spock if I decline?
Another champion will be selected.
Oh, because he thinks if he declines, she's gonna choose the big tough guy.
Well, if I can knock Spock out without really hurting him.
In this climate, if the heat doesn't get you, the thin air will.
I love that Kirk assumes he'll win.
Like, oh yeah, I can knock him out swiftly. It's like, dude, it's the strongest dude on the Enterprise.
Jim, listen, if you...
Bones. The Powell, a Vulcan. How can I back out in front of her?
His ego's getting in the way. Oh no.
Oh no!
Looks like the thing you use to get a pizza out of the oven.
This combat is to the death.
Couldn't have told me that before.
No, 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 no.
Who said anything about a fight to the death?
Challenge was given and lawfully accepted.
She's right, because Kirk never listens to the full story. Alright, this is awesome. Spock ain't messing around. Oh, there you go. Got him with the blunt end. Oh my god. You could tell Kirk's just trying to, like, stay alive, and Spock's going for the kill.
Like, he broke the weapon off. Oh!
The air's too hot and thin for Kirk. He's not used to it.
The air is the air. What can be done?
Oh, look at his chest, dude.
They showed blood? That was, like, good-looking blood, too. Like, not that, you know, strawberry jam.
Huge improvement.
But you're with this. At least it'll give Kirk a fighting chance.
We may proceed.
There you go, Bones. All right.
All right. Not just there to stand around. I like it. Everyone getting a little piece of the pie.
It's a triox compound. Will help you breathe.
And maybe a little extra.
Oh!
Oh!
I'm also thinking, like, okay, so is the neck grip just banned in this? Oh my god!
Now you will suffer as I've suffered, Obi-Wan.
Oh my
Breaker!
god.
Get your hands off of him, Spock.
There you go, Bones.
He's dead.
Imagine watching this when it debuted. Oh my god.
You have become much known among our people, Spock. Almost a legend. And as the years went by, I came to know that I did not want to be the consort of a legend. There was also Ston, who wanted very much to be my consort, and I wanted him. If your captain were Victor, he would not want me, and so I would have Ston. If you were Victor, you would free me because I had dared to challenge, and again I would have Ston.
Oh my god.
Logical. Flawlessly logical.
I love that response.
You may find that having is not so pleasing a thing after all as wanting.
Ooh.
It is not logical, but it is often true.
Okay, but what about him, like, dying if he doesn't reproduce? Or was he only gonna die if he didn't do this ritual?
Maybe, yeah.
Live long, T'Pau, and prosper.
Is that the first time they said that too? Ah!
Energize.
Where's Kirk? What they do with his body? I like how they're so plain. It's like, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
There can be no excuse for the crime of which I'm guilty.
The shot he gave
I
him.
intend to offer no defense. Furthermore,
shot!
I shall order Mr. Scott.
And he's already up there in a new shirt.
Do you think you better check with me first?
Captain.
Jim!
Oh,
look at him! Look how excited he is! Ah, you got caught slipping.
That was no triox compound he shot me with. He slipped in a neural paralyzer. Knocked me out. Simulated death.
He knew the whole time.
When I thought I had killed the captain, I found I had lost all interest in T'Pring. The madness was gone.
Okay.
Captain Kirk, message from Starfleet Command, top priority.
Oh, yeah.
Powell's request for diversion of Enterprise to planet Vulcan hereby approved. Any reasonable delay granted.
How about that, T'Pau? They couldn't turn it down.
There's just one thing, Mr. Spock. You can't tell me that when you first saw Jim alive that you weren't on the verge of giving us an emotional scene that would have brought the house down.
Merely my quite logical relief that Starfleet had not lost the highly proficient captain.
Yes, Mr. Spock, I understand.
And a pig's eye.
Come on, Spock, let's go mind the store.
Nice. Wow, yeah. So first off, just about this episode, really, really, really solid episode. Really loved it. Great season opener. Getting to see so much of the Vulcans and their culture. Not at all what I expected. Expect them, like you said, to be this more futuristic, kind of above the more like ritualistic type things, but it's just the opposite. Even though they're all logical, they're still tied to like these very ancient ritual laws that they all kind of accept that don't really make sense as like the best way to do things, but they're like, well, this is our ritual, this is our laws. Very interesting. Love the twist of the wife character actually being so logical that she worked out that whole plan of picking Kirk. It was great. I think, at the end a little bit of convenience of not just with Kirk, because I actually liked that, and I'll let you talk about that with Bones and everything, but just like the whole thing of the Starfleet being like, oh, okay, it's approved anyway, a little bit of convenience there, and but yeah, overall, really, really liked it. Very solid.
Yeah, from the intro, I'm like, I was so excited for this. The updated intro with like the rereading of the voice, and that was wonderful, and classic Star Trek Star Trek trope where it's like in the beginning we don't know what's going on, Spock's acting weird, and I'm like so excited to figure out what it is. The new character, Chekhov and Sulu, because where Chekhov was sitting, it's always just some random rotating dude who might not even say anything, or if he did, he's like a problem to the plot. But this guy was just like a nice little comedic relief and someone, for Sulu to bounce off of. Oh, that was wonderful. The Vulcan signal, saw for the first time, and, live long and prosper. Haven't seen that at all in the first season. I just feel like they made so much, progression. I mean, the shot with the miniatures in the Vulcan city, and, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the Vulcan city probably is how I described, because we saw it, like, way in the background, but they still have that ancient ritual area for the marriage. Oh, that was neat. And, like, the character stuff between the big three was just turned up to 11. I mean, we praised it all throughout the first season, but I feel like it's all in this, like, tenfold. And the twist, because I totally believed, like, oh, yeah, because they were sweating, they were breathing hard, the shot's going to show they can fight. And I'm like, when he died, I'm like, obviously he's not dead. But then it, like, hit me right before the reveal. It's like, the shot killed him! And then out comes fucking Kirk. I'm like, that's fucking wonderful. Damn, that was great.
I honestly feel like once they got renewed for season 2, they Gene and everybody, the writers and everybody, they were like, okay, we're renewed for another season now. We're gonna make a weird as hell episode and do whatever we want, and it's gonna be so sci-fi and weird. And I loved it so much, and that was kind of what I was expecting, a little bit going into the first season. And obviously I love the first season, but it was awesome to see this like episode. I don't think we could have gotten this in season 2 because it was like so weird and out there, and you really had to know the characters to be along for the story. Like, I feel like if you didn't know Spock, if this was your first episode, it might be a little bit off. Like, it might be like, a lot to handle. But since we already have a season of growing with Spock, we kind of are accepting of all this weird cultural stuff with the Vulcans. And yeah, I really loved how out there it was, and I hope it just continues on that trend.
Yeah, I mean, the first shot of Spock in this episode is him throwing the soup. So it's like, I don't think that's a very good establishment for Spock. I think we'd have a very different thought about him if we opened with that. But for a season 2 opening, that's fucking perfect.
Yeah, but yeah, that's going to be our thoughts for Amok Time, the season opener of season 2. If you want to hear our full extended discussion as well as our full uncut reaction to the episode, you can join our Patreon. The link is in our description for that. But thank you for joining us here. Subscribe if you haven't already and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for joining us with this debut of season 2. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for all of you as well. Thank you again. See you in the next one. Well, hello everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us guys and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, 2x2, Season 2, Episode 2, Star Trek, the original series. Who mourns for Adonais? Not Adonais, Adonais, A-I-S. Interesting. Season 2, Episode 1 was one of the best Season 2 debuts, or even debut episodes ever, in my opinion. It was fantastic. It hit all the notes. A bunch of new character stuff. Sulu's got a buddy. The big three are always great together, bouncing off their different ideologies and characteristics. Got to see a little more of Vulcan. Got the couple Vulcan and classic Star Trek lines dropped, and yeah, man, I feel it. I feel like this is really going to hit the episode 2. It's going to keep that train going. It's going to hit that stride.
Yeah, hopefully. As far as episode 1 goes, I think you kind of hit on it, but I think it's a really solid episode. I don't know if I'd put it up just yet with my favorites, but it was really solid. But I think above all else, it was a great season premiere, like you said. A lot of TV shows, especially current day, you go into a new season really excited, and more or less it's the same show. Maybe a new character, maybe a couple different character developments or new locations, but for the most part, it's the same show. But with this, it felt like a completely different show with the characters that we already knew and loved. I mean, the sci-fi elements just went to a completely new level, and I loved that. As much as I loved the first season, diving more into sci-fi is exactly what I was hoping for, and it delivered on that. So that was awesome. And yeah, just excited to see this next episode if it keeps that stride like you're saying, and also getting to see more of Chekhov, our new cast member, to see our new member here on the Enterprise, to see if there's any type of way he's involved in the story this time, or if they only gave him that hot start in the first episode and now he'll fall back into the background. It'll be interesting to see.
Sulu gets a new buddy every episode, like different ethnicity, different accent. It's just, just a Sulu show bouncing off between But yeah, to explain strange new worlds, or to explore new worlds, whatever it says in the intro. And it feels like they're doing a good job of that, especially with Vulcan. So I'm excited to see where we're going next.
Absolutely. Well, if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And we just recently watched Galaxy Quest for our 2,000 subscriber special. That's up on the channel as well. And if you really like Star Trek and the rest of the stuff that we're watching and enjoy our reactions, you can join our Patreon. The link is in the description. And we do all of our full uncut reactions to the entire episode that you can sync up with the shows and watch along with us. You also get early access to these YouTube edited videos and some other exclusive stuff there, so you can check that out too. But we are going to go ahead and jump into episode 2, season 2 of Star Trek: The Original Series.
I'm excited for the new intro.
Oh yeah, to see how we feel about it when we know what's coming.
The system has been almost the same.
Yeah.
A strange lack of
Oh,
intelligence
Scotty.
on the planet.
We were talking about how he wasn't there in the first episode.
There's nothing like a wee bit of coffee to get you back in shape. Join me, Carolyn?
All right, Scotty. Just let me get...
Damn, Scotty. Hell yeah.
Could you get that excited over a cup of coffee?
Even from here, I can tell his pulse rate's up.
Gentlemen.
I like to think of it not so much as losing an officer as gaining...
Come along.
Actually, I'm losing an officer.
What in the name of...
Is that a hand?
Am I seeing things? Not unless I am too. That thing's a giant hand.
Not living tissue.
A trick then, a projection?
Not a projection, sir. A field of energy.
Oh!
We can't move.
Typical of the Enterprise, everything's going fine, and then just you run into a giant hand and shuts down your ship.
It's always something. Oh, I forgot about the vocals.
Oh, man. Just holding it.
The Enterprise has been stopped in space by an unknown force of some kind.
This would be an interesting episode to see the original effects.
Captain, a most curious development on scanner 5-7.
Let's all take a look at it, Mr. Spock.
It's a beautiful man.
You are most welcome, my beloved children. Your places await you.
Please identify yourself.
We shall remember together. We shall drink the sacramental wine.
Who's this, Jesus?
It's like trying to talk to a NPC.
Agamemnon, Hector, Odysseus.
Never mind the history lesson. Release the ship.
I invite you and your officers to join me, but do not bring that one. The one with the pointed ears.
Oh. Why you gotta do that?
No sad faces. This is a time to rejoice, not to fear.
So Spock just gonna be on the ship alone?
Oh, but Chekhov gets to go exploring, huh?
Interesting, yeah.
Archaeology, anthropology, ancient civilizations.
Correct.
Well, we're going to need help in all those areas.
I wonder if Scotty's romance with this lieutenant will come into play.
Little B plot coming into the main plot, maybe? Were those Roman names that he said earlier?
Yeah, I think either Roman or Greek.
I am Apollo.
And I am the Tsar of all the Russias.
That's a check.
Greek.
Zeus, Athena, Aphrodite, Artemis, we knew your Earth well 5,000 of your years ago.
All right, so like, okay, we've done the Godplex plenty of times. What if they met one of the real ones that have been written in real media?
What is it you want?
You will worship me, as your fathers did before you.
Oof.
Let the lesson begin.
Oh, no.
Welcome to Olympus.
Actually, looks pretty good.
Oh my god. It's so funny to see the fucking Greek.
Transporter and communications?
Very efficient.
Spock's in the chair.
Locate all life forms. I want to know what's going on down there.
What you've said so far makes no sense at all.
Oh no. Glowing blonde hair. Here we go. Glowing.
How like Aphrodite and Athena.
Scotty, watch out!
The beauty, grace.
He's gonna have to fight a god for his lady.
What is your name?
Lieutenant Balamas.
I mean your name.
Carolyn.
So I wonder if the theory is that Greek gods are real, but they're aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to the MCU, I guess, with them being real, but actually technically aliens. To
Yeah,
us.
Thor and stuff.
Leave her alone.
You risk much.
And so do you.
Oh, Chekhov was ready to go, but it didn't work. Is that the statue behind her? Is that Artemis?
Come. She's not going
Now
with
I
you.
can't see. Oh, god damn it. Oh!
He knocked over the fruit.
Come.
It's all right, Captain. I'll go.
Gotta give it to Scotty, though. I mean, with all the evidence of this guy being a god, he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'll fight you.
Yeah, he's like, listen, guy, I had an interaction with her at the beginning of the episode. So now I'll risk my life.
I understand your concern over her, but she volunteered to go with him. Hopefully to find out more about him. She's doing her job. I think it's about time you started doing yours.
Ooh.
I want no more unauthorized action against Apollo, or whatever he is. That's an order.
Aye, aye, sir.
Gotta lay down the law sometime.
Stiff-necked thistlehead, you could have gotten yourself killed.
And also be a little compassionate. Both sides of Kirk coming out. I like it. I like it.
Well, I've located the landing party, sir, but one of them seems separated from the other four.
And Apollo?
I've just picked up readings for our own people.
Wait, how does he know his name's Apollo? Didn't he say it on the planet?
Yeah.
He didn't say it in the transmission, did he? Oh, whatever. Not important.
It's lovely.
This looks like the Forbidden Planet.
I knew you would come to the stars one day. Of all the gods I knew when I waited.
So they all gave up but him?
Of love.
It was actually a pretty decent explanation. I didn't even think they were going to address it.
Some creatures can generate and control energy with no harm to themselves. The electric eel on Earth, the giant dry worm of Antos 4, the fluffy...
Not the whole encyclopedia, Chekhov.
Where's Lieutenant Balamas?
He is no longer of any concern to you.
You bloodthirsty sirs!
No!
Oh my god!
Not good. Severe shock.
Severe shock, no pun intended.
You wanted worshippers? You've got enemies. You want us to bow down? You're...
Man, talk about overpowered.
You mentioned Scotty drunk at a bar. It's like, he'd fucking fight everybody.
Also, Kirk getting choked out in every episode.
Chekhov, give me a hand.
What was that look with Chekhov and Apollo?
I feel like he knows what's going on. Has an idea.
Apollo looked very strange when he disappeared. Tired or in pain. I don't know if it means anything.
Very good, Mr. Chekhov. That might very well mean something.
Yeah.
Progress report.
Ooh, look at this. Little internal.
Speed is essential, Lieutenant.
Mr. Spock, I haven't done anything like this in years. It's very delicate work, sir.
I can think of no one better equipped to handle it, Miss Uhura.
Oh.
What else does mankind demand of its gods?
Mankind has no need for gods. We find the one quite adequate.
Nice.
Approach me. I said approach me.
We're busy.
Go.
They got that plan.
Oh, they're doing the It Chapter 2. Clown! Clown!
Mortal, you have earned this.
No, don't. Father doesn't destroy his children. You said you were...
His eyes.
Please don't hurt them. Please.
I shall be patient no longer.
Captain, Captain, we've got to do something.
We were doing something until our brave lady stepped in and saved us. All right, Lieutenant, you can come down from Mount Olympus now. You've got work to do. You're special to him.
Yes. I love him.
Oh.
Reject him and we have a chance to save ourselves. Accept him and you condemn all of us to slavery, nothing less than slavery. Now feel that. Human flesh against human flesh. We share the same history, the same heritage, the same lives, but tied together beyond any untying. In a universe without end, and the only thing that's truly yours is the rest of humanity.
You ever wonder how many speeches Kirk just has cooked up in his brain to spew out whenever it's convenient?
Yeah, or is he just that good off the top? Right off the top of his head.
You can just call it on the fly that well.
He's like, all right, let me just whip up a nice speech about humanity versus gods. Let's go.
I have some experience in that arena.
My good friend was turned into a god, and then I had to kill him.
I've chosen you.
Well, I'm sure that's very flattering, but I must get on with my work now.
Your work?
Well, surely you know I've only been studying you. Well, I could no more love you than I could love a new species of bacteria.
Damn.
Oh, man.
I order you to stay.
Is that the secret of your power over women? The thunderbolts you throw?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Fire those faces. That's an order, Mr. Spock.
Here we go.
Oh, I like how it's slowly turning red. I like that.
Scotty!
Come on, man. Damn. Couldn't afford to show it get destroyed.
I would have loved you as a father loves his children.
We've outgrown you. You asked for something we can no longer give.
I mean, you literally told them you would force them to worship you, so.
You were right. The time has passed. There is no room for gods.
They really introduced her just to traumatize her.
The Greek civilization, much of our culture and philosophy came from a worship of those beings. Would it have hurt us, I wonder, just to have gathered a few laurel leaves?
Huh. No back on the bridge.
I think there's I think we definitely know that Gene Roddenberry has a lot of love and passion for old ideologies, you know, with Shakespeare and with the gods, Romans and the Greeks. And I think it's fascinating that he explored the idea that the gods were real, but maybe they weren't gods, where they think they're gods, they just have these powers, and they actually did come down. And when humanity outgrew them and they realized, you know, they don't worship them anymore, they're like, all right, we're out, you know, we're going to die, or we're dying, we're not receiving it. And then Apollo like waited for all these years, and they kind of like flipped it on us with the whole like, oh god, it's another god episode. But it turned out to be a real god from human history that, you know, has been publicized and researched and all that jazz. A little more character development for Scotty, a little kind of a simp a little bit,
yeah,
but very passionate,
big time simp in that one,
but very passionate. Yeah, a little bit too much, but he's very passionate. You know, every character needs to have some tragic flaws that point him out, that separate him from everyone else. Chekhov getting 2 in a row. Love to see that. But yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, not as strong as episode 1 this season, I believe, but the guy who played Apollo was fantastic. Some nice character moments with Spock and Uhura. You know, Spock dropping that compliment, you know, that warmed my heart a little bit. I don't really have much else to add besides, you know, Kirk just, you know, killing it with his speeches and acting. Yeah. Shatner with his acting.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, a few things. I definitely agree that the guest actor who played Apollo, excellent job for what he was given. And also just an absolute tank. I mean, great casting.
Yeah. Jacked.
Also, the lieutenant, the female lieutenant, Carolyn, I think her name was. She also did a great job, I think. And I don't know if she's going to be in the show ever again, but it was nice to see someone else on the Enterprise get a little story there. Cool to still see Chekhov getting some good moments in there, really building that character. They're really putting a lot of stock into him. I don't know if Gene was a big fan of that or, who was behind introducing him, but big fan of him so far. But when it comes to the story, I don't think I'm ever going to be a fan of these like God complex episodes, even when it's a literal Greek god. I just don't find them super interesting. I feel like they'd have to do something very different and interesting for me to consider it like a really good one that I enjoy. I don't think it was weaker than any of the other God complex episodes. I would just say it's, kind of on the same level as those, but not really my thing. And then also, I'm really not a fan when they keep the crew characters in just one location like the whole episode. And I don't mean a planet. You can go different places on a planet or whatever, but like in this episode, they were just in front of that temple. After they leave the Enterprise, they're just in front of this temple the whole time. And it's like when they were introduced to Apollo, I was like, oh, I'm very interested to once they go down to this planet, what that's going to be like. And when Apollo took the lieutenant away, the environment looked really cool, even though it's clearly just a set, but it looked really cool. But we don't get to see the crew do anything besides sit in this location and talk in front of the temple until they figure out what to do. So again, just a little bit lackluster in those respects, but I think it was fine. Just not a type of plot I really enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say. I mean, it was fine. It was fine.
All right, well.
After we said a lot, not much to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think with any episode of Star Trek, we could talk for, half an hour about all these little nitpicky things, whether it's little things we liked or little things that didn't interest us. We could go on and on about them because overall the show is just very interesting and there's a lot to talk about, even when it's an episode you didn't really like that much. So, I did enjoy it.
Yeah, that's why we have a channel, because people come back and rewatch and they notice things, or maybe we have some retrospective that they didn't notice, or they point some things out to us that we didn't notice. And, you die twice. You die when you literally die, and you die when you stop talking about it. But I feel like people are going to be talking about this forever, and I hope they do, because it deserves to be talked about forever.
That is our thoughts on Season 2, Episode 2 of Star Trek, the original series. If you want to hear the full extended discussion from us on this, go check it out on our Patreon. The link is in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thank you again. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 3 of season 2, Star Trek, the original series, remastered. The Changeling. Coming off of last week, a god complex where there was an actual god. I thought it was a neat idea because, I felt like they were aware that they did that last season. So they're like, okay, what if it was an actual god and we play with the idea that gods were actually aliens? So I thought that was interesting, but besides that, not too much.
Yeah, definitely was not a favorite for me. Wouldn't say it was like one of my least liked or anything. It was just kind of in the below average tier. Not that anything was necessarily wrong with the episode, just not really the type of story that I prefer, especially for Star Trek. I loved the first episode of the season much more, and no idea what today's episode is about, but I feel like we've already gotten a really good one, and then, in my opinion, one not so good one, so we've kind of already seen both ends of the spectrum here, and I'm ready to just kind of jump into the next one. One thing that I thought was interesting, I saw someone comment on our Patreon, was that this new intro is not from, when season 2 originally aired. Apparently they redid this intro in, I think, like 2005 or something like that, which, I'll be honest, is a little disappointing, but nonetheless, it's still nice to have kind of a new updated intro.
We got George Lucas. We've been thinking that the special editions were the original, and the OG fans were like, no, they changed that. So same thing happened to Star Trek. Sad. Oh well. I like the new intro though.
Yes, me as well. But all right, we're gonna jump into it today. If it's your first time here, we've already reacted to every episode from the first season of Star Trek: The Original Series, and that's all available here on the channel. With this second season, we are also doing full uncut reactions on our Patreon. The link is in the description. You can go check that out as well. We're also going to be starting a new series, Firefly, here on YouTube as well. So make sure to subscribe if you haven't, become part of the target audience.
Response from Malurians, Lieutenant.
Nothing since their original distress call, sir.
Shields just snapped on. Something heading in at multi-warp speeds.
Extremely powerful bolt of energy, Captain.
Full power to the shields, Mr. Scott.
Give them all we got, son.
Oh, Chekhov's been booted.
He's gone already.
It's going to hit.
Damn, they really didn't try to avoid it at all.
Okay.
I have no impression from that.
I feel like another episode of the exact same intro. Oh, there's no life now.
Lieutenant, contact Starfleet Command. Patch in my log, tell them what has happened, and that we are under attack by an unidentified force.
Oh, here it comes again.
Nice. Nice. A little less.
Fire.
No effect.
Ah.
What could have absorbed that much energy and survived?
You've come across quite a bit, Kirk. Shouldn't be that surprising.
It's like the detectives in all those like SVU shows still like surprised by all the gruesome murders they see. It's like, how you've been doing this forever. How are you still like shocked? He did what?
Any further readings, Mr. Spock?
Weight 500 kilograms. Length fraction over 1 meter.
What kind of intelligent creatures can exist in a thing that small?
Intelligence does not necessarily require bulk, Mr. Scott.
Captain, we're getting a signal from the spacecraft.
Oh, the rewind sound effect.
Cut power, Lieutenant.
Oh, nice effect.
USS Enterprise, this is Nomad. My mission is non-hostile.
I feel like we've heard that guy's voice for at least 4 different species.
And why'd they attack him several times?
I will come aboard.
Good. Captain, you're not really going to bring that thing in here.
Do we have any choice, Scotty?
Come on, Scotty. We gotta get the plot moving. Please beam him up.
Get a repair crew on that computer. Get Dr. McCoy down to the transporter room. Spock, you come with me. Scotty, you too.
We haven't even seen Bones yet. Just realized.
That's true, and I was going to say in the opening, I was going to be like, now that Bones is in the intro, that means he has to be in every episode.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Relate your point of origin.
Interesting.
I am Nomad.
Isn't there a probe called Nomad launched in the early 2000s?
Yes.
Oh, so it's just floating.
There's a space probe, right? So I guess it's just been floating in space.
Spock, Bones, come with us.
Well, if this ends up being the villain of the week, per se, definitely one of the more interesting ones.
This is our point of origin. The star we know as Sol.
The planet is called Earth.
Yes.
You are the creator, the Kirk. You programmed my function.
Well, I'm not the Kirk. Tell me what your function is.
This is one of your units, Creator?
Yes, he is.
It functions irrationally. My function is to probe for biological infestations, to destroy that which is not perfect.
So it wiped out that entire planet?
Why do you call me the creator?
Is the usage incorrect?
Well,
The usage is correct, old man. Creator was simply testing your memory banks.
So Spock found something out there. He's like, we better play this cool.
This unit will see to your needs. Sir? I'll be back in a moment, gentlemen.
Nah, I feel like this guy's gonna die.
I thought he was just an extra, gets to flash a look. But nope, he's gonna die.
This is the creator of
I
Nomad.
guess he used the distraction of her singing to escape.
You recall his name?
Of course, Jackson Roy Kirk.
Roy Kirk, Captain James Kirk.
Yes.
Mm.
It responded to your name as well as its damaged memory banks permitted.
Well, that's extremely lucky.
Nomad is now seeking out perfect life forms, perfection being measured by its own relentless logic.
And we've taken aboard our vessel a device which sooner or later must destroy us.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you just bring a phaser up to it and destroy it. I mean...
Bam. Oh, no.
Scotty's like, I knew it. Bad idea.
That mechanical beastie is up here.
On my way, Scotty.
Sulu, watch out! What's she doing up there?
What form of communication?
Singing. I was singing.
For what purpose is singing?
I felt like music.
What is music?
Whoa!
Think about music.
Reading her thoughts?
Scotty!
You see
What
that?
a bum!
He fucking backflipped over the railing! Don't say it. Don't say it.
He's dead.
God damn it! What?
Oh, man.
You kill Kirk in episode 1. You kill Scotty in episode 3.
That unit was my chief engineer.
Does anyone have a phaser?
Lieutenant, are you all right?
Oh, no.
What'd you do to her?
That unit is defective. Its thinking is chaotic. That unit is a woman.
I totally thought that Spock would befriend this thing.
Effect repairs on the unit, Scott.
He's dead.
Insufficient response.
Biological functions have ceased.
Does the Creator wish me to repair the unit?
Oh, they brought that guitar back.
The central nervous system, and then one on the physiological structure of the brain.
Oh, they're gonna teach it how to fix it. Interesting.
Remember when you gave Khan all your info? Maybe think about this. But Scotty's dead, so you gotta take the risk.
Good shot here. That's a good shot.
Yeah, I've never seen this shot. Yeah, I like that. Reminded me of the Evil Dead shot where Bruce Campbell is running away from the thing. And it goes through all the doors and just keeps following him. And Bruce Campbell's like, ah, ah.
No reaction, Doctor.
I could have told you that without looking.
Hey, I think that's the first heartbeat this season.
What is the lot of you staring at me for?
It's unbelievable.
Yay!
Now ask him what death was like. Was it nothingness? Scotty, what was it?
Nomad, come here.
Man, they really got their use out of this thing. However they rigged this up, they're like, we're gonna use it as much as we can.
Repair that unit.
Oh my god.
Not possible. The knowledge banks of this unit have been wiped clean.
What?
She could be re-educated.
I'll get on it right away.
Is he saying he just wiped her of all memory, like she's just a blank slate? Jeez.
How can you retrain that? I mean, it's like, even a baby has instincts and moves, but like, she's completely blank.
It has great technical skill, but its reaction to emotion is unpredictable. It almost qualifies as a life form.
That's a laugh.
McCoy really taking offense to this.
See? The dog.
I sound it out.
My goodness. I hope for the sake of her memories, she had a personal diary they could show the robot.
The dog has a ball.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
That's pretty funny.
It's nice to see her break out a little bit, you know. Everyone else has her little moments.
The ball is Louis?
Now the score is getting good.
My function.
Devil in the Dark, I was like, imagine mind melding with this creature, and now imagine mind melding with this robot.
Collision. Damage.
Probably has more in common with this robot than anything else.
Imperfection. Must. Sterilize. Rebirth. We are complete.
I wonder how much of this was improv.
Search out. Identify. Sterilize imperfections.
Like, here's your keywords, but go nuts on the other crap.
We are nomad.
Throw in creator and, you know, get the point across.
Our purpose is clear. Sterilize imperfections. Sterilize nomad. Sterilize nomad. Nomad.
You're in contact with the unit Spock.
Nomad.
Stop.
Oh, no.
Spock. Spock.
Fascinating, Captain.
Kirk was getting really worried.
The other was an alien probe of great power. Somehow they merged.
So I ask again, does anyone have a phaser? Well, I guess they did shoot at it in the beginning of the episode, and it said that it just absorbed all the energy, so that's
that's
fair.
right. Did it just teleport?
I think it was supposed to be, like, trapped in that room, but it just broke through. Whoa! Ah, there's your answer!
Your biological units are inefficient.
Nomad, it's about time I told you who and what you are. I'm a biological unit, and I created you.
This is an inconsistency.
He just blew the robot's mind.
Spock, do you think it's possible that it got a fix on Earth when it tapped the computers earlier? And when it gets there...
It will find the Earth infested with imperfect biological units.
And it will carry out its prime directive.
Wipe out Earth.
Biological units are imperfect, but a biological unit created you.
I am perfect. I am nomad.
I think it's time for a Kirk speech.
But I admit I'm imperfect. How could I have created such a perfect thing as you?
Answer unknown. I shall analyze.
It's been brewing it all night.
Everything that is in error must be sterilized.
There are no exceptions.
Is he going to convince it that itself is an error?
I am the Kirk, the creator.
You are the creator.
You're wrong. Jackson Roy Kirk, your creator, is dead.
You have mistaken me for him. You are in error. You did not discover your mistake. You have made two errors. You are flawed and imperfect.
True.
I shall analyze error. Analyze.
Now, get those anti-gravs on it. You are imperfect.
Error.
Oh, wow. Oh! Quite the explosion.
My congratulations, Captain. Dazzling display of logic.
You didn't think I had it in me, did you, Spock?
No, sir.
That's it. They just said no.
What a doctor it would have made. My son, the doctor. Gets you right there.
Just bones. 4 people died, Jim.
I thought it was okay. I like the idea. They've kind of done this before, where it's like, oh, that ship was to be lost. Oh, Khan's group was supposed to be lost. It's like, oh, showed all of our files. Oh, we showed Khan all our ships. You know, that seemed a little like that was already done. Uhura was great in this episode. Scotty took a great bump. The way they maneuvered this fucking machine around was very impressive for back then. And the different camera angles of the trail along was pretty hilarious. I don't know. How about you?
For anyone out there, if this happens to be your favorite episode, I'm really sorry for everything I'm about to say.
Yeah. I was trying to think of some good things mostly, but yeah, but it's hard. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say some good things too. I would not say this is the worst one that we've seen. But I was the most bored during this episode of any episode I can remember. Especially during the first 30, 35 minutes. It felt as if Gene or somebody had the idea of, let's have this robot that's floating around on the ship, this is the evil robot thing that's floating around the ship, and then they're like, oh, well, what should the story be? And they're like, well, we'll figure it out. Like, it just felt really slapped together, in my opinion. And, putting it up to the standard of what we've seen so far, so many stories that we've seen be so interesting, that's the standard I'm holding it to. So, again, not saying that it was like a bad episode of television per se, but just compared to all the Star Trek we've seen, this is definitely the most bored I've been during an episode. The story was fine, but it was simple, and they spent most of the runtime like explaining to us what was happening when it really did not need that much explanation. Like, it was pretty clear and simple for the most part, and I think they really just got too much in the weeds with that. I will say the best scene of the whole episode was Leonard Nimoy's scene where he mind melds with the robot. I mean, as usual, he's an excellent actor, and he made that scene awesome. I think it was all one take too, which we've seen from him before, so that was really cool. But outside of that and the stuff with Uhura, like you said, I really didn't have much else that redeemed the episode for me. There was little moments here and there, little camera shots, little things, but overall I just found myself pretty bored and just not really enjoying it once it all kind of came together. We just had an ending we've already seen almost beat for beat before in Return of the Archons. So, yeah, just not much I really liked about it.
I mean, the only thing that's memorable, that's impressive, I felt, it just feels like they had this robot. They found out a new way to film with it and do these cool shots and, like, let's write an episode about it. But who knows? Please tell us what the story is if you know, because I'm curious, because this seems like a very odd put together episode.
Yeah, I am very curious to see. I don't know, particularly off the top of my head, don't remember anyone saying this in particular is a favorite, but I am curious to see. I'm sure there are plenty of those out there that like this episode, or even maybe it's one of their favorites, to comment and tell us why they like it or what about it, maybe stuff that we don't know about the production, all those things. Because a lot of the time, I'm actually more curious about episodes like this that I don't necessarily like as to what people like about it or what the story is over episodes. If it's an episode I really love, then it doesn't really surprise me that people like it. But with something like this, I think we'll both be curious to see what people say. So, all right. Well, that's what. If you're still here and you didn't rage quit out of the video, that's our thoughts on the episode. Let us know, especially if you disagree with us. Let us know in the comments. But maybe you're right there with us, and this isn't one of your favorites either. Let us know that too. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. This is actually really rare that we both don't really like an episode, so a lot of it, either at least one of us will like it and we'll have a nice discussion there, or we both really like it. So this is a rare one, but go check out the other episodes and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. But before we get started with anything, we have to bring up the passing of Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uhura, and it sucks. I mean, at least we have this to remember and appreciate her performance more. I mean, I know with DeForest Kelley and Leonard Nimoy already gone, but it's like when it's that fresh in your head, and when you get to see like an amazing performance and what a strong character she's been, especially for the time frame when this was filmed. And we lost a good one. It sucks. R.I.P.
Yeah, I think with us watching this for the first time, obviously our audience that is watching this is going to have much more connection, to her as an actor throughout the years than we are, but just watching this show the last few months and getting to know the character and everything, and then this happening is a bit surreal. But yeah, definitely just want to pay our respects.
Yeah, and in terms of comments from the last episode, I have none. It's gone. It's behind me. The beginning of season 2 reminds me of the beginning of season 1, where besides the first episode, the next two, I'm just like, eh. But I think number 4 brought us back around in the first season. I have no idea, but people are really excited about Mirror Mirror. So,
Yeah, I think this is one of the episodes that, since we very first started reacting to the series, people have brought this episode up. So, just like with City on the Edge of Forever, I'm going to go in with my expectations tempered, trying to not let them get the best of me in that regard, but it shouldn't really be a problem. I'm, excited. Hopefully this is an episode we both enjoy and can have a good time watching. I think with the last episode, The Changeling, after kind of sitting on it, it's been about a week since we watched that. I don't think it's one of the worst episodes or anything. And overall, I do think the robot itself as a prop and what they did with it was really cool.
I feel like that's one of those episodes where it's a good idea. I mean, it's one of those good things where people can just pop in and watch it, because they might not have seen the other ones where we've compared it to, like, oh, they already did that in that episode. They already did that in this episode. So in terms of just like, hey, what's on? Oh, Star Trek. It's for people who haven't seen those episodes or maybe aren't fresh in their head, where we are just watching it,
marathon style,
all in a row. Yeah, marathon style, where people probably weren't doing that back then. So to its credit, I can't blame it for that.
But the important thing is, we're always genuine. And if we don't like even this episode, which a lot of people have told us that they really like, if we end up not liking it, we're going to be honest and tell you guys about that. But for our full uncut reactions and full extended discussions for every episode, you can check those out on our Patreon. The link is in the description. You also get early access to these YouTube edited videos, as well as some other cool exclusive perks. You can check that out. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to Star Trek, in the near future, we're also starting Firefly here on the channel. That'll be a fun one, so make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. And if we don't like it, it's your fault.
Great first shot.
The Halcyon Council cannot permit your Federation to mine dilithium crystals on our planet.
We have shown the Council.
Sweater Kirk is back.
Our dilithium crystals represent awesome power. Wrongful use of that power would violate our history of total peace.
Kirk to Enterprise. Standard ion type, Captain.
Chekhov is back.
Rough ride?
If we stay.
Stand by to beam up landing party.
Weren't a lot of comments saying he looked like some band member, which is why they brought him on? Like a young band member to bring in the young crowd? I wonder if it worked.
Yeah, like children were surfing through the channels. Whoa!
He looks like that rock star. But what's this science fiction garbage?
Enterprise. Transporter room energized.
Well, I like how he's got the insignia like on his waist there.
Troublesome.
Another transporter issue?
Oh, no.
Whoa!
What? Mirror universe!
That was right. Those are right.
Whoa!
Wow. That's not good that they're making that motion.
Standard procedure, Captain.
Oh, but Kirk and them don't know where they are. Okay.
Military capability, Captain?
No.
But Kirk's like so quick on his feet to realize I probably shouldn't make any sudden, like, hey, what happened?
We were instructed to compensate during the ion storm.
But I tried, Mr. Spock, I
Carelessness
tried.
with the equipment cannot be tolerated.
But Mr. Spock, I
Your
tried.
Adonizer.
Oh, no. That's got to be one of the best hooks, probably.
Are the Mirror other four just wrecking havoc in our world?
Oh, good point, yeah.
These are the voyages of the starship Enterprise.
It's very rare that we just, like, right from the first shot, already in the middle of a situation. I really like that.
I have a good feeling. That's not good. I'm so excited to see evil everybody else. All right, Jerome, what do you got for us?
During an ion storm, my landing party is beamed back to the Enterprise and found it and the personnel aboard chained.
Well, gentlemen?
Mr. Spock,
Oh, I guess he is alive.
the power beam jumped for a moment, sir, just as the landing party was about to materialize.
Feel any abnormal effects?
Yes. Better look us over. That was a rough beam up.
Yes, sir.
anytime Spock's in a villainous role is just terrifying because he's the strongest one.
That spot. I spilled acid there a year ago. Jim, what in blazes is...
I don't know.
The Upside Down.
Not our universe. Not our ship. Something parallel. Parallel universe. Coexisting with ours on another dimensional plane.
Oh.
Similar storms on both universes disrupted the circuits. We're here, and they're...
Are we gonna get to see it?
I hope we do. I want to see evil 4 of these people.
Get up to your post. Run today's communications from Starfleet Command. I want to know my exact orders and options, if any.
Captain, I'm...
Uhura, you're the only one who can do it. I'll be right there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is hitting a lot harder now. Oh.
Yeah.
I got goosebumps, chills.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Look at that scar.
Ooh.
Still no interest, Uhura.
My goodness.
You are away from your post, mister.
Is the captain here? Is Spock here?
He's got that Spider-Man 3 haircut.
Communication status.
No storm damage, sir. All stations report normal.
You're ordered to annihilate the Halkins unless they comply.
And I like this logo of a sword through the world.
Complete opposite of what,
What they're
Star
about.
Trek's about. Yeah. Oh no. He just commands a presence when he comes into a room, man. It's like, oh no.
Even just like his subtle changes in his like mannerisms and stuff. So great.
Contact the Halkin Council. I wish to talk to them again.
Yes, sir.
But it is clear that we cannot expect their cooperation. They've refused the Empire.
Empire?
Put phasers on standby, Mr. Sulu.
A serious breach of orders, Captain.
I have my reasons. It is useless to resist us.
Oh, wow.
We are ethically compelled to deny your demand.
We will not argue. 12 hours, no more. Close communications.
I feel like everyone's already catching on.
This conduct must be reported.
You're at liberty to do so, Mr. Spock.
Deck 5, sir.
Ooh, Chekhov getting a little acting chops. Oh! No! Oh, they figured it out.
Hey, got that evil grin. Oh!
Ah!
There we go. I think we haven't had a good old-fashioned fight in a while.
Oh! Look at that hip toss. Yeah!
Your man, Captain. Easy, Pharaoh. I did your job.
Smart boy. Switching to the top dog.
Get him out of here.
Oh, okay. I think he just has guards to protect him because this kind of thing happens all the time.
You're in line. You might even make captain.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what?
Not on my ship. I'll tell Uhura to create a diversion, distract Sulu's attention. At your signal, we better get...
What's that diversion gonna be?
On our Enterprise.
I was starting to think we weren't going to see it.
Spock! Get these men off me! Spock! You traitorous pig. I'll hang you up by your Vulcan ears.
I think not. The 4 of you will remain here in the brig and in custody until I discover how to return you to wherever it is you belong.
They've already figured it out.
Whatever your game is, I'll play it. You want credits, I'll give them to you. You'll be a rich man. A commander of your own. What is it that will buy you?
Fascinating.
Power, Spock! I can get that for you!
I just love how our universe has figured it out right away, and they're already taken care of.
I do not desire the captaincy. I much prefer my scientific duties, and I am frankly content to be a lesser target.
Oh no!
The agony booth is a most effective means of discipline.
Oh, okay. I keep thinking that they're killing people, but they're just punishing them.
I inquire if you intend to persist in your unusual course of action regarding the Halkins.
You heard my orders.
Is that dude another Vulcan behind Spock on his left? On our left?
I think it might be.
I do not threaten, Captain. I merely state facts. I have found you to be an excellent officer. However, I shall not permit your aberrations to jeopardize my position.
Do you think we should destroy the Hawkins?
Terror must be maintained or the Empire is doomed.
Don't tell me Kirk's going to try to change this whole universe's motives and viewpoints, is he?
Their whole ideology. All it takes is one speech.
Order, sir.
Release Chekhov, confine him to quarters.
Yes, sir.
I like that guy. He seems like a good guy.
Just in a bad place.
Yeah. Do you think the set was really built like that, where they would climb up a ladder to a second deck?
If they didn't build a second deck, then maybe they'd dig a hole in the floor. Oh, but they have all that shit in the back.
Yeah.
It's a pretty, yeah, it must be a pretty good elaborate set. I like it.
I fell asleep.
Oh boy.
Well, at least it kept the whistle. Surprised it wasn't just a yell. Ah!
I am instructed to wait until planet dawn over principal target to permit you to carry out our mission.
If I don't.
I am ordered to kill you and to proceed against the Halkins as the new captain.
Noted, Mr. Spock. Thank you.
Yeah,
Kirk
pretty
out.
pretty civil way of telling someone you're gonna kill him.
Captain's log, star date.
You can tell Spock's, pretty different here, but he's still the same guy in terms of his delivery and
4 hours.
performance.
Or I will face a death sentence at Mr. Spock's hands.
Different when needed.
I'm just imagining Kirk having to go in a broom closet whenever he's recording these logs on this other universe.
Yeah. Excuse me.
No, but I'll avoid killing Spock.
Just get him out of the way, he and his men.
I'll get out of his way.
Shall I activate the Tantalus field? You'll at least want to monitor him, won't you?
Oh, these guitar riffs again.
I press him. And he dies.
What?
Now?
Not even in this universe, lady.
If Spock fails his order, he'll be killed anyway.
I'll see to it that the circumstances of his failure will clear him.
Can your scheme bring you that much power so quickly? How does Marlena fit in?
I don't even know who you are.
Very hard for a working officer to shine as a woman. Every minute.
They're really putting a lot of screen time on this subplot. I'm hoping it goes somewhere.
No!
I love her. You just met her earlier today.
Been a long time since you've kissed me like that.
And also, does this woman exist on their ship, in their universe?
I wonder if she'll show up at the very end, like, oh, this is so-and-so from the B side of the ship. Then Spock will go, friend of yours, and then they'll laugh, and then bam, bam,
It's a good prediction, yeah.
It's going to happen, I swear. She's going to be on the other side at the very end.
You aren't very persistent, Mr. Sulu.
Yep, you're right.
Now you're making sense.
I was...
You know how I got this scar?
Oh, there you go.
I'm afraid I changed my mind.
You take a lot of chances, Lieutenant.
So do you, mister. So do you.
I was just about to say, I love how they all carry knives in this universe as well.
I have the phaser, Captain. And I do not intend to simply disappear, as so many of your opponents have in the past.
Why do they keep phrasing it that way? Like, does he shoot their bodies into space or something?
Is it that button that he has in his room that...
Oh, it makes them disappear completely? Okay, that's a good point.
Doctor, it is time for answers.
Oh!
No! You can't take him! Oh, no! Woo! Oh!
Oh, no!
Oh!
He's gonna take out everybody. Oh! Nice.
Well, come on, help me get him on the table. He'll die without immediate treatment.
By the way, that thing you hit him with wasn't plastic or anything weak. It was an actual skull. And he shattered it.
I would not be surprised.
Come on, McCoy. You're taking a chance on not getting back home. We'll get home. 15 minutes, we've got to go.
Oh, great. She's just hearing all of this.
You want me to stop, Jim? Only take a minute.
He's so proud of him for wanting to save Spock, despite them fighting all the time. Even if it is evil Spock.
What is this, Mr. Sulu?
You will also appear to have killed him after a fierce battle. Regrettable, but it will leave me in command.
Captain Sulu! Ah! Has George Takei ever played like a serious villain? Because if he hasn't, he f***ing should.
Oh, she's helping them out.
Oh!
Wow.
No. Even if it is Mirror Universe Sulu. Okay.
Can't get rid of any characters with names. Oh, here we go. Well, there you go. That didn't last long.
Friend.
Scotty about to go punch her? Why did he have to hold him back?
I'd help if I could, Marley. Believe
Ah,
that.
she stays strapped. Oh!
Yes! Yeah!
There we go.
Badass.
I cut the transporter power. It's necessary to delay your beam out until I could arrive.
Oh, you jerk. Oh, wait, is he gonna help him?
Come on.
I take it back.
Engineering, reactivate main transporter circuits.
You're a man of integrity in both universes, Mr. Spock. How long before the Hulkan prediction of galactic revolt is realized?
Approximately 240 years.
The inevitable outcome?
The Empire shall be overthrown, of course.
I submit to you that your empire is illogical.
One man cannot summon the future.
But one man can change the present. Be the captain of this enterprise, Mr. Spock.
He really did it. He really changed their whole ideology with one speech.
If there's one man who's able to change it, for that universe, it's going to be Spock.
Captain Kirk, I shall consider it.
Oh, I just got goosebumps.
Welcome home, Captain.
What I don't understand is how you were able to identify our counterparts so quickly.
It's far easier for you as civilized men to behave like barbarians than it was for them as barbarians to behave like civilized men.
Great explanation.
Jim, I think I liked him with a beard better. Gave him character. Of course, almost any change would be a distinct improvement.
May I point out that I had an opportunity to observe your counterparts here quite closely. They were brutal, savage, unprincipled, uncivilized, treacherous, splendid examples of Homo sapiens.
Damn.
I found them quite refreshing.
I'm not sure, but I think we've been insulted.
I'm sure.
Oh, dude! No way! No way! You called it.
What did I say?
Lieutenant, Lieutenant.
Marlena Moreau.
And he doesn't know her. You were spot on.
All right, Lieutenant, carry on.
Oh!
Met her before, Captain?
She just seemed a nice, likable girl. I think we could become friends.
Oh, look, he's already going to spit game already.
I should have written television in the 60s, let me tell you. Oh, wow, that was great. I love that. Finally, we're hitting it off. Yeah, man, that was fantastic. The idea of a mirror universe is super entertaining. You know, multiverse is a big thing now, but a parallel universe is just as good. Oh, man, the costume design, the way the ship was, everyone's interactions with each other. Nichelle Nichols possibly giving one of her best performances in this episode. Yeah, I have mostly just good things to say. I can't even process any bad ones right now. I can go on for hours. Oh, my God. How about you?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything bad to say about it. I really enjoyed it. I think that this is one of those times that they set up a premise and they were able to pay it off basically perfectly. I feel like we got everything explained, and, you know, there wasn't anything that was, you know, done too much or anything I wanted more of. Like, for example, the other versions of them that got beamed up to our Enterprise, we got to see a little bit of them, but it wasn't, you know, a storyline in the episode. Like, we didn't keep going back to them. It didn't take us away too much from the main story, but they did give us that little nugget of seeing Kirk, the other Kirk, and William Shatner getting to act, you know, similar to how he did in Enemy Within, which is, for anyone new here, my favorite episode so far. So love to see that. All around, thought it was great. The other Spock was great. The way Leonard Nimoy, just like I said during the reaction, changed just a few mannerisms and a few kind of the way he would talk and move. Instantly, you bought this other version of him. Sulu, probably my favorite Sulu performance, or definitely up there with like Naked Time and This Side of Paradise from him. Really enjoyed him in this episode, and I feel like we haven't seen a ton of him lately, especially this season, so that was really nice. And then even Chekhov got that one little storyline where he tries to overthrow Kirk, and that was great. So all around, excellent stuff.
Yeah, this whole thing felt super well paced. There was no point at this episode where I was looking at the clock. Okay, maybe when Kirk was talking to
Marlena,
the lady in his room. Yeah, some shots went on a bit long there. But besides that, no, I was completely hooked in. Yeah, everyone got their little piece of character stuff. Bones the least amount, but I like that he was still like willing to risk his life just to save Spock in the other universe. And like that little moment where Kirk's looking at him smiling, it gives you that sense that there is continuity because he's proud of him, because he knows they bicker back and forth all the time, but he's still like, you know what, I'm proud of you, Bones. That was probably one of my favorite little moments in there.
The little continuity nugget I picked up on is when I believe her name is Marlena, but I apologize if I heard that wrong. When she's talking to Kirk and she's like talking about Spock getting in his way, and she's like, "Oh, you're gonna make him get out of your way," and he's like, "I'll get out of his way." And it kind of makes me think of just a few episodes of Amok Time where Kirk thinks he'll be able to just knock Spock out, and Spock takes him out pretty easily. Maybe learning from that experience, you know, in my head canon. So liked that stuff as well.
Yeah, quick little appreciation on I guess it'd be score and like set design. Like the set design where they're on the second level and then you see on like in the background the lower level, it's like, oh wow, this feels like it's big. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like they're in like a room with a backdrop. It feels like they put a lot of effort into making it look big. This episode is good. I like it.
Yeah, with all that being said, the episode is good.
The episode is good.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on it. If you want to hear our full extended discussion, check out our Patreon, where you can also check out the full cut reactions, all that stuff there. And yeah, if it's your first time here, you want to continue watching Star Trek with us, we also have all of the previous aired episodes of Star Trek Season 1 and the first few episodes of Season 2 already on the channel. So check those out as well, and then subscribe and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely, and for all of those who hyped up this episode, you were right. You know, I'm not mad at you for for building up those expectations, because it was really good. But that'll do it here. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thank you. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello there, I'm Josh, this is Alex, we are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's especially made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we are watching Season 2, Episode 5 of Star Trek the Original Series for the first time, and it is called The Apple. I don't know if that's an Adam and Eve reference, sounds pretty interesting, we're going to get into that. Last time we watched Episode 4, which was Mirror, Mirror. Personally, one of my favorite episodes so far. Really enjoyed it. A lot of great character stuff. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, Mirror Mirror was fantastic. It's in terms of I know we're early, but in terms of like favorite episodes of the season, it's up there with City on the Edge of Forever in regards to Season 1. So far, that might be my Season 2 favorites, but we're only on Episode 5. And now that you mentioned the Apple and Adam and Eve, it makes me think, oh no. Is this going to be a God episode? So it's got me a little worried there, but and I think I saw someone comment like, "Oh no, you guys have to watch The Apple next." I'm like, "Oh great, thanks."
Oh no, oh I didn't see that, but yeah.
Now we ruined it for you, yeah. So we got that to look forward to.
Well, I think we still have fun even with the ones we don't really enjoy, and that's one of the great things about watching this show together here on the channel. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. All of the previous Star Trek Original Series episodes so far are here on the channel with our reactions to them. For Season 2, we also have our full uncut reactions on our Patreon, where you'll also get early access to our YouTube edited reactions as well, and a lot of other stuff. You can check that out. Link is in the description. But yeah, overall, I think that regardless of the quality of the episode, we're still going to enjoy it, have a good reaction here. And coming soon, our very first reaction to Firefly. We recorded our reaction to the very first episode. What a doozy that was. That reaction will be up for you guys soon here on the YouTube channel as well. So make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience. He's got that new shirt on again.
We got the red backdrop for this episode.
I wonder if they had different colored walls or if they were able to just change the color of their back set wall.
Oh, that's nice. I think it's the first time we've ever seen him take turns going down, since it only has, like 5 or 6 slots.
It makes me homesick. Just like Russia.
More like the Garden of Eden, Ensign.
And there it is. The references begin.
What did you say? Uh-oh. No.
Dead.
What?
And I'm just now realizing there's a lot of red shirts around them.
Yeah.
Paradise must have looked like this.
Oh, that's it? That's... Well, okay. All right.
Hey, someone died. Fair enough. That hasn't happened in a while.
We're losing potency in our antimatter pods. I don't think it's serious, but we're looking into it.
But you say there's nothing to worry about.
Well, sir, I didn't exactly say that.
All this beauty, and now Mr. Hendorf dead.
If you insist on worrying, worry about me.
Landon, I know you find each other fascinating, but we're not here to conduct a field experiment in human biology.
You're one to talk, Kirk.
Exactly.
You're one to talk.
See, now this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. This is obviously the same set, but they just move stuff around. It keeps it interesting, Just they're not in the same exact area.
It does feel like they're walking in a circle, though.
An analysis should prove interesting.
Oh!
Jeez, Spock, be a little bit more careful.
Garden of Eden. With landmines. What's that?
Some of the thorns like those that kill Hindor.
Oh, no. Come on, guys.
Peculiar stuff to find in paradise.
Jim!
Damn it! No!
Spock!
Oh, great cell.
Is your third eyelid going to help you this time, Spock?
Gotta get him back to the ship, Jim.
Oh, no.
I was just about to say, if they got beamed up, I was going to be like, I am shocked that that worked.
Scotty, what's the matter?
We can't make transporter contact, sir. The way it is now, we couldn't beam up a fly.
I also like the slow dramatic zoom on Scotty.
I like how that was emphasized, but not Spock being dead, allegedly.
Oh, he's awake.
You all right?
Dr. McCoy's potion is acting like all his potions, turning my stomach.
Trying to get yourself killed. Do you know how much Starfleet has invested in you?
122,200.
Never mind.
Oh, hell yeah. Don't tell me I get struck by lightning. As soon as I saw him standing there, I'm like, oh, he's gone.
Yep.
He's gone.
It's funny, but I was just thinking a little while ago, I'm like, people always talk about red shirts dying in Star Trek, but we really haven't witnessed that many, and now this episode they're dropping all over the place.
This might be one of the episodes where it became a trope.
A cloud in the sky. Just like paradise.
Dude, I would not be getting that close to any flowers on this planet.
Yeah, seriously. I mean...
Oh! I like how they set that up previously.
Now, Mallory.
Show me you couldn't have stopped any of this.
His father helped me get into the academy.
At least they added details like that to make it feel a little heavier, instead of just, oh, another red shirt's gone, I guess. So I gotta commend them for that.
I could have prevented all of it.
I don't see how.
And the flowers should have beamed up at the first sign of trouble. Not worth the lives of 3 of my men. Now 3 men are dead. And the ship's in trouble.
No one has ever stated that Starfleet duty was particularly safe.
He's really insecure this episode. Oh!
I won't hurt you.
Struck me.
Yeah.
Well, I won't strike you again.
I am the eyes of all. He must see.
Who is Vol?
Eyes of all.
Antennae?
They are my ears for Vol. They were given to me in the dim time so that people could understand his commands and obey.
So in this episode, it's like they're not going to meet an actual god, just a conduit for a god.
We'll only be able to maintain full power for 16 hours. Then we burn up for sure.
You know everything about that ship that there is to know, more than the men who designed it. If you can't get those warp engines working, you're fired.
You just say you're fired?
Well, they're gonna die. So I feel like that was a joke, I think, because ship burns up, it dies. But I find it funny that he said you're fired. But I like how he said, you know more about the ship than people who designed it. I'm like, that's cool.
Nice. There's half the episode's budget right there.
There would also seem to be a...
What?
A force field?
Obviously.
No, there's a whole colony.
The, children.
Ah, replacements. They are forbidden by Vol.
But when a man and woman fall in love, love is when two people are...
There you go, check off.
Vol has forbidden this. Well, there goes paradise.
I was about to say, Bones, why aren't you talking in this episode?
You have a name?
I am Spock.
Even on an alien world, Spock can't catch a break.
Always the butt of the joke.
Their atmosphere completely negates any harmful effects from their sun.
Are you sure?
Yeah, yet they're all burned.
Apparently, our hypothesis is correct. There is no living being there. It is a machine.
Another computer.
Not another machine.
Go talk to it, Kirk.
There's certain absolutes, Mr. Spock, and one of them is the right of humanoids to a free and unchained environment.
Another is their right to choose a system which seems to work for them.
Quite a philosophical debate.
Deep.
These people are healthy and they are happy. Whatever you choose to call it, this system works, despite your emotional reaction to it.
Gentlemen, I think this philosophical argument can wait.
That's what we said.
The shit's about to blow up, guys.
You know, if it weren't for...
Oh, no, not this music.
I love this music, dude. This is one of my favorite scores from this show, I swear to God. Oh, man.
Pav.
What is Chekhov's first name?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry. Is his name Pav? P-O-V?
That's got to be short. That's got to be short for something.
But if we do have to stay here, would it be so very bad?
Man, he's smooth. They're like, we should do that.
Nah, my brother in Christ, stay strong. Don't do it, man.
They're really corrupting this society first day they're there.
It's kind of what they do.
Yeah, true. So my theory was going to be that, like, they wouldn't even understand. Like, if they went to kiss each other, they wouldn't feel anything. But if they can feel the sensations and stuff, you're telling me for 10,000 years, no one ever, like, accidentally discovered this?
Like the fear of God was placed in them that hard.
Do you beg the lightning to strike?
We saw the strangers. The two of them do this thing.
What if this dude's just lying and Vol's not telling him anything?
I literally started to think that. Like, what if this guy's like, we just see him like pull out his things later in the episode or something.
Vol has spoken to me. His words are true. Hear them. We are to kill the strangers. This is the head of one of the strangers.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's brutal. Bludgeon them.
Not to zoom on
I am concerned, Captain.
Has he done any captain's logs yet?
No, it's a good point.
Can't Scotty do one in the chair?
He should. Missed opportunity.
Let's get out of here!
Whoa! No way.
How many times are you gonna hurt Spock this episode? The force field, the flower, lightning, making fun of him?
But he's so strong, when the lightning hit the red shirt, he obliterated, but for Spock, it just tore his shirt up a little bit.
Marvel!
Oh! I can't believe they actually bludgeoned somebody. Oh, there you go.
Ooh! Yeah!
Oh!
Oh! That was sweet! Nice little effect with his shirt burned in the back. I like that. But I guess it should be noted these people have literally no fighting skill at all.
Yeah.
The good doctor was concerned that the Valians achieved true human stature. I submit there's no cause for worry. They've taken the first step. They've learned to kill.
Spock taking the dub in that argument.
We're ready here, sir. All available power has been channeled into the impulse engines. We have 12 minutes before entering atmosphere.
Man, I wish they messed up his hair or something, or like put a little more sweat on him or something. Just like, I don't know, to earn that they've been working for 10 hours.
Scotty, what happened?
There's nothing left to try again. I guess you'll have to fire me, sir.
You're fired.
Damn.
Jeez.
400 people.
Jim.
They'll die because I couldn't see a warning sign.
Wow. I did not expect that at all. I definitely expected just the typical end of the episode, all right, we did it.
To ward off a phaser attack, it would have to draw more heavily on its reserves.
My plan exactly.
Scotty, commence firing and maintain.
Tremendous upsurge in generated power, Captain. No power generation at all, Captain. Vol is dead.
What?
That's it?
Tractor beam gone. Potency returning to antimatter pods.
Transport will be ready in an hour.
Scotty, you're rehired.
But it was Vol who put the fruit on the trees. Vol cared for us.
You'll learn to care for yourselves.
Figure it out.
Captain's log, the species died out within 3 weeks.
Captain, you are aware of the biblical story of Genesis.
Yes, of course I'm aware of that.
We have given the people of Val the apple. They, too, have been driven out of paradise.
Are you casting me in the role of Satan? Is there anyone on this ship who even remotely looks like Satan?
Oh, come on!
I am not aware of anyone who fits that description, Captain.
You could have leave him alone.
Spock? I didn't think you would.
Rough one for Spock, for sure.
I thought that was okay. I mean, the ending was kind of anticlimactic. Reminded me a lot of the ending with the one with Apollo, where they just, let's just zap it, and then that just solves it, I guess. Let's just shoot it, whether it's the temple or Vol or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if I was expecting like a man behind the curtain, but I guess that would have been too much like previous episodes. So I guess I'm okay with just that thing being the thing. But I do like the philosophical debates between Spock and McCoy. Those I really enjoyed. And the Adam and Eve thing was on the nose, but the ending conversation, I think, made it worth it about how, freeing them from the machine and you become too dependent on the machine. And then, all about growth, human life, all that jazz. But Spock, man, struck by lightning, almost killed by a plant. Made fun of the entire episode. But yeah, the stuff with the flowers and like the exploding bombs, like that was never brought up again. Which I find, it's like, okay, you needed to establish that there's something wrong. You didn't want to give it away right away. But these people know nothing about death. But yet that one dude was like hiding in the background watching all this happen. So it led on that this guy probably knows more than he does, but then it just never came to fruition. It feels like a lot of this episode was cut out or something. But I don't know. How about you?
I'm impressed by the story. I think going into it the first few minutes, I wouldn't say that I wasn't bought in, but I was just kind of like, okay, I can kind of see where this is going. But I'm actually impressed with how in-depth they went, like with the sets. They had the huts, the colony, the big rock god monster thing. They put a lot more effort into the actual physical look of it than what my first impression was when they first beamed down. And I'm just like, oh, this is just going to be this set with trees everywhere. But it ended up being a lot more impressive than that visually, so got to give them credit for that. And the story overall, I think the writing was the strongest part of the episode. It almost felt like a story that I could see being like a kind of halfway like extended canon like novel or something of like, oh, the crew goes down to this weird planet, because it was a very deep story from like the dialogue and the philosophic debates that they were having and all those types of things. But I think for me would be what held it back was I just felt like the performances, especially from like Leonard Nimoy, Spock, and Captain Kirk, William Shatner, they just seemed like they weren't that into it this episode. Like, I don't know, just something from them. It just seemed like they were kind of just going along with the motions per se in this one. Maybe it's just compared to the episode we just saw before this, but it definitely was more so reliant on its dialogue. But there were definitely a lot of cool moments in there, and I enjoyed this episode. Definitely not one that I felt bored or anything during, and it went by pretty quick. The pace was pretty good. I would agree with you, though, that the ending was a little lackluster. Definitely left a lot to be desired there. We don't get much explanation, really. But I do like how they kind of wrapped up that metaphor of Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden and everything. It was not as heavy on the religion God stuff as I was fearing it was going to be. So, yeah, overall I thought I enjoyed it, but will this be one of my favorite episodes of the season? Probably not. Check off. That was an awesome little storyline for him. Getting a little action. Good for him.
Yeah, nice little C-plot. But, yeah, it was a God episode, but it was more about the people following the God than the actual God, which I appreciate. Instead of like, it's like, and we don't see a man behind the curtain. We just see the thing. It's like, oh, we worship this thing. And it's more about the people and their patterns rather than like, oh, who's behind there? Who is, So I can appreciate that. Where it was a God episode, but not like the other ones, so. Big ups for creativity.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing that I know they didn't film these all in order, but a little bit disappointing that we get such a strong Uhura and Sulu episode, followed by them not even being in this one. But I guess it was made up for with, Chekhov and Scotty having bigger parts, but, it all balances out at the end of the day.
Yeah, hey, you cycle through the crew. That's all right. And the thumbnail for the next one popped up, and I saw Sulu, so.
All right, well, there you go.
He'll be back.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts for the Apple. Make sure to comment down below anything you agree, disagree with what we said, or anything we missed. Let us know all the best parts of the episode that we cut out of the YouTube reaction, all that stuff that you guys usually do. And make sure to subscribe if it's your first time here so you can continue watching Star Trek The Original Series, as well as Firefly and all the other stuff we'll be watching here on the channel. Become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. There's lightning coming down. I think Vol's mad at us for not liking his episode as well as we could have. Although we thought it was okay.
We thought it was okay.
We're sorry. But thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, Season 2, Episode 6, The Doomsday Machine. A little, doesn't seem as much as optimistic as the title as The Apple, so I'm assuming we're going to get some, a lot of death here. The Apple last week was, it was an idea. It's something they tried, and some parts were executed really well, some parts were just left behind, and other parts just, But after sitting on it for, a day, we recorded it yesterday. It's just one of those like, okay, that happened.
Yeah, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would after the first couple of minutes. It ended up pulling me in a bit more, and I enjoyed a lot of the writing and character stuff in it. But ironically, you said with this title, Doomsday Machine, there being a lot of death. There was actually a lot of death in the last episode as well. One guy getting bludgeoned. That's still one of the most shocking moments of the show for me so far. But yeah, excited for this one. I know that I've definitely heard this title before, whether it's in the comments or, you know, just people saying what are good episodes. I'm excited for this one. As you mentioned in the last video, Sulu is in the thumbnail here of the what's on Paramount Plus, so we know he's in the episode. That's good to see him back. And yeah, I'm excited to jump in for it. If it's your first time here, we've already watched all the previous aired Star Trek Original Series episodes before this, and they're all available right now on the channel. In addition to this, if you want to see our full uncut reaction as well as our extended discussions to every Star Trek episode and everything else we react to here on the channel, the link to our Patreon is in the description. We also have a very special thing coming up soon. We will be reacting to the 1978 season of Battlestar Galactica, and that is going to be our first Patreon exclusive series. So our patrons will get to see that there on our Patreon. You can go check that out. Here on the YouTube channel, though, we will also be reacting to Firefly, and the very first episode reaction of that will be up very soon, if not already. I'm not sure what order we're going to upload these in, but that's coming if it hasn't yet. But we're going to go ahead and get jumping in here to the Doomsday Machine.
Who's in that chair?
Yeah, not Uhura.
Sensors show this entire solar system has been destroyed. Nothing left but rubble and asteroids.
Continue your search pattern. I see.
So no Chekhov either?
Every solar system in this sector blasted to rubble. Still no sign of the constellation.
I like that shot where they show the whole. It really creates the illusion that they're in there, like a full ship.
Yeah, definitely don't see that side very often.
Sensors not recording normal energy output.
Approach course, Mr. Sulu.
Just the same shot from the beginning, but with some rocks.
It's the constellation.
Looks like the Enterprise.
Red alert! Red alert! Man your battle stations.
Interesting enough. They've been a bit weaker since Mirror Mirror, but they're still alright.
Not strong hooks so far.
Hard to top Spock with a goatee, though, so.
NCC 1017.
Lieutenant, have Dr. McCoy, Mr. Scott,
and a damage control party report to me in the transporter room.
Oh, we got a Scotty, Bones, and Kirk trip. This is going to be a trip of passion.
So I guess this is just Kirk's new shirt that he wears every episode. I like it.
Captain, check the engines. The wood drive, that's a hopeless pile of junk.
I bet you $5 there's an outtake where Scotty hit his head on that pipe.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
We can play back the duplicate captain's log from the auxiliary control room.
Ooh, someone else's captain's log? Oh, there's a body.
Matt. It's Jim Kirk.
Commodore Decker?
Man, Bones always using that thing. It's his only tool.
Attack that thing.
What thing? What was it?
It.
Matt, where's your crew?
On the third planet.
There is no third planet.
Oh, no.
Don't you think I know that? They called me, they begged me for help. 400 of them. I couldn't.
Oh, man.
Excellent performance out of this guy.
Yeah.
It destroys planets, chops them into rubble.
Oh, what is it? An alien ship, or is it alive, or is
both, or neither? I don't.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's a machine of some kind, based on the title.
If it follows its present path, it will go through the most densely populated section of our galaxy.
Of course.
Did you ever hear of a doomsday machine?
No, I'm a doctor, not a mechanic.
That's what I think this is. A doomsday machine that somebody used in a war uncounted years ago. You go back to the Enterprise with the doctor and let him help you.
It's just that I never lost a command before.
I like how for this guy they give him like a slightly different logo on his shirt to differentiate the Enterprises. Looked like a giant joint.
How are we doing?
We have outrun it, Doctor.
Status report.
Impulse and warp engines.
Oh, this guy's just acting like the captain now? I mean, I guess he is a captain of a ship, so I don't know how that works with the rank.
It's veering off. Back on course for the next solar system. The Rigel colony, sir.
We'll maintain a discreet distance and circle back to pick up the captain.
You can't let that thing reach Rigel.
Primary duty is to survive in order to warn Starfleet Command.
Our primary duty is to maintain life and the safety of Federation planets.
It's like, I'm sorry, didn't you, let your ship die?
Belay that
You
last
lost.
order, helmsman. 180-degree turn, hard about. We're going to attack.
Oh, this guy.
Even Sulu's like, what the hell?
We will carry out my last order, Mr. Sulu.
Damn, yes.
I am officially notifying you. I am assuming command of the Enterprise.
You have the right to do so, but I would advise against it. To destroy it once before, Commodore. The result was a wrecked ship and a dead crew.
I made a mistake then. We were too far away.
Shut the fuck up.
You have been relieved of command. Don't force me to relieve you of duty as well.
How has Starfleet made it this far with all these assholes?
Yeah.
Like anyone else who comes in to be command of the ship just sucks.
You can't let him do this. Doctor, you are out of line. So are you, sir. You may leave the bridge, Doctor.
Well, what about the captain? We can't leave.
Doctor, you may leave the bridge.
Pretty smug for a guy that killed 400 people.
Yeah, I do like the twist. I wasn't expecting him to play, you know, this much of a villain role. I mean, look at him.
Come on, Spock, just sneak up behind him and pinch his neck.
We must retreat, Commodore. The energy drain.
I'm in command here, Mr. Spock. Maintain your course, helmsman. Get us in closer.
Just has to
Oh my
disagree with
God.
literally everything he says. Oh, what a moron.
Just bounced off.
Look what you did! Wow!
Commodore, I urgently recommend immediate withdrawal.
Recommendation noted. Maintain course. Fire!
Fire!
This guy's so deranged. I would believe it if he just like jumped out of the ship, just like, I have to kill it. Just like jumps towards it.
We're being pulled inside, Commodore. You must veer off.
Maintain phaser fire, helmsman. We've got to destroy it!
It is suicide. Attempted suicide would be proof that you are psychologically unfit for command. I shall relieve you on that basis.
They're off!
Emergency impulse.
Yay!
He just had to wait for him to say something so deranged. Just imagining Uhura, Chekhov, like this is just their day off. You know, they're just like trying to read in their room, and then it's just like, boom! They're like, damn it!
I take one day off.
And also, would they still have to be briefed? Like, if there's a change in power, like, do they have to be told? Even though you're off today, like, just in case.
Yeah, like, are they on call in case someone gets knocked out? I mean, people get knocked out on the ship all the time.
Maybe that thing will see us. Let the Enterprise go.
Oh, man, he use himself as bait.
We're loose, Commodore.
Between the two of us, we'll kill that thing.
He can't let it go.
Commodore, I suggest...
Kirk pulled us out of there by distracting it. Now it's our turn.
No!
We must transport the captain and the others from the constellation and escape this thing's subspace interference in order to warn Starfleet Command.
That is a cool ship name, Constellation.
Enterprise, come in.
Enterprise to Kirk. Commodore Decker speaking.
What's going on? Give me Mr. Spock.
Nothing. I assumed command according to regulations. Since your first officer was reluctant.
Kirk's like, son of a bitch.
You're the lunatic who's responsible for almost destroying my ship?
You are speaking to a senior officer, Kirk.
Give me Spock.
If you have anything to say at all, you will say it to me.
There's only one thing I want to say to you, Commodore. Get my ship out of there.
It's gaining on us, sir.
Take evasive action, Mr. Sulu.
I told you I am in command here, and we are going to turn and attack.
My God.
Mr. Spock, relieve Commodore Decker immediately. That's a direct order. Mr. Spock, I order you to assume command on my personal authority as captain of the Enterprise.
Commodore Decker, you are relieved of command. I do not wish to place you under arrest.
You wouldn't dare.
He doesn't know who he's messing with.
You're bluffing.
Vulcans never bluff.
The bridge is yours.
I know they brought it up before, like the difference between like chess and poker, you know, but when he said that, it just made me think of Spock actually playing poker, like just someone playing against him. Do you have a good hand? No. just like honest.
Oh no, the fact that they're showing more footage of him. Oh no.
Come
No!
on. The full heel turn. This red shirt's holding his own.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
This guy was like stranded in space, but for a while. Oh.
The classic drag the body.
Been a while since we've seen one of these.
Oh no.
Mr. Spock, someone's opening the shuttlecraft bay doors.
Whoever it is, Captain, has no authorization.
Like, who do you think it is?
You said it yourself, Spock. There is no way to blast through the hull of that machine, so I'm gonna take this thing right down its throat. Ever since I killed my crew.
No one expects you to die for an error.
Oh, now he gets a redemption arc, huh?
I just want to say, this is pretty close to what I said earlier. I mean, he's not physically jumping onto it. Oh man, what if this just does nothing?
He's gone.
Credits.
There is little to be gained by staying aboard the Constellation.
Except possibly the destruction of that thing out there.
Are they going to run it down the throat and then beam out at the last second?
Maybe Matt Decker didn't die for nothing. He had the right idea, but not enough power to do it. I'm gonna ram her right down that thing's throat.
You'll be killed.
A chance I'll have to take. Kirk out.
Yankee transporter's a mighty finicky piece of machinery to be gambling your life on, sir.
He's like, and my life too.
Mr. Spock, prepare to beam Scotty on board.
Oh, well, there you go. He's beaming him up all prematurely.
Beam me aboard.
Energize.
Energize.
No!
He's getting a little nervous.
Beam me aboard.
We can't, Captain. Transporter is out again.
They even got that ticking clock. That's pretty neat looking.
Yeah.
That was a nice touch, holding the communicator like that.
I wish he came through like...
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ironic, isn't it? Way back in the 20th century, the H-bomb was the ultimate weapon, their doomsday machine.
I can't help wondering if there are any more of those weapons wandering around the universe.
Well, I certainly hope not. I found one quite sufficient.
There was definitely a lot that I liked in here. My favorite thing off the bat, what stuck out the most, was that scene where Kirk calls in and is talking to Commodore Decker, talking to him and, you know, arguing with him and pulling rank on him, that back and forth, kind of the, you know, political or logistical kind of ranking back and forth, and Spock being involved. I loved all that, that scene in particular. Overall, that actor who played Decker was great at the beginning, making you really sympathetic for him, and then making that turn to a villain throughout, but then even getting the redemption at the end. You were kind of with him. It was over the top in some scenes in the episode, but I I kind of bought it. It wasn't too much, or like I wasn't like, okay, this is ridiculous. I think he did a really good job for his guest appearance. And beyond that, yeah, I liked a lot of the moments in there, but overall, is it one of my favorite episodes? No. I thought it was good. It's solid. Definitely a decent one. Don't really have any like flaws or anything like that per se. I could nitpick the story and stuff, I guess, but overall, I just thought it was a solid one. Good, better than some of the ones this season, but I definitely probably like, Amok Time and Mirror Mirror more than this one, just, of the last few that we've seen.
Yeah. A lot of technical lingo, and I'm wondering how accurate it is to actual space travel. I was trying to keep up with all their lingo. I'm like, oh my god, this is a lot. But the guy who played Decker, man, he totally psyched us out. I bit into him being a sympathetic character, and then an asshole. I'm like, oh, of course. And then like I thought the redemption arc was a little bit too late. I'm like, oh, now you're gonna redeem yourself. But yeah, I really liked the Kirk calling the ship. He's like, wait, where's Spock? What are you doing here? No, it's like full faith in Spock. Their relationship just keeps getting stronger every episode, and I really like Scotty and Kirk working together. I like that a lot. They work really well off each other with their technical aspects of the ship and everything. Also the whole idea of our weapons of mass destruction. Even today, it's like, what are they doing? Like, what if they get loose somewhere? This is one of those things. Like, what if the H-bomb or whatever, the atomic bomb, what if it gets into the wrong hands or just ends, not in a safe place? It's like, it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, I think that they obviously tie it back to like atomic weapons, nuclear weapons there at the end, and I really hadn't made that connection with this thing. But after they say it, it makes total sense. That what you were talking about in that regard, obviously that was a big deal back during the time this show came out, but now it's even a big deal now still with the world, just the climate of everything that's going on, and that is truly one of the most terrifying things to me, because it's like literally out of your control. There's nothing we can do about that at all as individuals. I think if I would have seen this episode with that context of relating it to weapons of mass destruction, it would have been much more chilling and effective on me, but I just didn't really make that connection on my first watch. Maybe on a rewatch I would see that connection more now that I've heard that.
Yeah, I just really don't like how everyone else in Starfleet Command just sucks. It's like, I feel like the Enterprise is the only team that like works really well. It's like, I get it, they're our heroes, they're our friends, we relate to them, we've grown with them, we don't know these other people, but it's like, Decker was just like a bit too ridiculous, man. And like, we've met other higher-ups in, Starfleet, and they come on board like, it's like, I'm the Commodore. It's like, come on. It's like, I get it, you need to have some contrast. It can't all be, it's a TV show, it can't just all be like, oh yeah, everything's great. It's just, if someone can come on board and just not be a total ass and just be like, help and introduce a villain. I get it, you have to have a villain, but it's like, why does it have to be Starfleet Command? It's like, it feels like they wouldn't be as successful as they are with the way the people are.
Yeah,
but,
that's fair. So an episode like this, that's more so, in my opinion, focused on like the action element, I think that's one of the downsides of watching it today for the first time. It's going to be very difficult for an episode that's like action-centered or war-centered or anything like that to be, really catch our attention, because it's just going to be a little bit outdated, and it's not the show's fault, it's just a product of its time. And like, if you took this same episode and made it today, just from the visual intention aspect, it's going to be more visually entertaining in that regard. So that's why I like to more so rely on the character stuff and those types of things. So I think episodes like this that a lot of people love, it's harder for us to connect to it in that way.
Yeah, I don't care about seeing the phasers coming down from the Enterprise onto this flying blunt. I don't. You know what I mean? It's like, ooh, look, it's whatever, but it's like, I want to know what's happening with our friends. The space stuff's fine. It's like, but that's not why we keep coming back every week. There's plenty of science fiction, sci-fi stuff out there, but I don't think that's why Star Trek is what Star Trek is. I feel like it's more about the writing, the life lessons and all that. It's not about, the spaceships. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not about the high spots.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when the high spots are not, what they could be, what we've watched our whole lives. And again, like, that's not our fault. That's not the show's fault. It's just the reality, right? So I enjoyed it. It was solid. I don't want to, I feel like sometimes when we're doing the discussion, it's easier to come off more negative because we're like, it's easier to talk about like, oh, I wish they did this, It's hard to just be like, oh, I loved it, Even when you do love it, it's hard to just react like that, I guess. But yes.
I mean, what do you watch if we just sat here saying, yep, that was great, see you next, it's like, the more you talk about it, the more you think about it, the more you dive in and you find flaws or you find, oh, what if they did, it's like, that's the whole point, you know what I mean? I get it, there's some channels that are just like, oh, everything.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on it. If you want to hear a full extended discussion, we had quite a long one, as well as the full uncut reaction. You can check that out, and our Patreon link is in the description. Stay tuned for Firefly. If it's not already uploaded, stay tuned for a bunch of other stuff where we will have coming to the channel, and make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh, and Chekhov's first name is Babel, and we are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, lucky episode number 7, Catspaw of Star Trek, the original series. Now, last week was a doozy. A big doozy. People, a lot of words about that one on our Patreon. Holy shit. About our thoughts, because we really went into a good discussion after that one. I think that was like one of our favorite discussions where we just went into, TV and why people come back to shows and all that jazz. And apparently this one is not as good. But people keep saying, oh, it's going to take off. It's going to take off. I'm just, I think it has taken off in some areas, but because people said The Apple was bad, but I thought that was fine. But I don't know what to expect. It's kind of a weird title.
Yeah, in terms of Doomsday Machine, couple things. First of all, just because we didn't really get to it in our discussion, the discussion didn't really lead there, but the music was really good in that episode. And I thought that while we were watching it, the score, but we just didn't get to it in the discussion, so I wanted to say that. You can go check out that reaction as well as all of the other previous Star Trek Original Series episodes here on the YouTube, as well as uncut on the Patreon for Season 2 and a couple others. But yeah, for Catspaw, I've definitely heard the name in the comments. I've heard some things about, but I have no real expectations going into it, but I like the title.
Absolutely. Let's do this.
Still no response, sir.
Hera's back.
Scott and Sulu should have contacted us again a half an hour ago.
Jackson to Enterprise. 1 to beam up, Enterprise.
1? Where are Scott and Sulu?
I'm ready to beam up, sir.
Jackson!
I'm sorry, I can't clear it, Captain.
Kind of an odd pairing for a landing party, Scotty and Sulu.
Yeah, I can't really remember many times that anyone has gone down somewhere without Kirk.
Look at this Chad.
Oh. What? Is he going to say it?
The man is dead.
Yes.
No.
Can you hear
No.
me?
No.
Leave this place, or you will all...
Is he talking through that thing? I mean, talking through him?
Curse of the Catspaw?
I thought it was another god. I'm like, no, please. Enough.
Yeah. Well, that was a really good hook. We commented that last time they've been weaker, but that one was pretty solid.
Just a little odd. I don't recognize that writer.
I'm beaming down to the planet's surface to find my 2 missing crewmen.
There we go. Big 3 beaming down.
I like this set.
Report, mister.
I am only picking up physical impulses from the 3 of them.
His wig looks terrible.
Captain Kirk!
Lieutenant, can you hear me?
I swear the last 5 episodes they beam down somewhere, the communicators don't work. It's become definitely a trope.
Now, what do you think that... Quiet.
Witches?
Oh my god.
Look at that makeup. That's great. No.
No. Oh yeah, that's gotta be witches for sure.
Bones' face.
Of course, Spock does not care. This is like genuinely creepy. If I was a kid, I would be terrified of this.
Spock, comment.
Very bad poetry, Captain.
A more useful comment, Mr. Spock.
We've just seen is not real.
There we go. Spock's there to comfort us kids when we got scared. Oh, dude. What if they had, like, Halloween-themed episodes? That'd be...
It's so funny you say that, because when we were starting up the episode, I realized this one did air, it said, in late October, close to Halloween.
No way!
Yeah, I bet it was.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. I was literally just thinking that. What's the release date?
Oh, hell yes.
What? Oh, sweet. This is great. It looked like the cat's puppet from
Sabrina?
Sabrina, yeah.
Salem? Yeah, it did look like that.
Third one dead, I'd say someone was playing an elaborate trick or treat on us.
Trick or treat, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Spock. You'd be a natural.
Oh my god, it does look terrible.
I wonder if this is like the first episode they filmed in order with him, and they just like didn't get it right yet. There's really no other explanation for this.
Yeah,
unless they're like,
yeah.
It's Halloween, make it look scary.
I love this set.
Yeah, it's really good, and it's been a while since we've had an elaborate one like this. Trapdoor. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's great.
I am undamaged, Captain.
Bones.
Ah, Bones. Ah, that's great.
Oh, here they are.
Scotty.
Zombified.
The pacing on this one is really slow.
Yeah, it's like, gotta show all three of them getting clipped.
Stop!
What the hell?
That was a nice cut.
You've proven your skill at creating illusion. Now I want to know why.
He's Pennywise.
My name is Korab. You were warned to stay away.
But why? Why all the mumbo jumbo?
I can be most hospitable.
Wow.
Gentlemen, my colleague, Sylvia.
There are unguarded entrances to any human mind.
She can hypnotize him.
Telepathy doesn't imply control, and I assure you that I have full control over your friends.
There you go.
Now I want the rest of our weapons and our equipment.
Guess you had enough.
Put that weapon down.
Yeah. She's like, Kirk, I was in the middle of a monologue.
That actually shocked me.
It seems so foolish of you to insist on demonstrations.
Ooh.
Jackson, the crew member who returned to the ship. I made an image of him, and when I killed the image, he died.
Oh.
So like a voodoo doll.
You can't think a man to death.
And is she gonna do that with the Enterprise?
If they made merch out of that, I want it.
We're burning up, sir.
Just Kirk, he's just like, wait, are you the cat that left? He just put it together.
You can relax now, Captain. Your ship is safe.
The temperature is almost back to normal.
How long do you think it'll be before a search party arrives?
Some time, Captain.
Oh.
There will be no search party, Captain Kirk. It will not hinder orbit, but your people are prisoners within it.
Oh, I thought it was like an ice block or something.
Take them out of here.
What were they exactly trying to find out about their science? I'm not really clear.
I was literally about to ask her, what do they want?
Yeah, they're like, tell us about your science, and they're just like, no. It's like, what did they want to know?
I wonder what they're doing to Doc.
I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
When they try to do it on Spock, they're not even going to know if it worked or not. They won't be able to tell. He's already emotionless. I think it worked. Spock, are you under our trance yet? No. Damn it.
Yeah, he wouldn't even try to fake it. No, it did not work.
I'm not a puppet, Korob, like you.
You're a traitor.
You are a fool.
I like this inner conflict between the antagonists here.
We have a duty to the old ones.
What do they know of sensations?
I have the power.
But you're afraid.
What a shot is that?
Back up.
I find I like these new sensations. Don't try to push me.
This is not ended, Sylvia.
But it may end soon, old man.
Jeez, yeah, they're really at each other's throats.
He's gonna go free Spock.
You seem to need us. Why?
Because you have knowledge which I lack. Tell me about power, Captain.
Oh no.
What about Korob?
He is a fool. Why would it be so difficult to dispose of you?
Because I'm charming.
For joining my mind to yours willingly.
I can't with this guy's face.
I've never conceived of the idea of togetherness before. It excites me. You excite me.
You're a very beautiful woman.
You find me beautiful, but I can be many women.
I like that it's still the same actress, though, just changed how she looked.
You like what you see.
Oh, he's doing the pose.
You are using me. You hold me in your arms, and there is no...
That face.
You will be swept away. Your men...
Oh, no. You made her mad. You're done.
Korob, what were you doing just peeking?
I've released the model of your ship from the crystal.
There you go. Face turn.
Can we see, like, Spock mind meld with this lady and, like, have them have, like, a mind battle? That'd be neat.
Would have been cooler if you mind melded it or when she was still a cat. Oh, is she a cat again?
Okay. Are they trying to make it look giant now?
I think that's what they're getting at. The old-fashioned way. He's got that upper body strength. It's obviously like a miniature door.
Ah! Oh!
Go. Go.
Kirk's like, you're fine, just get the door off you.
Captain, a bit more alacrity, if you please.
Oh, nice. Geez, Spock is so strong.
Just one arm muscled up. Shit!
Doc.
Oh, geez, knocked him out. Have they fought before? I don't think so.
I don't think so. But I think these two have.
Yeah, they got plenty of battles. Sulu's always fighting Kirk. Oh. Ooh. Vulcan neck grip. Might be the first one of the season.
Oh. I want to see Scotty in a bar fight or a boxing match. Oh, nice. You turned the wrong way, Bones.
Well, at least we found them.
Fortuitous, Captain.
They really made a bold choice going with this cat as the, It's so...
Jim!
Oh, no!
Korob was wrong. I didn't destroy all your weapons. Give me the transmuter. Give it to me!
Nah, she's bluffing.
I like how they have each other's weapons.
Whoa!
Did you just end the whole thing?
What happened, Jim?
That'll take some explaining, Bones.
Everything's vanished.
Not everything.
Oh, wow. That's their true form.
Korov and Sylvia, as they really are. Their forms were an illusion.
I guess Korb's alive.
If we could preserve and study this.
They both died? No.
Just an illusion.
No illusion. Jackson is dead.
Oh, there you go.
What? That's it?
They got the point across.
Let me just say, I loved like the first quarter, 20 minutes of this episode when it went full on Halloween gag, you know, spooky type planet. I loved all that shit. But the pacing was just a little too slow, in my opinion. Like when they were unlocking like all three of them on the wall, I'm like, oh my god! It's like, come on. And the thought I had earlier, it's like some episodes you can tell they're trying to stretch to that 50 minutes, and sometimes they're trying to cram in as much as they can, and sometimes it works better the other way or vice versa. But this one, I'm like, oh my god. But I wish they went more deep into it. I really like the idea of this species that can't like experience anything like physically or like relationship or anything, and it's like, and they just hack like the subconscious mind, and they can't. Like, I'm just imagining like this computer life form that's stuck in this simulation of like. It's hard to explain, but it really intrigued me at first. But they didn't really go too deep into it. They just had that cat, which was way too goofy, in my opinion. You know, it's like they tried something, but the best part of this episode was the set design, in my opinion. Those sets were awesome. All the spooky shit was awesome. The fact this actually came out in October at the time, that's great. But yeah, not one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think that I definitely am there with you as far as like the first part of it being really good, and I was totally bought in. It reminds me a lot of how I felt about Squire of Gothos. I'm sorry. There are parts of it that are like Squire of Gothos, but what I was going to say was the beginning of it very much reminded me of Return of the Archons, with like the Midnight Hour. I forget if that's what it was even called, but where the first 10-15 minutes I was like, oh, I am so bought in. This is one of my favorite openings and beginnings. I'm so curious, and then it kind of loses steam as it goes through. Although I would say this one I like a lot more than Return of the Archons. I think there is enough stuff that was still in here throughout that kept me interested and I thought was very enjoyable. But yeah, I definitely lost a little bit of that steam. I thought we were going to be like full in on this Halloween spooky episode, and I was so excited for that, and that kind of goes away a little bit for the most part as it goes on, but I still enjoyed the premise a lot. I liked that the villain of an episode is just a straight up cat. When the episode was called Catspaw, I thought it was going to be purely metaphorical, so to have an actual cat throughout the episode was pretty great.
Oh yeah.
And there was definitely a lot of stuff that I liked about that, but overall I kind of agree with you. I do think though this would be one that I would rewatch just during the Halloween season. I mean, I love Halloween. I also just love the horror genre in general. Not that this really dipped too much in the horror, but there were genuine creepy moments, like the moments with the witches towards the beginning and all of that. If I was a kid, I would have been really scared of that. So this is probably the scariest episode in that regard. But yeah, just for like a Halloween type thing to throw on, I would definitely watch this again.
But yeah, I'm just clicking through like screenshots, and just like the whole set design is like, so even like when the illusion is revealed, like even that hall is super cool. Like a lot of effort into the set design on this one, and
like I said, I mostly agree with you. I was gonna say it was like Squire of Gothos in the part where once they got to talking to Korab, and he was like showing them the dinner and then the jewels. I was like, oh, this reminds me a lot of Squire of Gothos. It didn't end up going that way, but it definitely had some elements like that as well. So there was a lot of elements thrown in there. Overall, though, like I said, I would say that this is definitely one I enjoyed quite a bit, especially the beginning. And while it did lose steam for sure, and the pacing was quite slow at times, I think it was definitely in the upper half, I would say, of the episodes we've seen so far.
I have to give this credit episode because there's the shot, I have it paused on my screen right now, the shot of Bones looking at the bones is probably one of my favorite shots. Bones looking at Bones, the skeleton.
That's pretty funny.
That's the positive of this episode. Bones looking at Bones.
And I also want to give credit to the ending, the design of those little creatures. Like the fact that they actually made these little alien creatures for them. I thought we were not going to get a reveal at all. So to get that, and it looked pretty unique and cool, that was really neat that we got to actually see what they looked like. I thought that was a cool ending. So it kind of redeemed itself in the end for me as well. All right, well, that'll be your thoughts on Catspaw. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to hear our full discussion on it, you can check that out on the Patreon, as well as our full uncut reaction on our Patreon. Let me reset. Okay. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. In addition to this, we're also watching Firefly, a bunch of other stuff here on the channel, and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Oh, the thumbnail for the next one just popped up. I'm so excited. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah. Well, that'll do it for us here. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody. But we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, finally, it's here. Mud, the return of the king, return of the goat, return of the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who left such an impact during such a weird episode of Star Trek where you guys commented, oh, he'll be back next season. And I've been waiting. You know, they bring back Khan in Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan. But before they brought back that villain, they brought back the main OG villain, Harry Mudd. I cannot wait. I don't know anything that happens in this episode, but I'm sure it's going to be a goofy, fun time. I'm excited to see this actor again because he left such an impression for such a weird episode. And, yeah, I mean, that's all I got.
Yeah. I think it's awesome that he's being brought back, and the fact that an episode that was one of the weaker ones in the first season for a lot of people, he was able to make such an impression in that he was brought back for the second season. And I'm sure our commenters, our viewers, can leave more details as to how that all came about as far as the actor and the character actually coming back in that process. I'd be curious to hear. We're going to jump into it. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We've watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, previous to this already on the channel. You can go check those out. And if you're interested in our full reactions and discussions on these episodes, you can check that out on our Patreon. The link for that is in the description. Right now on the channel, we're also just started Firefly, the series from 2002. Really dug the first episode. That reaction is available, and more of that series will be coming too. So subscribe to the channel, become part of the target audience.
Doctor? Something wrong.
Something odd about that man, and I can't quite pinpoint it.
Specifics, Doctor. Labels do not make arguments.
There's something wrong about a man who never smiles, whose conversation never varies from the routine of the job, and who won't talk about his background.
Are you talking about Spock there, Bones? I like how it's just these two, not Kirk.
Yeah.
Man personnel
Sit down.
I love that quote, though, from Spock. Labels don't make arguments. That's a great one.
Sir, auxiliary control is on total override.
What's the imposed course, Mr. Sullivan?
Turning on...
Chekhov's looking good. Has got rid of that terrible wig.
Yeah.
This guy just taking everybody out? Oh!
Acknowledge. Captain Scotty, acknowledge.
Oh, no, Scotty. Oh!
Whoa! That was awesome! That was the Ric Flair bump before the Ric Flair bump, I think.
Oh, no.
Necessary, Captain.
This guy's huge.
You mind telling me what this is all about, mister?
Any attempts to alter course will result in the immediate destruction of this vessel. I assure you, we are no threat to humanity. Or humanoid life.
Is this the longest without the intro?
Who and what are we?
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just so curious how he's going to show up.
Yeah, like, is he behind this robot thing? Or is Kirk going to seek his help and he'll be on our side this time? They were kind of on the same side at the end of his episode, weren't they?
Kirk's gonna be like Tony Stark in Civil War when he goes to get Spider-Man, but it's Harry Mudd.
Or Thor 2, you must be truly desperate to come to me for help.
Who sent you? I am not programmed to respond in that area.
He appears to have turned himself off, Captain.
It seems we're going to take a little trip. The Enterprise has been underway at Warp 7 for 4 days.
It's been 4 days already.
You've been standing there for 4 days?
Captain Kirk, if you do not come with me, your engines will be destroyed.
I must say that's a gracious invitation.
Please.
Well, now we have to do it.
If you will follow us, please.
Oh, dude, is he gonna be the leader of these aliens? Oh,
yes!
There he is.
I don't believe it.
Been a long time, eh?
Harry Mudd.
To be absolutely accurate, Laddybuck, you should refer to me as Mudd the First, ruler of this entire sovereign planet.
An entire planet.
Work to Enterprise.
Alice.
Work to Enterprise.
Oh.
Now, Jamie boy, let's have no unauthorized communication.
Jamie boy. Oh, man.
Free my ship. I'm telling you now.
And I do the telling on this planet, Kirk, old boy. You do the listening. And you're all going to be here for the rest of your lives.
I just want to know why, Mudd, you seem like you get yourself a pretty good setup here. Why would you bring down the one crew that could probably stop you?
So here I am in a planet with over 200,000 hard-working, happy androids.
200,000?
It's absolute paradise.
He misses real people. That's why he brought him down.
They won't let me go. They want to study me. They want to learn more about human beings. And they insisted that I bring them more human beings. So I had to promise them a prime sample.
Wait, so he's the leader, but
he wants to leave, but they won't let him?
That, gentlemen, is a shrine to the memory of my beloved Stella, my wife. Behind every great man, there is a woman urging him on. She urged me on into outer space. Not that she meant to. I think of her constantly, and every time I do, I go further out into space.
That's hilarious.
Stella, dear.
Harcourt? Harcourt, Fenton, Mudd, what have you been up to? You lazy good-for-nothing!
Shut up!
Think.
So ridiculous.
He built a robot so it could have the last word.
We serve Harry Mudd. He has given us purpose again.
Oh, wow. Those two are I think those two are actually twins.
Would you mind leaving us?
Why should we leave you?
Because we don't like you. No.
Okay. Oh, that was great.
Opinions?
I think we're in a lot of trouble.
That's a great help, Mr. Checkup Bones.
Are all of you controlled through this device?
He is number one.
These are our Barbara series.
Another set of twins.
Just Gene at the time of making this. Give me all the twins. I need all the twins there are.
Go away now. What are you doing? What kind of a woman?
Fun, Lord.
Scotty, you were ordered to stay aboard.
Aye, sir. And I stayed until that female gargantua threw me into the transporter beams.
I beamed a few dozen androids up to your ship. They've been sending your crew to the surface for the past couple of hours. They're all down now.
All 400?
Oh, no.
Can't beam down an entire...
He took it too far.
Nobody has to be on board.
Well, there is an entire crew aboard. An entire crew of androids.
There's Batman and the Joker. There's Superman and Lex Luthor. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. And there's Captain Kirk and Harry Mudd.
You desire something, Lord?
Oh, yes. Thank you. This place is even better than Leningrad.
What did they offer you, Uhura?
Oh, nothing really important, just immortality.
We are programmed to serve. We shall serve you to your best interests to make you happy.
But we're unhappy here.
Which wants and desires of yours are not fulfilled?
We want the Enterprise.
Kirk versus computers, round 4, 5, 6.
The androids will take the Enterprise out of orbit in less than 24 hours. But it's been a real pleasure having you here, Kirk.
But each time it keeps evolving. Like first it was just a computer in a room, then the changeling computer that could talk, now an android humanoid computer.
One last time. Stella, dear.
Harcourt, Fenton, Mudd, where have you been? What have you been up to?
He's not taking her with him.
Your species is self-destructive. We will not harm you, but we will take the starship, and you will remain on this planet.
Damn. Now they have to work together.
And you will be happy and controlled.
That's good. That's good.
What can I do?
Nothing, Harry. Just go to sleep.
What do you mean?
Oh, the tool.
What I had in mind was actually advice.
Oh, Harry, I do believe you're putting on weight.
Is that? I hope that's not the last we see of him.
He is dying.
If you take him to your sick bay, will he be repaired?
Oh, yes.
No. They're lying. It's a trick. But to make him look sick. It's a trick. To get back on board and sabotage the ship.
Oh, but they're doing this on purpose.
You have been of assistance. We shall fulfill our obligation.
Thank you.
The programming for your body will be completed before we leave.
Kirk's look.
Aura. Beautiful.
Do you require something?
Yes. Your attention.
Everyone's having fun today, jeez.
What are they celebrating?
Their captivity.
They're gaslighting him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it.
Thank you, kind sir.
Why does she strike him?
She likes you. Now stand absolutely still.
Yes, Captain.
Gaslighting.
Is illogical.
Your statement is illogical.
Oh, you broke it.
I love you. However, I hate you.
I'm identical in every way with Alice 27.
Yes, of course. That is exactly why I hate you. Fascinating.
That's one way to do it.
Success, Captain. We've been pruning the leaves and branches of the tree.
He's okay.
Doesn't seem too upset about it.
We should be able to immobilize all of them. Does everybody remember what to do?
Affirmative.
I acknowledged?
It's part of the team.
Kill me!
He's dead. You cannot have killed him.
He had too much happiness, but now he's happier. He's dead. Mr. Spock, it is time. The explosive.
Very well, Captain.
Explosive!
Easy, everyone. Don't panic.
He just gets up.
Easy. Caution.
This is the best thing I've ever seen.
Fuse. Primer.
It's like an improv class.
But there was no explosion.
I lied.
But
You lied.
you say you are lying, but if everything you say is a lie, then you cannot tell the truth because everything you say is a lie, but...
Uh-oh, the smoke. Always gotta come with the smoke first.
Please explain.
I am not programmed to respond in that area.
That's nice. Give it back to him.
You you'll stay here and provide a first-class example to the androids of a human failure. They'll learn by close observation how to avoid ones like you in the future.
I call that unexpectedly civil of you, Captain.
Yes.
Have you been drinking again? You answer me.
Shut up.
You miserable
I order you.
Mark Benson mud.
Oh no, there's more than one.
Don't do this to me.
Have you ever seen a worm in alcohol? Tell you more than once. You're on a...
Goodbye, Harry. Have fun.
Oh, all right. They've really been saying no need for the bridge the last few episodes at the end, but it makes sense. They're down on planets.
That was great. Harry Mudd. Hold on. Does it say the actor's name? I got to give this guy his respect. I got to check the credits here.
Roger Carmel.
Roger Carmel. That guy is just like, I'm just glued to him whenever he's on the screen. Same way when I see Tom Hardy on a screen, I don't see anyone else. He just like commands presence. He has presence, commands, you know, your eyes, and he just bounces off Kirk so freaking perfectly. Oh, I'm so glad they brought him back. I think he's the first recurring star, right?
Yeah.
From a previous episode. Yeah, not a regular co-star. Yeah, he's definitely the first one they brought back from a previous episode. This felt a little bit like shore leave. A little bit. We're like, oh, this place is great. We don't have to do this or do that. And how, you know, being surrounded by everything you want is not like, you know, it's not life. It's not living. I'm still processing everything. That was a really good episode.
I think, first of all, just as an episode, if you're comparing the two that Harry Mudd was in, this one is miles ahead of Mudd's Women, in my opinion, from a story aspect. I thought the story was hilarious, a lot of great moments, some of the funniest moments we've seen so far in the show, and truly just kind of like out there, goofy, stuff that actually worked pretty well, because that's what they were going for. Like, they were obviously going for it to be goofy, and it worked in my opinion. They basically end up bringing down every named character except Sulu, but that was great because of that whole group kind of like performance they did. Was pretty hilarious. So really enjoyed it from a character aspect and all of that. You know, now I just kind of view Mudd's Women as like an origin story, you know, for Harry Mudd, and this is more so probably the episode I'm going to remember more of him, and it was great to see him back. I would have loved to see him stick around in the original series more, and, you know, maybe be like almost like a Newman from Seinfeld type character popping up every once in a while for a goofy story, but, you know, I'm glad at least they brought him back and he got to be in a better episode than the first one. But with that being said, this is going to be my favorite episode or anything like that. It's a nice goofy one, had a lot of laughs. Would definitely watch it again. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say it was like an excellent episode, compared to some of the great ones we've seen.
Yeah, seeing everyone have fun was just like so refreshing and like so fun to watch. Like you said, it was like watching like a good improv show. Just everyone be so goofy. It wasn't just Kirk versus robot; it was everybody versus robots, and even Spock, fighting, even having his own little illogical moment with the two twins. With the "I love you, but I hate you" because you're exactly like her. It doesn't. Everyone got to be a part of it, not just Kirk. So it was everybody versus robots.
Like I said, I don't really even have any complaints or anything. I think it was great for what it was. It's not going to be this like huge drama, emotional episode, obviously, but for what it was, I thought it basically pulled everything off pretty excellent.
Yeah, he feels like a very good stage actor, a Shakespearean actor, and he just fits into this world so well despite being so out there. He's a perfect contrast to everyone else on the Enterprise, and it's refreshing to see like a larger-than-life performance from such a goofy, lovable oaf. He's wonderful. I love him. He's great.
That'll be our thoughts on I, Mudd. If you want to see our full, uncut reaction and discussion to the episode, as well as everything else we react to, check out the Patreon link in the description. And if it's your first time here on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. Become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello there, I'm Josh, this is Alex, we are the target audience. Content is made for everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Before we jump in today, we do have a bit of an announcement. We've had a lot of people since we started our Patreon comment and tell us that they do want to support us and join on there, enjoy the benefits, but the $5 tier was just a little bit too much for them every month. So if that's you, or if you're already a patron, you can stay tuned, listen to this quick announcement. If you have no interest in ever joining the Patreon, that's totally cool. Time codes are down below, and you can just skip everything I'm about to say. But essentially, September 1st, the start of the new month, that's this Thursday, we're going to be opening a new lower tier, just $2 a month, and you're going to get the early access to the YouTube videos, get to take part in our polls, a lot of the fun stuff on Patreon, including exclusive movies and series reactions we're doing on there. And for the uncut reactions that come out for Star Trek and our YouTube videos, those are still going to be for the $5 tier. However, after their first month of their release on our Patreon, they will be unlocked for the $2 patrons. So that means City on the Edge of Forever, Amok Time, Operation Annihilate, all of those that are over a month old will be available September 1st on that lower tier, and as time goes on, you will get those reactions as well, just not brand new right when they come out like the $5 patrons that we have. We figured that's a fair compromise, so that'll be on the Patreon. Check that out September 1st. But today, we are jumping into episode 9 of season 2, Star Trek, the original series, Metamorphosis. A generic, but I think could be a pretty solid title, depending on whatever this episode is about. We watched, what was the last episode we watched? Oh yeah, it was I, Mud. Alex, what are your thoughts?
I'm kind of in a little depressive state right now, because I know Harry Mudd's gone, and I don't know if I'm ever going to see him again, you know. What a unique, complex character, interesting. He's just left on hell with his wife. Well, actually, like a million versions of his wife just nagging him all the time. So he might have lost his mind, but like with every episode, I keep an open mind. I didn't really see any comments about this one specifically, so I'm a blank slate, just ready to jump into my favorite world.
Yeah, me too. It's been a few days. It's, you know, over the weekend since we watched the last episode, so I'm ready to watch another one and keep on rolling through season 2 here. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We watch every episode of Star Trek, the original series, for the first time in release order here. We're also currently watching Firefly for the first time here on the channel, and a bunch of other stuff also coming soon, so make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Oh, this little bastard again.
Is the Enterprise getting repaired?
I should have received the proper inoculations ahead of time.
Securo's disease is extremely rare.
I was sent to Epsilon Canaris 3 to prevent a war, Doctor. I've been forced to leave before my job was done. How soon will we rendezvous with that ship of yours, Captain?
In exactly 4 hours, 21 minutes, Commissioner.
Are they drinking coffee?
Coffee's forever, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Will you check your automatic scanner, please?
It's odd. I've never seen anything like that before.
Nor have I.
Ooh.
Even when they're not in the Enterprise, I always got to run into something.
Captain, what's happening? I demand to know.
You already know as much as we do.
I like these colors. Reminds me of the Willy Wonka boat sequence.
Then I insist you make your scheduled rendezvous with the Enterprise.
At the moment, we're helpless. You might as well sit back, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, we're in a space anomaly right now. It happens quite often with us, so just chill out. Oh, I started watching this movie called Belfast. It was in theaters, like, I think, early this year.
I've heard of that, I think.
It takes place in '69, and it takes place in, like, Ireland, and the kids were watching Star Trek.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, like, all of a sudden I hear space, the final frontier. I'm like, what? I haven't finished it, but so far it's pretty good.
Here we go. That's some good music.
Oh, they landed.
Enterprise, this is the Galileo. Come in, please. Come in.
Must have just found the nearest planet.
More than an asteroid, like a small planetoid, I should say. Totally suitable for human life.
Well, that's convenient.
Very convenient.
I would say quite impossible.
Nothing wrong. Nothing works.
Precisely.
There must be a reason.
Obviously.
Uh-oh. That's a unique shot right there.
Yeah.
Are you real? I mean, I'm not imagining you, am I?
We're real enough.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm Cochran. I've been marooned here who knows how long. Well, if you only knew how good it is to see you. A woman.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm Captain James T. Kirk, commanding the Starship Enterprise. My first officer, Mr. Spock.
You're a Vulcan, aren't you?
Correct.
Okay, so he's a little bit on the up and up. Thought he was going to be like, oh, I'm from 1969.
Yeah.
Been trying to get her to go again? Oh, forget it. It won't work.
What about you, Cochran? How did you get here?
Marooned, I told you. I have a small place over that way. All the comforts of home. I can even offer you a hot bath.
How perceptive if you'd have noticed that I needed one.
Finally, a storyline Bones can sink his teeth into. Something medical.
Must you keep it so terribly hot in here?
Well, the temperature is a constant 72 degrees.
That is very hot. What's the thing that brought him here?
It was the companion. I was almost dead. The companion saved my life.
You seem perfectly all right now. What was the matter?
I was an old man. Well, I don't know how it did it, but the companion rejuvenated me. Made me young again, like I am now.
Fountain of youth.
Yeah, that explains that.
Do you have a first name?
Zephram.
Zephram Cochran? The discoverer of the space warp?
But that's impossible. Zephram Cochran died 150 years ago.
Could this really happen? A man died 150 years ago, but here he stands.
What about him being rejuvenated by a mysterious companion? How do you explain that?
Or maybe it wasn't the love of a young... Yeah, okay. I can't wait until we see Jonathan Frakes. It's going to be so fun.
No, it's true. I was 87 years old when I came here.
What were you doing in space at the age of 87?
I was going to die, and I wanted to die in space, that's all.
How do you feel?
Terrible.
All right. Try to relax.
Thanks, Doctor.
It started, the fever. It's over 100 and it's climbing.
How long do we have?
Matter of hours, that's all.
It's right in front of her.
You can communicate with it. Perhaps you can find out what we're doing here.
I already know.
You wouldn't mind telling us?
You won't like it.
I already don't like it.
You're here to keep me company. I told her I'd die of loneliness. I thought it would release me. Instead, it brought you here.
No! No!
Oh, it's Shringe.
Yeah.
Learn anything you can. Find me a weapon to use against this thing.
Do you intend to destroy it?
I intend to do whatever is necessary to get us off this planet.
You guys are very bad at whispering.
Very well, you have your orders.
Yeah, he didn't hear any of that.
What's it like out there in the galaxy?
We're on 1,000 planets and spreading out. We cross fantastic distances, and everything's alive.
Oh, he's going to play it up so that he wants to leave.
There are millions of planets with intelligent life.
Don't tell him about the issues you run into every week.
It's all out there waiting for you. But we'll need your help to get away.
Is he allowed to leave?
It sounds like this thing doesn't let anybody leave. Oh, it's that thing again.
Oh, that cool thing. Can't just use it for one episode.
Oh, well, now it's broken.
Haven't these people ever learned don't touch don't touch things so you don't know what they are?
Kind of gave me vibes a little bit of Forbidden Planet. You know, the creature from that.
We're helpless. See if we can do something.
Oh, man. This is probably one of the best looking sets. Like, it's simple, but
Yeah.
it looks very nice.
Yeah, it looks real.
What do you make of that?
That's what he does when he's bored.
Sort of joining. Exactly what I think. More like love.
You guys made a lot of assumptions off that simple little...
The companion can't do anything to help Miss Hedford.
Then she'll die.
Did you ask him anything else? Can we get out of here? Can we fix the ship?
Very close in a way that's hard to explain. I suppose I even have a sort of affection for it.
It's also keeping you prisoner.
Stockholm Syndrome.
I'll do anything I have to save all of our lives.
Come on, buddy. You got a chance of life again. Or what if as soon as he leaves the planet, he just, ages like 150 years in a second and he just turns to dust?
Oh gosh. Oh, it's pissed.
Ah!
You're killing them!
They can't even fight it.
This is another one of those things where they learned a cool camera trick and made it an entire episode about it.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a little pull too.
Responsibility of 4 lives down here. One of them dying because of me.
Isn't your fault.
I'm in command, Bones. It makes it my fault.
Maybe you're a soldier so often that you forget you're also trained to be a diplomat.
I like how like Bones is in the place of Spock this episode.
Ship's log, stardate 3219.8. Lieutenant Commander Scott...
Woo! Oh! I was wondering if we're going to see the Enterprise at all.
I did not think so. I was like, oh, cheap episode cast-wise, but nope.
The shuttlecraft was on schedule until it was shy 5 hours of rendezvous. Then something happened.
If there are no further traces, how are we gonna follow them?
We stay on this course. See what comes up.
It's a big galaxy, Mr. Scott.
That was nice.
Yeah, Scotty's such a badass, dude.
He's the best.
Companion, it is wrong to keep us here against our will.
The man needs the company of his own kind, or he will cease to exist.
This is a marvelous opportunity to add to our knowledge. Ask it about its nature, its history.
This isn't a classroom. I'm trying to get us out of here.
Come again, it could tell us so much.
This isn't the time.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, it's a great character moment.
We will cease to exist. Even the man will cease to exist.
This communication is useless.
She's like, I'm out of here.
This reminds me of last episode with the robots.
Yeah, a little bit similar.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for Spock, though. It's like every time they come across something, he's like, oh, this would be great for our knowledge, but it's never the time. They're too deep into their issue in the episode.
There's no doubt about it. The companion is female.
I don't understand. You're a lover. I'm a what?
What?
Companion loves you.
You know what you're saying? For all these years, I've let something as alien as that crawl around inside me.
What are you complaining about? It kept you alive, didn't it?
That thing fed on me, used me. It's disgusting.
There's nothing disgusting about it. It may indeed have been quite beneficial.
Is this what the future holds?
What the hell happened? They just flipped the whole script here.
Well, maybe I'm 150 years out of style, but I'm not going to be fodder for any inhuman monster.
I just find it hard to believe, like, you never thought about that in the 150 years. Like, maybe this thing likes me.
Like, what did you think?
Doctor,
Meanwhile, she's just dying.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to die. I've never been loved. What kind of life is that? And he runs away from love.
She's very good at crying. But that was a good scene. I'm not discrediting that.
Deep stuff.
Like, does he find the idea of, like, an alien form liking him just, like, so disgusting where he's like, no, no.
Yeah, it seems like he's almost likening it to, like, bestiality or something almost.
Yeah.
You love the man. Is he important to you? More important than anything? Is he as though he were a part of you?
He is part of me.
But you can't really love him. You haven't the slightest knowledge of love. You can't love.
If I were human, there can be love.
Is she gonna turn herself into a human?
What did you hope to gain by that, Jim?
I thought maybe if she loved him, she'd let him go.
Zephram Cochrane.
Oh, it possessed her. It made her better. Oh, boy.
We are here.
We?
Both of us.
Is Commissioner okay with this?
I mean, she was dying, so maybe she accepted it.
That part of us was too weak to hold on. In a moment, there would have been no continuing. Now we're together.
She was literally about to die, huh?
Remember, he talked about how attractive she was earlier when he first met her.
Your vehicle will operate as before. So will the communications device.
You're letting us go?
We could do nothing now to stop you.
You're very beautiful.
All right, he's coming around.
Captain, this is Scotty. Are you all right?
Perfectly all right. Can you get a fix on us?
The helm is computing your position now, Captain.
Interesting story, Scotty. I can't tell you now because, quite frankly, I don't know how it's going to end.
There's 1,000 planets out there. 1,000 races.
What? They purposely give her that dress because that's how it looks from the companion.
Life emanates from this place. If I should leave it for more than a tiny march of days, I'll cease to exist.
You mean you gave up everything to be human?
Is he going with them?
If I leave her, she'll die of loneliness.
Think it over, Mr. Cochran. There's a whole galaxy out there waiting to honor you.
I have honors enough.
All the best.
Don't tell them about me.
Not a word, Mr. Cochran.
What about that war on Epsilon Canaris 3?
Well, I'm sure the Federation can find another woman somewhere who'll stop that war.
I just lightly brushed over that early platform.
I loved that episode. I thought that was awesome. Pacing has been something we've talked about a lot recently, and a lot of the comments have responded to us talking about pacing, and I think this is a great example of an episode where it's not action heavy, very dialogue driven, very character driven, barely really even any plot necessarily, but the pacing I thought was great. I was never bored. It was inching us and giving us a little bit of explanation every scene, but I didn't feel like, all right, just tell me what's going on, let's get to it. Like, I was actually enjoying that process of figuring out what was going on, and I thought the pacing was excellent. One of my favorite parts. The relationship in the episode was good, probably not the strongest part, but when you think about the practicality of this creature taking over the woman when she's about to die, it's a little bit weird to think about, but putting that aside and just focusing on the themes of the episode, I really loved it, and a lot of the more deep, stuff they talked about in the episode I really enjoyed. And then Scotty getting to be on the Enterprise, have his own moment, or her getting a lot of lines. Man, I would love to see, just like a full episode of that. That's always great. So overall, really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I love when they give the B team some moments to shine, a little character development while the A team does their thing. Nice little A and B plot stuff going on here. Yeah, man, the idea of humanity will die unless it overcomes obstacles and grows. I loved that whole idea, and how it's almost Kirk versus robot in a way, but Kirk versus just a different type of creature. But yeah, the whole woman dying and then possessing her body, basically, it kind of reminded me of the end of Child's Play 5, where two kids are born and it's a boy and a girl. He's got to choose which one to possess, and I'm it always bothered me well, that baby gets robbed of a life, whichever one they choose. That always irked me, so it kind of reminded me of that. Usually it's always but it's whatever. But usually Spock is usually on Kirk's shoulder, talking him through, motivating him, or debating with them throughout the episode. But I thought that this is such a love-themed and human emotion-driven episode that I like how they put Bones in that position for this one. I'm that makes sense, because it's all about human connection and how this thing can't connect with people, and it's it's got to change and makes a sacrifice and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I liked it. Not my favorite. The whole flip the script once they figured out, oh, it's a woman, and he's what? No, it's that whole thing was weird, because all of a sudden our team was all for it, and then he wasn't. That switch happened a little fast in my opinion, but yeah, it was a fine episode.
Yeah, I also really enjoyed the score. The music was really good in the episode, and the set we talked about during the episode. It was a simple set, but it was beautiful. The colors were great. It looked realistic. A lot of little details in there, and overall, I felt just the little details in the episode were great everywhere. You just when she gets possessed, having just that little bit of echo in her voice to tell that it's not just her speaking. Just the little details like that, I really liked. I think I definitely enjoyed this episode. It seems a bit more than you, but that's fine. I would definitely see this, in my top 10 overall thus far. So I really enjoyed it, and it's definitely one I would watch again for sure.
Damn, big words. But Kirk's monologue, I have to give credit. That was one of his best monologues. The emotional stakes of this episode were extremely high, and I felt it. Sometimes things don't land, but it really landed with this one, where I couldn't look away, and I felt everything they were saying. Solid. Not my favorite, but solid.
All right, well, next episode is number 10. We're in the double digits already for season 2, and we're going to just keep chugging along here. Comment down below. Let us know what you agree, disagree with what we said about the episode, anything that we didn't touch on or talk about. Let us know what you think of it, and if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, everyone. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, double digits, number 10, Star Trek, the original series, season 2, episode 10, Journey to Babel. Is it a religious term? I don't know. It sounds very religious. Or maybe I'm thinking of Baby Bell cheese, maybe? A lot of different options there. Let's see. As we're recording this, the episode for Harry Mudd just just debuted on the YouTube. And top comment made me laugh. No, the comment you pinned made me laugh pretty hard. It's like, I feel like this episode was made specifically for Alex. I'm like, yep. All for me, man. That episode was a treat.
I know that Babel is is a religious term when it comes to the Tower of Babel is a Bible story. It's been used in other things. Not too familiar with it though. And like you said, coming off 2 good episodes for different reasons. I'm one of the funniest episodes we've seen, and excellent to see Harry Mudd again. And then Metamorphosis was one of my favorite episodes, and really liked a lot of the things about that one. So I'm excited to keep it going. We're in the double digits now in season 2, which is crazy already. We're about to be almost halfway done with this season. That's nuts to think, but it's all here, all the previous episodes on the YouTube. And it is September 1st, which means we've just opened a new tier on our Patreon, only $2. You get a lot of benefits, or go ahead and check it out. Our regular $5 tier and everything else we have on there, the link is in the description to see our full uncut reactions that we have here on the channel, as well as a lot of exclusive content. But we're jumping right into Journey of Babel. I'm hoping it's going to be a great one. I didn't tell Alex what it was, but as I went to go into the episode, I saw just a little 2-second snippet that they were playing on Paramount in the background as you go to click on the episode, and it was one of the most ridiculous things I've seen from Star Trek. So I'll point it out when it pops up in the episode. So that should be fun. But we're going to get jumping into it. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to stand this.
The Vulcans are the last group of delegates we have to pick up.
Ooh, more Vulcans, huh?
Must be an important event. Couldn't get this dressed up for Spock's wedding, but this meeting with the Vulcans, I guess, they have to dress up.
How does that Vulcan salute go?
That hurts worse than the uniform.
Captain James Kirk.
Captain? We come to serve.
Chief Medical Officer, Dr. McCoy.
Ambassador? Doctor?
That's not the same guy from the other episode with the Romulan, is it? He looks exactly like him.
Yeah, that's him, I believe.
As soon as you're settled, I'll arrange a tour of the ship. Mr. Spock will conduct you.
I prefer another guide, Captain.
That's not Spock's dad, is it?
Ambassador Sarek and his wife are my parents.
Oh!
Kirk didn't know? Dang. So his Spock parents not proud of him? He's the best second officer in the fleet.
Maybe he's upset that he left Vulcan for Starfleet, maybe?
They joined Starfleet at all?
Yeah, he's the only one in Starfleet that we know of.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it's an interesting setup. I'm excited to see where it goes. I hope they don't just kill off his parents or something. Just first episode they're in.
I just hope Bones gets to interact with them and make fun of Spock with them.
We have departed Vulcan for the neutral planetoid, codenamed Babel.
Babel. Okay.
The issues of the Council are politically complex. The passengers, explosive.
So they got a whole bunch of different races in there.
Yeah, very cool.
You haven't come to see us in 4 years either.
The situation between my father and myself has not changed.
Something happened for sure.
Mr. Spock, a moment, if you please.
Oh, Kirk's gonna be the therapist. Family therapist.
Yeah, he'll just have to give a speech to Spock's dad, and then everything will be okay.
I gave Spock his first instruction in computers, Captain.
Ooh.
He chose to devote his knowledge to Starfleet instead of the Vulcan Science Academy.
Ooh.
Did not mean to offend. I thought that...
Offense is a human emotion, Captain.
Sorry, I just don't understand.
Amanda, I'm afraid you couldn't pronounce the Vulcan name.
Spock is his son.
You don't understand the Vulcan way, Captain. It has kept Spock and Sarek from speaking as father and son for 18 years. It hasn't been easy on Spock, neither human nor Vulcan. At home, nowhere, except Starfleet.
Damn.
My husband has nothing against Starfleet, but Vulcans believe that peace should not depend on force.
Starfleet force is used only as a last resort.
Kirk, you use it every week.
Pay no attention to those filmed episodes. All the stuff in between is great.
Yeah.
They're both stubborn.
A human trait, Captain?
I'm glad that we're learning more about Spock and his father's relationship, but it's like, I want to know, how did this marriage happen? Why did you marry a Vulcan, an emotionless man? How did that go?
Yeah, because, you know, Spock's wedding in episode 1 was, you know, it was a set-up thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, what was the ceremony with that? I mean, why did a human end up in there instead of like a pre-chosen Vulcan woman, you know?
Isn't it unusual for a Vulcan to retire at your age? After all, you're only 102.
102.437 precisely, Doctor.
How old do you think Spock is?
Do you vote to admit Corridon to the Federation?
Can't be that old. These are the people, by the way, I saw in the preview.
I'm fully aware that the admission of Corridon is a highly debatable issue, but you won't solve it here.
What a mask.
Mrs. Sarek, I know about the rigorous training of the Vulcan youth, but tell me, did he ever run and play like the human children?
Well, he did have a pet sailor he was very fond of. It's sort of a fat teddy bear.
A teddy bear?
He's gonna hold it over him forever.
On Vulcan, the teddy bears are alive, and they have 6-inch fangs.
You embarrassed Spock this evening. Not even a mother may do that. He is a Vulcan.
He's also human.
Must command respect if he is to function.
Sarek, you're showing an almost human pride in your son. I know, it isn't logical.
And I had the same question the other way, too. Like, he met a human woman and fell in love with her. He doesn't have any emotion.
It'd be interesting to see, you know, a little emotion from him for his wife. So otherwise, how did that happen? What are you doing?
Vulcan, I would speak to you.
It does seem unavoidable.
How do you vote on the Corridon admission?
Oh, no.
We favor admission.
You favor? Why?
Corridon has nearly unlimited wealth of dilithium crystals. This invites illegal mining operations. Some of your ships have been carrying Corridon dilithium crystals.
You call us thieves?
Oh, come on.
And as long as I command, there will be order.
Of course, Captain.
Understood.
Spock is half Vulcan. He's strong as shit. I mean, how strong is a full Vulcan?
Is he dead?
Security to Captain Kirk.
Kirk here.
I think it's the ambassador himself, sir.
And they're gonna think Spock's dad did it. Joe, do you think I can be shirtless for this scene?
His neck was broken. Vulcans. On Vulcan, the method is called Tal Shaya.
Can't lie.
Of course, Spock has to be the one to say it.
Spock, do you realize that makes your father the most likely suspect?
Vulcans do not approve of violence.
But if he had a reason, could he have done it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If there were a reason, my father is quite capable of killing. Logically and efficiently.
Oh, boy.
Ambassador, the Tellarite Gab has been murdered.
Interesting.
Yes.
Captain, you're not accusing him.
Mother, only on circumstantial evidence, he is a logical suspect.
I quite agree.
Even he has to be honest.
In private meditation, Captain.
That's a very convenient excuse, Ambassador.
Sorry.
He has to get married again?
It's that time.
Sorry, honey.
Aren't you worried about him?
Worry is a human emotion, Captain. I accept what has happened.
I picked up the last part of the transmission. Just like that other one. Reception point somewhere within the body of this ship.
Somebody on board is in contact with that vessel.
Possibly, Captain.
Murder? Somebody out there playing tag? Lieutenant, you've got your sensor locator on a wide beam who established receiver on board this vessel.
Is that the first time they've ever actually pointed at one of those screens? Hey, Nurse Chapel, always nice to see.
Mr. Sarek, has he had any previous attacks?
No.
Yes. There were 3 others. My physician prescribed benzosidrine for the condition.
Oh, that's what he was taking earlier. I was wondering what that was.
Ah, okay.
Typical husband doesn't tell the wife he had 3 heart attacks.
I suggest that a serogenic open heart procedure would be the logical approach.
Yes, unquestionably.
Bones, what about it?
Well, I'm glad somebody's asking me something around here.
Doctor.
Yes.
I've checked the blood bank. There isn't enough Vulcan blood and plasma on board to even begin an operation of this type.
Mr. Sarek, you must understand the chances are extremely small.
I would estimate the odds.
Please don't.
I consider the safety factor low, but acceptable.
Plus the fact I've never operated on a Vulcan before.
I was going to ask that. Like, what do they look like on the inside? Does he know how to like do surgery on them?
I underwent a physical examination last week. Would you pull those records, please?
A transfusion from you to your father. I won't risk both of you.
Then you automatically condemn Sarek to death.
Can't even call him dad.
I feel bad for the mom over anyone else.
I'm volunteering myself as the blood donor.
And what about this killer and this ship? This is all very important, but that the answer to that is still eating away at me.
What? What the hell? What a cut. I love that he has white hands even though he's blue. What the fuck was that? Yeah, Kirk, you did too much there. Oh! What do they call that? Shivved?
It was literally stabbed in the back.
Oh! Shanked. Oh.
Ooh, blood!
Security.
No.
Captain? Captain?
And that would put Spock in command of the ship. You were like just talking about how there's like 3 storylines. And I've got thrown another one.
But what a cut, though.
Yeah, and great choice to just like cut right to the middle of the fight. Like we don't even need to see, how it all starts.
Yeah, they could have just showed him just walking down the hall and then set up the whole thing. But no, just like right to it. Wasting no time.
Brig questioning the Andorian prisoner.
Doctor, the K2 factor is dropping.
I will give my human half-blood to Kirk. Gives up all of his blood.
Your father is much worse. There's no longer a choice. I have to operate immediately.
No, Doctor.
What?
My first responsibility is to the ship.
Is the ship,
Our passenger's safety.
Call that one.
I cannot relinquish command under these circumstances.
Any competent officer can command this ship. Only you can give your father the blood transfusions that he needs to live.
Wasn't she gonna not let him do it?
cannot dismiss my duties.
Duty? Your duty is to your father.
Sarek understands my reason.
Well, I don't. It's not human.
Can you imagine what my father would say if I were to agree, if I were to give up command of this vessel?
You'd like him even less.
When you were 5 years old and came home anguished because the other boys tormented you, I watched you, knowing that inside the human part of you was crying. And I cried too. There must be some part of me in you. Some part that I still can reach.
This actress is great.
Being Vulcan is more important to you. And let your father die, and I'll hate you for the rest of my life.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
Well, go to him now, please.
I cannot.
That's some emotional manipulation right there.
Yeah, seriously.
Only a mother.
Oh! Ooh.
I'm still kind of confused because she told him she wasn't going to let him do it, but whatever.
They introduced a new factor, and they got to switch it up.
I'll convince Spock I'm all right. And order him to report here. As soon as he leaves the bridge, I'll turn command over to Scotty.
Finding that loophole.
Captain.
I'll take over, Mr. Spock. Report to sickbay with Dr. McCoy.
Captain, are you quite all right?
Now, since I have an operation to perform, and both of us are required...
Get out, Spock.
We're going to see some blood seeping through the back of his shirt.
None, sir.
Call Mr. Scott to the bridge.
Oh.
The alien vessel is moving closer.
Belay that order. I'll stay here.
Oh, no.
Sarek's heartbeat has risen to 324. Blood pressure 90/40. Dropping.
I wish I knew whether that was good or bad.
Whoa! Yeah, that's not good to happen during an operation. If I was Bones, I would say to the mom, like, can you not be in here? It's making me nervous. I don't need you watching my every move.
Cut power on starboard side. Maintain until further orders.
Playing possum?
75,000 kilometers.
Fire.
Got him!
There you go, check off.
Oh! Uh-oh.
They had orders to self-destruct.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
See, I had orders to self-destruct, too.
No!
Slow poison.
Oh, okay. I thought he had a bomb strapped to his chest.
Wow, so we're really not going to figure anything out.
Mr. Chekhov, take over.
He's told Chekhov to take over. Captain Chekhov.
That big-headed Vulcan stand. I couldn't have pulled him through without it.
Some doctors have all the luck.
Great job, Bones.
Thelov's body will be brought to your lab. I want an autopsy performed as soon as possible.
I think you'll find he's an Orion, Doctor.
Orion?
But what would they gain by an attack on Starfleet?
Mutual suspicion and interplanetary war.
They'd clean up by supplying dilithium to both sides and continue to raid Corridor.
The thing I don't understand is why I didn't think of it earlier.
You might have had something else in your mind.
It hardly seems likely.
Would you also say thank you to your son?
Buck acted in the only logical manner open to him.
Logic. I'm sick to death of logic.
Smack him like you smacked Spock.
Why did you marry her?
At the time, it seemed the logical thing to do.
My gosh.
No, I'm not.
If you keep arguing with your kindly...
Oh, yeah, you're stabbed.
Doctor, I think I'll return to my station now.
You are at your station, Mr.
Bones running the show.
I believe you're enjoying all this.
Indeed, Captain. I've never seen him look so happy.
Shut up.
I'm the man.
Well, what do you know? I finally got the last word.
Yes! Fantastic. It was all, everything was worth it for that ending. The 6 different storylines was all worth it for that basic look at the camera. Basically look at the camera. I got the last word. Cut the credits. Perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah. I think that is how you do an action-packed episode. I mean, we talked a little bit before, I think when we watched Doomsday Machine, of like, you know, if they're going to do an action kind of space battle episode, it's going to be hard for us to be really invested. But, you know, that's how you got to do it. You build it, you know, you introduce problem after problem, and it, you know, it just keeps building, and then you throw in the space battle just on top of that, and the tension worked. You know, I was really bought in to how are they going to get out of this with this spaceship following and attacking them, because they have to, because there's so much going on board, you know, as to where in previous episodes it's just been the space battle and that's it. You know, this episode had so much packed into it, but also timed it all, I think, so well. The pacing was great. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and, you know, Spock said it, you know, like, oh, it was Orion, you know, it's a thing, so they can mine this planet and sell to the 2 buyers or whatever. It's like, oh, I only didn't figure it out because my dad's here, and and that whole thing with me. So it's like, okay, all these different storylines happening at once, that makes sense. That makes sense why it was such a mess. And, you know, the old bait and switch with, like, the pigmen, you know, arguing about, what are you voting on? I mean, it was a little obvious, but hey, it worked.
And, I mean, the whole episode had kind of like that big episode feel, you know, episodes like City on the Edge of Forever and a few others where you're like, you could tell that they're really putting a lot into this episode, so it comes off like they had too much, even they had to leave some stuff out, and I really enjoyed that. I think they did it really well. It, in no way was it a negative, like, oh, they tried to do too much here. Like, everything they did, I think, worked out great. We've only seen, like, other races a couple times in the show, so to start off the episode with this huge gathering of all of these new races, I thought was excellent, very sci-fi and hilarious and awesome. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. And then the character stuff we got to talk about. Spock's parents, meeting them. The mother character was excellent. That actress was great. I was worried that she'd be introduced and then just be kind of this background character, but no, like, she's basically front and center out of the parents because the dad has this medical issue. And seeing her interact with Spock and then with her husband as well, that was all great. I would love to see these parents more in the show. I don't know if we ever do, but if they ever do come back, I would gladly welcome them because that was awesome.
Yeah, I love the whole world-building stuff with, like, seeing other species and this talk of other planets and going to them. And it's like, oh, yeah, this it's, you know, Starfleet's almost political. They're going to go vote on something, and they're hosting this this travel so they can go to this planet and vote. I'm like, oh, that's very cool.
Chekhov had a great moment getting to take out that ship and then getting control of the of being the captain there at the end. So yeah, a lot of great character stuff in this one. I think there's been a handful of episodes this season that I've really loved. This is one of them, even coming after, you know, last episode, Metamorphosis, I really liked. But this might be my favorite. I don't know how it'll all shake out, but I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, still plenty left, plenty of good stuff I hear. So I don't know, but I might have to keep this one on the list, because that was great.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on Journey to Babel. And if you want to see the full reaction and discussion, you check out the Patreon. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe so you can see all of our Star Trek reactions, Firefly reactions, everything else we're doing here on the channel, and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See ya.
Hello there, I'm Josh, this is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today we're watching Season 2, Episode 11 of Star Trek, the original series, Friday's Child. I got some mixed emotions here on this one because I love Fridays, but I hate children. So this is going to be interesting. Last time we watched Journey to Babel, I loved that one. Getting to know Spock's parents was great. Alex, what are you thinking going into this one, and how did you like Journey to Babel now that we've had a few days to kind of sit on it?
I love it's like, how do you feel going into this one as if there's going to be some over-carrying plot point from the last episode? Like, oh, meeting Spock's parents is definitely going to affect what happens in this one. So yeah, I'm always optimistic going into a new episode. It could either be your favorite one or it could be the worst one ever. You just don't know, and luckily it has been spoiled for us all these years later that it's been out. But yeah, after sitting on the last one for a bit, I just really loved the makeup design of all the other characters, the different storylines all tying together, the relationship between Spock and his parents, and Bones getting the pick on Spock and getting literally the last word at the end and basically smiling at the camera. It was a great episode. I don't know if it'll be my favorite. Mud might be number one so far, but we got a lot of episodes left.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to jump into it here. If it's your first time here and you haven't already put it together, neither of us have ever seen any Star Trek, and so far we've watched the first season and then the first 10 episodes of release order of Season 2 here of Star Trek The Original Series. So we go into every single episode completely blind except for the little comments that we get from our community beforehand on each episode. And we're also watching Firefly on the channel, another show neither of us have seen that we're both enjoying so far. So make sure to subscribe if it's your first time here, watch these shows, and a lot more along with us. And if you ever want to see our full uncut reactions and discussions to all of these things, plus even more exclusive reactions to movies and series, check out our Patreon. The link is in the description, and become part of the target audience.
Earth?
They're quite large. Pellin's basic weapon, the Kligat. At any distance, effective against a man as a phaser.
Woo! Did Doctor go down to do his own research?
How long were you stationed on the planet, Doctor?
Only a few months. We found them totally uninterested in medical aid or hospitals.
He was down there for a few months?
Yeah, I almost spit my drink out there. What?
Once they've got it into their heads we're showing force, you can forget them signing any mining treaty.
Scotty, you're in command.
Nice.
Okay.
How ridiculous.
Remember how great the costumes were last episode? These are looking a little ridiculous.
Got a nice generic red shirt here.
Just one.
Paul.
I'm Captain Kirk. We come with open hearts and hands.
A Klingon. Grant, no.
Well, he didn't last long at all.
That didn't take. Yeah.
Is that it?
There you go. You got a high SAG rate for getting his one word in. That's great.
Yeah, I like how Bones kind of was already familiar with the customs. This should be interesting, but this seems weird as hell.
If that guy was a Klingon, then he had no makeup on. All he had was a chin strap beard.
Oh, Joseph Pevney again.
But we have discovered a Klingon agent has preceded
It's a Klingon.
discovery which has cost the life of one of my crewmen.
Why do you drop him like that?
Will you hand us your weapons?
You're kind of surrounded. These outfits are so ugly. The weapons are cool, but oh my god.
We violated no customs. Perhaps you'll explain to me why one of my men is dead.
Because he was drawing a weapon on another of their guests.
What's a Klingon doing down here among your scrupulously honest friends anyway?
This is like the first episode of the Clone Wars where Yoda comes down and Asajj comes down and they're both trying to work with this planet.
And if there's a Klingon down here, there might be a Klingon ship up there somewhere.
Jim, why are you facing that way? We're over here.
I liked the lighting, how they really tried to make it look like the flame in the room was what was lighting the room. That was nice.
Well, let's put it on the screen.
All right, B-plot, let's go.
It's just at the edge of our sensor range, sir.
Looks like he still has that wig, but it's not as ridiculous as Catspaw.
You think it's a Klingon ship?
Who else would be playing cat and mouse with a starship? No need to call a captain yet.
Check out staring hard.
That piano riff or whatever that was great.
Bones.
Yes, Captain.
I shouldn't have chewed you out. I'm sorry.
Nice.
I lead the 10 tribes of Capella.
Is it not best to have two who bargain for the same goods?
It is I who speak for the tribe, Mob.
I speak for many.
Do you say you will fight me?
Let that be your choice, dear.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't cower down.
Mr. Scott, I'm getting a call from a vessel. It sounded like a distress signal from an Earth vessel.
All about the dramatic zooms with the piano. I love it.
Oh. Something caused a full-on combat here.
Yeah, I thought it was... Whoa! I thought it was just going to be a one-on-one. But nope.
This is like last episode where it just throws you right in the middle of the action.
Yep. Oh! How do you know if they're fighting the right ones? I thought just only two had an issue.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, is it just pure chaos? Just every man for himself?
Aka is dead.
What? Oh.
I am the tear.
They're gonna fight. Kirk's gotta kick some ass.
I have the signal clear now, Mr. Scott. It is a distress call. It's from the SS Deirdre. It's a Klingon vessel attacking. Enterprise to Captain Kirk. Come in, Captain.
Oh, they're not even aware yet that they don't have communicators or anything. Because that was the first time they tried to contact him.
What was that?
You carry a child who would be Tyr.
I must die.
No!
Oh, there you go, Spock.
We are under heavy attack by Klingon vessels. 2 convoy ships are already damaged.
Interception course computed. And laid in, sir.
You don't trust it, do you, Scotty?
Scotty, the captain.
We have a distress call from a Federation ship under attack. That's where our duty lies.
I mean, he's right.
Take us out of orbit, Mr. Sulu. Ahead warp 5.
He's like, we leave Kirk on planets all the time. He'll be fine.
Since no reconnaissance party has appeared,
I must assume that something's keeping them busy.
that would seem a logical conclusion.
Captain, I'm gonna fix that woman's arm.
Dude, this scene is maybe the worst 80-yard scene in the show so far.
That's a very good idea, Bones.
Yes, Captain.
Almost looked like a dub.
Let me see that arm.
You will not touch me.
How many fight scenes are in this damn episode? They could have done that plane without the whole, touch her arm thing.
Yeah.
Approaching the freighter's last reported position, sir.
Sensor report, Mr. Chekhov.
Negative, sir. No debris, no residual particles, no traces.
At best, a freighter might travel warp 2.
I'm well aware of a freighter's maximum speed, Mr. Sulu.
What's Scotty so irritated for this episode?
Anyone who sits in that chair, man, or gets put in charge, something happens.
Yeah, the pressure of the chair. They're back at the rocks, it looks like. What are they called? Vasquez Rocks?
You may be a Capellan woman and the widow of a high tier, but I'm a doctor.
Tier?
Now let me see that arm.
They actually get to use a few different tools this episode, not just the syringe.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to believe like they're still on the same planet? It's very interesting. They went from like a clear set to now a real location in the same episode.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they just shoot it all here? Makes you wonder.
They probably did film it. It's like, this is terrible. We got to build this set. We can't hear shit.
I'll touch you in any way or manner that my professional judgment indicates.
Oh! What? Bones. She's a pregnant woman.
Even the women of our village cannot tell so much with a touch.
Oh, great.
Very soft.
I can't believe he slapped her. Maybe it's a culture thing. Because she seemed pretty okay with it afterwards.
This whole episode is giving me like a Monty Python vibe. But like they're not like fully going into it, like fully embracing it, but it still has those vibes and it's weird.
Yeah. Every time they go into a fight scene and the music picks up, it reminds me of like a Monty Python fight scene. No.
Oh my gosh, they really did that. They really had to do that.
Whoa!
The fake rocks. Wow. That was a real explosion, I think.
Yeah, that was great. That's why they went there.
Half the episode's budget. Dude, they just like wiped them all out except the Klingon.
I like how they came down there to sign a treaty for this mining colony, and they just end up killing all of them. So now Starfleet. So how'd it go? Well, a Klingon was there.
Yeah. Say no more. Stricken from the record.
Look, I'm a doctor, not an escalator. Spock, give me a hand.
Oh, love it.
There's nothing, Mr. Scott. All channels and frequencies are clear.
The hell was
That's
that?
A weird cut. There's plenty of weird cuts in this one.
What is happening?
Couldn't have run away from us, sir. Not a freighter.
You fell for it.
How would a freighter know we were ordered into this sector?
Trap.
We'll stay long enough to make certain. Continue search pattern.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Scotty's got a weird attitude when he's in charge.
I appreciate the last few episodes how they give them on the Enterprise like a B story, but every time it just seems like their story is they can't get anything done. They just aimlessly like fly around.
Yeah, true. And you think Scotty be like, shit, we have to go back. But no, he's like, nah, we'll keep searching just to make sure. As if he doesn't want to like give up his pride that he was wrong. You know what I mean?
Even
It's
though
like,
he's the one that explained it.
yeah.
Pain is here.
Is this woman gonna give labor? Give birth, go into labor. I said give labor. I don't think that's a correct phrase.
You must want the child.
Your child belongs to husband.
So they take all the credit here. Poppycock.
Bones real proud of himself, as he should be.
Bring our child.
Our child.
I'll explain later.
That should prove very interesting.
He was down here for a few months.
Oh, no way, dude. He did not go down there and sleep with the king's wife and then leave.
Thank God.
We're turning back. What 5 helm?
What 5, sir?
All right, now they're turning back. He's ready to admit it.
Mr. Scott, another distress call from the USS Carolina.
Ignore it.
Scotty, if it should turn out to be real.
There's an old saying on Earth, Mr. Sulu. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I know this saying. It was invented in Russia.
What the? I'm so lost.
I really thought she'd learn to want it.
Virtue is a relative term, Doctor.
Spock with another great quote. Virtue is relative. Is a relative term. That's pretty great.
Sublight 1/2.
Reversing to sublight. 1/2.
It's an alien, sir.
The quality just changed. It's happened a couple times. Like some shots weren't restored correctly or color corrected. That and the weird cuts. This whole episode just feels weird.
This is the commander of the USS Enterprise. Identify yourself and your intention. Let's see if they have the belly for it.
Oh.
The one to just fall over? You see that?
Oh, no, I didn't. I was looking at
Spock
and Kirk.
One dude fell over.
The child is dead, Ma'ab. Do as you will with me.
The Earthmen?
I killed them as they slept.
First, verify her story. Is this what your sworn word means, Klingon?
Ah! He took it over to the knee.
DM.
You and your primitive knives and your weapons.
Oh my God.
That ADR bothering you, huh?
I give you back your life. Mine is now forfeit.
Oh, okay. Last minute face turn.
Klingon!
Why was there a stunt double for that one shot?
The red shirts are here. The red shirts are here.
We missed you, Mr. Scott.
Well, sir, we had a wee bit of a run-in with a Klingon vessel, but he had no stomach for fighting.
Well, okay. Just right off the Klingon ship.
Oochie woochie coochie coo. Oochie woochie coochie coo.
Contact Starfleet.
Wow, a scene on the bridge. All right.
And Capella have been secured by treaty, documents signed by the young High Chief's regent.
Okay, they signed the treaty. Yay.
Many, many deaths later.
Representing the High Tier, Leonard James Akar.
The child was named Leonard James Akar.
Leonard and James, but not Spock's name.
Take us out of orbit, Mr. Sulu. Ahead, warp back to 1.
Of course, it ends with the bad sepia tone.
So one of the main things that I've always been so impressed by with watching this show thus far is how, even though it's from the 60s, it does not really show it that often. And I understand that we're watching the remastered version, so there's, updated effects in a lot of areas. But even to take that away, just like the way the sets and the characters and everything looks, it just does not look how I would expect stuff to look 60 years ago. But this episode very much looked like a show existed 60 years ago. They took all the footage, tried to put it all together and make it look nice, and it's still, you could not escape that it was very clearly, made in its time. And that's unfortunate. I try not to hold that against it too much. But even if that was the case and it was a better episode or a better story, I could get past that. But wow, this might be the most ridiculous episode I think we've seen yet. And I've said before that I like goofy episodes. I like when they do the stuff like Arena or they really go into it. But like I said while watching, I got Monty Python vibes, even though this actually predates Monty Python and the Holy Grail. But I don't know the whole history of all of Monty Python. But I got those vibes, but it did not buy into it. It didn't embrace it all the way, in my opinion. You have, McCoy slapping a pregnant woman, but then also it's still taking itself seriously. It just felt really kind of off to me. The vibes are really weird.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head there. I liked some of the score, the way they used the piano and stuff like that. Spock and Kirk with the bow and arrow is probably one of the coolest things ever. The weapons that I can't remember what they're called, but those spinning discs they used were super cool and super effective. Jeez. The Klingon didn't have any makeup to show that he was a Klingon. That was weird. But yeah, this whole episode just felt like a jumbled mess. There was odd cuts, quality. I don't know what has to do with being remastered and what doesn't, but some shots you look like how they usually do, how we've seen, and some look like they were literally still on a 60s TV. It was a weird sepia tone. Yeah, like you said about the Monty Python stuff, if they just took it to the next step, they could have just made this whole episode a comedy. But the amount of fight scenes was just ridiculous. Yeah, it just felt like a jumbled mess. And they wanted to take advantage of hey, we can shoot stuff outside, and they had a couple of cool ideas with the rocks falling down, and the big wide shots to show, hey, this is we're on a big planet instead of just the usual set with the backdrop. I gotta give them credit for trying stuff, but it just felt like, I'm sure our commenters and subscribers will tell us the story in the comments of what really happened with this one. But this one just felt super weird, and Scotty being oh, we were tricked, keep looking, just in case. It's come on, turn back around,
give it up. And then they've been teasing this Klingon ship the whole episode. They finally confront it. We don't even see what happens, and then he's there he ran away, basically. It's okay, I guess that whole storyline was useless.
But I like them, the three of them underneath the tents with the fire. That was a cool shot that they set. You can see the fire in the background when the fire's not in frame. But yeah, this is one of the weirdest episodes I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the explosion on the rocks was cool, but beyond that, I think it was almost kind of a mistake to revisit that location, because when they were on the set, you could tell it was a set, but at least like it looked interesting in the way they created the different tents and the look. It all had its own aesthetic. And then you're just like, okay, now we're back in the rocks. Like, I almost kept forgetting that they were even on like the same planet. Like, it was very odd. I think
there was a disconnect there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think overall this was just a missed opportunity. I appreciate, that they tried to do something so random, and I don't want to take away from the episode because of that, because I'd rather them try 5 of these weird plots and have some like this that fail, because you're gonna get the really awesome ones that try the weird out there plots. With this one, I think it just missed the mark a little bit too much, that it didn't all kind of come together for me on a first watch.
Let me get something straight. I would rather have something like this, where it's just completely out of left field, something weird, than another god or another Circuses computer. I'd rather you try something completely new and weird and fail than just go to an old formula idea and just, twist it just a little bit.
Yeah.
I like the weird stuff. I laughed a lot during this episode. It was still entertaining. Not one of my favorites. Certainly a mess. But, hey, it was enjoyable.
I always say this, but, it always sounds like we're coming off more harsh or negative in our discussions than we actually feel. I don't think either of us hated this episode. It was just not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all. But I haven't heard, thinking about it, I haven't heard a single thing about this episode, like, in the comments. And that really is what's making me curious, because no one said it's their favorite or anything, but no one's, warned us. I mean, we were warned about Alternative Factor for several episodes before that, right? So it's like no one has been like, you're about to hit a huge bad episode. So I'm thinking people probably like this, to be honest. And that's cool if you do. But, yeah, I did not.
Nope, roller coaster. Gotta have some ups for some downs and vice versa, whatever.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on Friday's Child. What was the Friday about? Was it Friday when this happened? I'm not even sure. But let us know. Comment down below anything you agree, disagree about what we're saying on this episode. Are you on the same page with us? Is this a ridiculous one, or did we miss some huge dramatic theme going on? Let us know. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Well, hello. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. We're just coming off of a mess of an episode last week. I'm still processing it. I don't know what to think. Josh and I talked about it because people who record stuff know there's talking when you record and there's talking after you record. You basically say the same thing, but just like in different...
Just recapping it? Yeah.
Recapping what we literally just said. And it came to my head, it's like, holy shit, Josh, this is what I thought Star Trek was when people talked about, 60s Star Trek, like this goofy, out of whack, like goofy mess. That episode is what I thought Star Trek was, not realizing all the other great stuff that's out there. So in a way, I feel kind of justified. Like, hey, it was what I thought it was. Just this weird, campy, weird shit. But yeah, what a weird episode, man. I'm still processing it. But it's a new week, a new adventure, a new problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I barely even have anything to say about Friday's Child. It was genuinely one of the weirdest episodes. I mean, even comparing it to the weird season 1 episodes, at least those episodes I could like tell what they were going for. Friday's Child was just all over the place, and I'm really excited once that gets posted to see other people's comments about it, because I'm just very curious. But moving on into this episode, The Deadly Years. I like that title. That seems interesting. And we're just a few episodes away from being halfway through the season. So we had a really good streak episodes going, and then we hit Friday's Child with a little bit of a speed bump there, but hopefully we get right back into it with another great one. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. In addition to Star Trek, we're also currently watching Firefly for the first time here on the channel, so make sure to subscribe. And if you ever want to see our full reactions and discussions, as well as exclusive content like our reactions to 1978's Battlestar Galactica, the link to our Patreon where all of that is at is down in our description. You can go check that out as well. Beaming right in. Beaming right down.
Check out. Check that building. Mr. Spock and I will check this one. The rest of you take a look around, see if you can find anyone.
It's a little foreshadowing. It seemed like he was kind of trailing off there for a second.
Ooh, I like this.
It is spooky season.
Oh no!
Commencer!
Kirk's like, get a hold of yourself.
Why was Spock almost smirking? He was like, yep, he's dead. Oh my God, it's the elderly.
I'm Captain Kirk of...
You'll have to speak louder.
How old are you?
I am 29. And the lady's I'm 27.
Eat your heart out, M. Night Shyamalan. That's where you got old from, huh? You think that's going to be the gimmick, that they age super fast?
Yeah, there's probably like something on the planet that makes them age.
Ah, The Deadly Years. Now it makes sense. A title that kind of fits. All right. Joseph Peavney again.
They're giving him everything.
My man.
Stay seated. Commodore Stock here.
I've asked you to be a part of this briefing because Gamma Hydra 4 falls within your administrative area.
I appreciate that, sir.
Now this I like. I mean, we know how big the Enterprise is and all these different departments, so it's kind of nice to see them finally bring others into the problem.
It's possible that Romulans have a new weapon and are using this colony as guinea pigs. We'll stay in orbit until we have the answer. Thanks.
I'm sure you understand that I am anxious to get to Starbase 10 to assume my new post.
Oh no. Damn it, come on.
Things wouldn't change if it started all over again, would it?
You know, you never asked me why I got married after we called it off.
You didn't have to give up a thing.
No, just you.
He already hit.
Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock would like to see you on the bridge.
I'm on my way.
Spock was definitely watching him. All right, that's enough.
Facilities at Starbase 10 are much more complete than those on board ship. It seems to me that your investigations would be facilitated if we proceeded there.
I know you're anxious to get to the base.
Also, the mention of the neutral zone and the Romulans also helps tie the world together instead of just feeling all isolated.
You already gave that command, sir.
Oh? Well, follow it.
Oh.
So maybe it's not just the planet.
Astronomical section reports that a comet recently passed by. Check into that.
I'm doing that, Captain, as per your previous order.
Gotta have that shirtless scene. Gotta put into his contract, I guess. One scene per episode shirtless.
My back! No.
Holmes, I believe you're getting gray.
You take over my job and see what happens to you.
Can already tell he's getting more and more gray, too.
Oh!
Oh my gosh!
Dr. McCoy, Engineer Scott, Mr. Spock, Lieutenant Galway, and myself are all showing definite signs of aging.
All of us who went down to the surface, with the exception of Chekhov, are aging at various rates.
Estimate that physically we each have less than a week to live.
William Shatner now looks younger than his older self here.
Yeah.
Are perfectly healthy. That is, for any normal Vulcan on the high side of 100.
He's getting a little southern twang.
Hasn't he aged? I don't know. Well, I want to know. Is it his youth, his blood type, his heritage, his glands, his genes?
How about you, Kirk? You only got like 2 wrinkles and some gray hair. Was Shatner afraid? I don't want to look too bad.
Yeah, I have to look better than everyone else.
How much older is your husband?
26 years.
Whoa!
It's quite a difference.
How old are you? Chris Hansen's going to ask you to take a seat.
Model sample Chekhov, skin sample Chekhov. If.
Sulu's like, you good?
Oh yes, I'll live. But I won't enjoy it.
If I may say so, sir, we have a due date at Starbase 10.
We're going to be late.
If you're so concerned, I'll send a message to Starbase 10.
We sent such a message this morning.
It's like, how much longer can they just have like these minor inconveniences of being old? Like, is that the whole plot?
Lieutenant, take a message to Starfleet Command. And due to the proximity of the Romulans, better use Code 2.
But, Captain, the Romulans have broken Code 2. If you remember the last bulletin...
Then use Code 3. Oh, Mr. Sulu, increase orbit to 20,000 mile perigee.
You mean another 20,000, Captain?
Dude, it's like the third time they've done this this bit.
Spock, can I have a word with you, Commodore?
I have an appointment at Starbase 10.
All he's concerned about.
Please understand me. My admiration for Captain Kirk is unbounded. He is a great officer.
But
I would like you to take over command of the Enterprise.
Need I remind you, sir, that I, too, have contracted the same affliction?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, sir. I am not fit for command.
Well, if you are not, then obviously Captain Kirk cannot be.
I think it's the first Commodore that's logical.
Yeah, that actually made sense.
As second in command of the Enterprise, you must convene an extraordinary competency hearing.
He's not a dick about it. He's just speaking facts. I like this guy.
Hearing shall convene at 1400 hours.
We're going to court! Woo!
Let it read that this competency hearing was ordered by Commodore Stalker.
Let it also read that I consider it invalid.
Now he's looking old.
Did he order you to maintain standard orbit around Gamma Hydra 4?
Yes, sir.
Did he not several minutes later repeat that order?
Yes, sir.
Did he not several minutes later repeat that order?
He did not.
And is it something about Kirk becoming old that he also, like, loses his, I feel like in a normal circumstance he would understand that he has to step aside.
Ornery old man. Ah!
It's not me.
It's this younger generation.
Yeah.
Did Captain Kirk ask you to send a message about the comet?
Let's just recap all the events of the episode. That's when you know they're really running out of material.
Gotta get that 50 minutes.
You reminded him that the Romulans had broken Code 2.
Yes.
And they're all, like, so sad about it. It's like, he's just being relieved of the captain, dude. He's not getting killed. Oh, well, he is being killed, but not because of this trial.
Well, he is being killed with the trial because it's taking so much time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it ends, but I really feel like it could have used, like, a nice secondary, problem or plot to be introduced, like, that they have to solve while they're aging so fast, instead of it just being the main problem.
Well, all we do, this guy has to make his appointment at Starbase 10.
I refuse to leave Gamma Hydra 2.
Gamma Hydra 4, Captain.
Go ahead, ask me questions. Go ahead, ask me anything. We're in orbit around Gamma Hydra 2, right?
Come on, guys.
No more questions, Captain. If you would leave the room so the board can vote.
Good idea. Get this stupid voting over so I can get back to running the ship.
Well, that was an extremely long sequence.
Jeez. I'm sorry, Captain.
Yes. You should have been a prosecuting attorney. If you're not in command, who is?
Commodore Stalker.
Stalker? Man's a chair-bound paper pusher. Get out. I never want to have to look at you again.
Everybody understood?
But I'm not old, Jan. I'm not.
It's just like, why would he be in such strong denial? It doesn't make any sense. No one else is in denial on the ship.
I guess, kind of like in old, it just escalates all your diseases as well. So maybe when he actually does get old, he'll have a mental issue. Maybe he has some sort of dementia.
We were on the surface together in the same spot. We were together all the time.
No, not all the time. He left us for a few moments.
But they all went to the building, eventually.
He was scared. He saw the dead body. And he ran out of the building, and he was scared to death.
Adrenal activity.
Well, don't just stand there jawing, Spunk. You and Dr. Wallace get cracking.
I do enjoy the accent. That was a good addition.
So, did they come to the conclusion that adrenaline is the cure?
I don't know. They figured it out, I guess.
Lieutenant Uhura, let me know if we contact any Romulan.
I was right. This is the B plot.
Romulans approaching from both sides.
A little over 5 minutes to go, but I guess you can introduce it now. I mean, they have been talking about him the whole time as a vague threat.
Commodore.
He's a paper pusher. He doesn't know what he's doing.
No, Jim, you can't do
Well,
that.
time better go to the bridge. We're under attack.
Nurse, Dr. Wallace.
Bones is great at acting old.
Keep trying to raise the Romulans. Explain to them why we piloted the neutral zone.
The Romulans are notorious for not listening to explanations.
Got him, Uhura.
Greenhorn. Up there running my ship.
Jim, if I have...
Greenhorn.
No, my ship.
Be a shame if you spelled it.
Let's go.
It could cure or kill, Doctor.
Don't give me any Vulcan details, Spock. Just give me the shot. I'll take the first shot. Quickly.
He's dead. It killed him.
Episode over. Ooh.
Okay.
Look at that.
They kept that. They showed that in the Balance of Terror episode. That's a nice continuity.
Oh, did they really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, for the Romulan ship, it had the bird on it.
Have no alternative but to surrender.
Sir, the Romulans do not take captives.
Damn, even Chekhov knows more than this guy.
What am I going to do?
Hey!
Hey!
Open up a special channel to Starfleet Command. Code 2.
But Captain, Code...
That's an order, Lieutenant. Code 2. Have inadvertently encroached upon Romulan neutral zone, surrounded and under heavy Romulan attack. Escape impossible, shields failing. Will implement the struct order using Corbomite device recently installed.
The Corbomite maneuver!
Wow.
Since this will result in the destruction of the Enterprise and all matter...
And he knows that they can hear this channel.
That they're listening, yeah.
Explosion will take place in 1 minute. Kirk, commanding Enterprise, out.
Damn, he's back!
Romulans giving ground, Captain. Obviously, they tapped in as you expected them to.
Oh, they really only had enough for Kirk then. Because Spock's still old.
Warp factor 8, now.
Romulans were caught off guard, Captain. They're falling behind.
Are we out of range, Mr. Sulu?
Yes, sir. And out of the neutral zone.
Captain, I just wanted to assure you that I did what I thought best.
Yeah, this guy's got no experience. It's all right.
And I am now quite aware of what a starship can do. With the right man at the helm.
You looking good, Doc?
Hey.
Fine, so is Scotty. Serum work. Anytime you're ready, Mr. Spock.
I am quite ready now, Doctor.
Take over, Mr. Sulu. Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes, Captain.
I thought I said that.
You know the term. They had us in the first half. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, that first half or even first 3/4. I'm like, okay, I get it. They're old. What's the resolution here? And then just came up with that whole like adrenaline thing. It's like, oh, okay. But I think it was all worth it just for the reuse of the Corbomite maneuver. The fact that it was brought back, the fake out, like, Channel 2. Oh, but Channel 2, it's like, I gave an order, and he gave that order. That's like, hey, we're going to self-destruct, blah, blah, blah. Knowing that they're listening, it's like, oh, that was great. And he just came in, guns blazing, blasting off all the orders. Like, holy shit, this guy knows what he's talking about. But the rest of it was, besides good makeup, I was kind of like, okay. Come on, I get it. We're stretching for time here.
Yeah, I think that, the ending of it shows that in any Star Trek episode, even one that, we're not really into, there's always going to be something about it that's going to be good or memorable. And I think the ending of this one was really awesome. But yeah, story-wise, it was just really lacking throughout most of it. I kind of already said how I felt during the discussion in terms of that, during the reaction rather, in terms of that. But yeah, I definitely thought I could have used more, maybe even more of the Romulan conflict instead of just naming them throughout the episode. Actually have something going on, to just keep the pace up a little bit more, because it got really sluggish, repeating the same bits, and the whole court sequence going way too long. So that was rough. But the character stuff, like the actors were great as old people. They were all great. The makeup was great, like you said. There were a few wonky things like Bones' wig, but for the most part, it was really cool to see. But yeah, I mean, the ending redeemed it a little bit, and I liked the opening of it too. Very nice hook. It just unfortunately didn't really pay off.
Yeah, like those two elderly actors were great. They were given a short time. They just killed it, in my opinion, and literally killed because they died. But yeah, I just wish they like stretched some parts and condensed some others. I mean, the court. I was excited for courts, and then it just took too long. And we should have seen a little, in my opinion, like should have been more like, why is this happening, instead of just like why Kirk shouldn't be in command. The Commodore, finally, someone in Starfleet who isn't annoying, or isn't, you know, completely just a jackass or an asshole. It's like everything he said I agreed with. The only problem was he just wasn't an experienced captain.
Yeah.
You know, ship officer. And that's okay, because, you know, Starfleet's huge. Not everyone's a captain.
And it wasn't, when he did take command, it wasn't a matter of like, I need to take command of this ship. It was more so just like they had to get Kirk out of there, and rank just fell to him, and it was what it was. So it didn't come off as him like trying to take it by force. So I really did like his character. And where that all went. So that was nice to see too. So there's definitely some redeemable things about the episode, but yeah, I can't see myself really having a desire to ever watch this one again. I'm kind of glad it's over.
Like I said, it's kind of like a roller coaster. We started off real hot, and then, you know, we're in a little dip, and I'm sure we're going to be dipping back up pretty soon. Not every idea is going to be a home run. I just respect ideas. Like, so many episodes have been like, okay, we have this one effect we want to use, and we're going to make that the entire episode. So it's like, I think with this, it's like, okay, what if everyone was old, and that was the entire idea, and they're like, oh shit, we have to write an episode about it.
Yeah. All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on The Deadly Years. For the full reaction and discussion, you can join us on our Patreon. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content's made for absolutely everybody. But we think it's specifically made for us guys, and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us guys, and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, lucky episode number 13. Am I right? 13?
Mm-hmm.
Obsession. Interesting title. There's definitely been a lot of weird titles in this weird little universe, but I also like the simple ones. Obsession. We've been kind of on a downswing. People have been blowing season 2 to like, oh, this is the best thing you're ever going to see. And the last 2 episodes we've seen, I'm like, are you sure? you know the John Cena meme? Are you sure about that? You know,
yeah.
But, hey, we still got, what, is it 26 episodes for season 2?
Yeah, this is the mid-season finale, which we know wasn't a thing back then, but it would be just by episode count, the mid-season finale.
It is for us.
Yeah, I think, we've had a little bit of a break because of the holiday that just happened here in the U.S., so we haven't watched Star Trek in about a week, and I didn't care for those 2 episodes either, but I'm kind of refreshed, and I'm ready to jump back in. And, yeah, as far as, like, the last few episodes, I was curious to see what the comments would be, and so far on the one that did go up, it was pretty split. There were some people that were like, wow, I really liked this one as a child, but I do see now how things are kind of, different about it than I originally saw. And there were some people that were like, I never liked this episode. And I think it just goes to show that with all of these episodes, there's things in there that people are really going to like and get attached to, and there are some things people won't. And that's why I like the communities, because the opinions on it, there's very little groupthink. Like, for the most part, it's very wide variety of opinions. So really love seeing the comments and everything. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe. In addition to this, we're also watching Firefly here on the channel currently. And if you ever want to see our exclusive, full, uncut reactions and discussions, you can check that out on our Patreon. Link is in the description. We're also watching Battlestar Galactica 1978 on there, and we just did a reaction to 1982 John Carpenter's The Thing. That was a great time, so go check that out as well. But yeah, we're going to get jumping into this one.
Yeah, but also, people are like, in the comments, they're like, forget this episode. But today, apparently, on the day of recording, is the 56th anniversary of the release of The Man Trap. So, hey, happy 56th anniversary to the greatest series ever.
Our scanner's survey was correct, Captain. There it is.
Okay.
Jumping right in.
No ship floating by. We're already there.
Inform Starfleet I recommend that they dispatch a survey vessel immediately.
Acknowledged, Captain.
I'll phaser off a specimen.
There you go.
What?
Leslie.
You know how I feel about episodes starting off hot. I think this means it's going to be a jam-packed good one.
Did you smell that? A sweet odor like honey. It was years ago, on another planet.
Yes, sir.
Take your men. Make a swing around our perimeter. Scan for dichloronium in the atmosphere.
Are all three of them going to die here in the open?
If you see any gaseous cloud, fire immediately. You're on red alert.
Oh, not messing around.
The last time I caught an odor like that was 11 years ago.
Oh, wow. I wonder if he was still a captain at that time, 11 years ago.
It's almost like something out there knows I'm scanning it. It just kind of keeps changing itself into something different.
Great framing.
You know how each week we talk about, what's the special effect of the week? I think the smoke machine is the effect of this week. Ah!
2 down. But how do you shoot smoke?
Fire into it immediately.
Oh,
look at their faces.
You called that one. Are they like pale white? Those two on the top right.
I was almost being sarcastic. Like there was no way all three of them could get killed, but there you go.
Ooh. Oh.
Great makeup job. Unless it's a new effect. That's possible.
I think you know what it was, Captain.
Something that can't possibly exist. But it does.
Wow.
Now that's a quote from a guy who has fought at least 4 gods. So this must be really bad. Now I know it's forbidden, I shouldn't have peeked, but my YouTube recommended a clip from, what's the new Star Trek show? The one where Pike is the guy who plays Black Bolt. Yeah, Strange New Worlds. I'm like, I got to peek, because it said Captain Kirk, and also Spock was in it.
Yeah.
And Kirk was the captain of a different ship. I don't know what the timeline is, but he was like the captain of a different ship. And him and Spock had a small interaction over like the video telecommunicator. And like the top comment was, and thus the best bromance of ever was created that day.
That's pretty neat.
Kirk to bridge.
Spock here. Ready to leave orbit, Captain.
Hold your position.
Cutting in, if I may, Captain.
I don't think we've ever seen that before, where someone cuts in on a video call.
Yeah.
Those medical supplies are badly needed on planet Theta 7.
We are remaining in orbit until I find out more about those deaths. I suggest you look at the record tapes of past similar occurrences. You'll find the USS Farragut lists casualties 11 years ago from exactly the same impossible causes. You were attacked by something. Did you feel a presence, an intelligence?
I felt it.
If the title Obsession is referring to Kirk in the episode, I think that's a pretty good title. I mean, he definitely seems more bothered, I think, than we've ever seen him.
Oh, Captain. Subspace message from Starfleet. They're
Not now, Lieutenant. Have the security duty officer report to me on the bridge immediately.
I don't know what it is, but super determined Kirk always bothers me. There was one episode where he was super guilty, another episode where he was super angry on war. Something about super obsessed Kirk just always rubs me the wrong way.
Chekhov, take over on scanner.
Did they just mention Chekhov, but he's not there?
Yeah, I was going to say, gotta love when they mention someone's name and they're clearly not there.
Was your father?
Yes, sir, he was, but I don't expect any special treatment on that account.
Was his father who?
Someone who died 11 years ago on that thing?
I want 4 men armed with Phaser 2 set for disruptor thing. Join me in the transporter room in 5 minutes. You'll accompany me to the planet's surface.
But addressing what you said, I think it is interesting in this episode so far, because it's almost like it's bothering him on more of a personal level because of his past, rather than, he actually has legitimate motivation. Where you're like, oh, I get why he's like this, rather than just out of the blue for the sake of the episode.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I definitely prefer this kind of Kirk to, just falling in love with whatever woman's on the screen Kirk.
Oh, here we go again.
All right, turn on the smoke machine. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, yeah. Ah!
At least he's shooting it. Oh.
Instant. No time in between.
What if the whole episode is he goes up to the ship, brings down more red shirts, they just get killed like over and over?
This is probably another one of the episodes where that trope was established.
Yeah. Honestly, this might already be up there with the Apple, with how many have died already.
I wonder if the Starfleet has some like propaganda, like, oh yeah, sign up for Starfleet. You know, you'll have a great career. Like, not advertising that any of this random death could happen.
Yeah, exactly.
What distance were you from the creature? About 20 yards, sir. You fired at a large, hovering target. At that distance and missed?
Well, I was startled. For a second.
And then, by the time I fired, the thing was already moving. I only hesitated for a moment, sir. Sorry. Ensign, you're relieved of all duties and confined to quarters until further notice.
What?
Man, you could tell he's so bothered.
You were a little hard on the boy, Jim.
He froze. One man was killed. Another may die.
Jeez.
Scientifically. You'll both be filing reports. Make your comments and recommendations.
Okay, like, did this thing like kill like a crew of his 11 years ago? Like,
I think that's what he's saying. Yeah. Oh, is he crying? It's all right. Let it out.
But we'll be ready to leave orbit in under half an hour.
Not leaving orbit, Mr. Scott. Not that quickly.
Captain, your count requesting...
Chekhov's not even there.
What was that?
Chekhov's not even there. It's a different dude.
Scanner readings.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he is there. What? He's just not in his chair.
Probably because Spock's not there, so he has to do Spock's job.
Yeah, he's doing it with, you know, where Spock looks in the thing. Yeah.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Doctor.
Interrupting another autopsy report is no disturbance, Mr. Spock. It's a relief.
I love when these two get along.
There are many aspects of human irrationality I do not yet comprehend. Obsession, for one.
Oh, he said it.
Have you studied the incident involving the USS Farragut? Nearly half the crew and the captain were annihilated. Among the survivors was a young officer on his first deep space assignment, James T. Kirk.
Oh, wow, his first assignment.
I'm pretty sure the 2009 Star Trek film was, you know, Kirk's first something, so I'm going to have to watch that film with closer... They probably forgot about this.
It has nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Have I made a rational decision? Am I letting the horrors of the past distort my judgment?
I like how he's more disturbed over this than the death of his brother.
Yeah, they don't talk about that.
Jim, when a young officer is exposed to unknown dangers for the first time, he's under tremendous emotional stress.
You're straying out of your field, Doctor.
Am I? I was speaking of Lieutenant James T. Kirk of the starship Farragut. 11 years ago, you were the young officer at a phaser station when something attacked.
Because I delayed in firing it.
Ooh.
Just like the guy that he got mad at.
I would have killed that thing if I had fired soon enough the first time.
Be so obsessed.
A young boy who reminds you of yourself 11 years ago.
Don't push our friendship past the point where I have to take a
I'm
fish.
not, Jim.
I am preparing a medical log entry on my estimation of the physical and emotional condition of a starship captain. Which requires a witness of command grade.
Oh! What a reveal.
The two who were always bickering back and forth came together. I love it. I love it.
Sir, the USS Yorktown is waiting now at the rendezvous point. It carries perishable
Forget
drugs.
the recitation, Spock. I know the facts. Because I'm convinced that this is the same creature that attacked the Farragut 11 years ago.
Creature, Captain.
I could feel the intelligence of the thing. I could sense it thinking.
Jim, we're not trying to gang up on you.
And you haven't, Doctor. You've asked the proper questions. You've both done your duty. In that case, gentlemen.
Bridge to Captain. Come in.
Kirk here.
I have a reading on the whatever it is, Captain.
Whatever this is.
Prepare to leave orbit.
That was all a great scene.
That's exactly what we've expressed our love about this show. Just those three.
And like a reveal like that, if this is the first episode you're ever watching, it really doesn't mean anything to you. Spock coming through the door like that. But what a great reveal, for following along the whole time.
Knowing that Spock and Bones are the way they are. And it's like, oh, we're working together.
Sir, there, got it.
Oh, wow.
It's a whole thing?
You don't find that sophisticated, Mr. Spock.
Extremely efficient, Captain. Whether that indicates intelligence is another matter.
Everyone else is at alert station, so I brought you some dinner.
Not hungry.
Doctor's orders.
We didn't have a yeoman cast for this episode, so they used me.
What's happening?
Are we still chasing that thing halfway across the galaxy? Yes. You're lucky you're out of it.
What do you mean out of it? I caused it.
Self-pity is a terrible first course. Why don't you try the soup instead?
She's great.
Fire phasers, Mr. Chekhov.
Yeah, I had a feeling. It's like, why would that even work?
It's like they think because they delayed it didn't work. It's like, no, it's because it's a fucking cloud. It went right through it.
But hopefully this will ease their guilt. Like, oh, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Oh!
Something's entered through the number 2 impulse vent.
One man has a chance for survival. The other is dead. You can add that little price tag to your monster hunt.
That's enough, Bones.
It's not enough.
Damn, Bones.
The creature is now after us.
Creature, Mr. Spock.
Its method was well considered and intelligent. If you had fired on time 11 years ago, it would have made no more difference than it did an hour ago.
If you want to play analyst, Spock, use someone else, not me.
Come on, Kirk. He knows he's right.
Ensign, am I correct in my assumption that you've been disturbed by what you consider to be a failure on your part?
He's going to give the same speech to this guy. but he's going to take it better.
I simply would like you to accept the fact that your reaction has its basis in a physio...
Sir, it's coming through the vent.
Get out of here. I'll take this thing off.
Oh, that's a good cut. That's a great cut to commercial.
Reverse cabin pressure, 341.
That's so obvious.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
Just put the shot in reverse.
You saved my life, Captain. I should be lying dead in there, not him.
Fortunately, neither of us is dead, Ensign.
Yeah.
I realize, Captain, you did everything you could do. I know that. It's just that nothing works against a monster that can do the things that thing does. And if you hadn't delayed fire, no difference. No weapon known would have made any difference.
This is Kirk literally forgiving himself.
Or 11 years ago.
This is a great choice.
Report for duty, Ensign.
Thank you, sir.
That's
got
good.
goosebumps. That was great.
All right, let's go kick its ass. Fist fight the cloud. Here we go. I'm going to be kind of sad if this guy dies here. Probably the most character they ever put into a red shirt.
Will he ever appear again? Nope.
Garvik, get back to the ship.
Captain, you're not going to be the bait.
So get back to the ship.
Oh!
He's gonna sacrifice himself, isn't he?
Oh!
Send yourself a report. This is no time for heroics.
The rock shaked a little bit.
Spock.
Like I was just cool with it.
Yeah, like he tried to take him down and he just failed.
Like I knew what you tried to do, but we're okay now.
Now, energize and detonate.
The score from Doomsday Machine.
Oh!
Do something.
We are, Doctor.
Woo! What a falsie.
Yeah, I thought they were going to use that as an excuse for the red shirt guy to die. I just really convinced he was going to die, but glad he didn't.
It was a good falsie, yeah, especially with him with the fake sacrifice. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Ensign,
Meet me in my quarters when you've cleaned up. I'd like to talk to you about your father. Several tall stories I think you'd like to hear.
Thank you, sir. I would.
That was a good one. We talked about hopefully we're on the upswing, and I think that was it. You know, lucky number 13. That was wonderful. Everything about that, the writing, direction, the music. You know, Kirk just having a version of his younger self to interact with and a red shirt young actor at that time, getting just like a spotlight to shine with Shatner. Some odd choices where Chekhov's mentioned off screen, and it's like, oh, I guess he's not here. Then he is there. The villain is whatever. The way they defeated it, you know, it's fine. Just I don't really care about that. I just love the character stuff, you know, with Spock and Bones coming together to try to get to Kirk. Just the little stuff like that. The special effects stuff, whatever, villain of the week, I could care less about. Just that was great. That was great.
Yeah, I really loved that episode. There have been so many great ones, you know, this season already that I don't know if this is my favorite, but it's definitely up there. I think the strongest part of it was the writing, for sure. It looks like it was written by Art Wallace, which I do not recognize that name, so I'm sure our comments can fill us in. I don't know if he's a regular writer, but it was a great story. They jam-packed a lot in there. The villain wasn't like a huge part as far as like the personality or anything. It's not like a human villain or anything, so it didn't need to take up a lot of the story. A lot of times we'll like meet a villain or antagonist, and a lot of the chunk of the time is going to like that character to build them up. We didn't need to do that in this episode. It was more so just building up the story of the events of what happened, and I really loved the personal story of Kirk's past and why he's so obsessed with this, and then also having that proxy character of the red shirt Henson basically being a younger Kirk in theory, to where he can therapeutically go through that, seeing a younger person go through what he did. That was all great storytelling. Loved the stuff with Bones, Spock, and Kirk, with them three arguing back and forth about it, and then Spock eventually being convinced and going over to Kirk's side about the creature. And I thought it also did a great job of giving everybody, you know, little stories. Like even Nurse Chapel got that little scene with Henson in the room, and with McCoy, or her had a lot of lines, even though she wasn't a huge part of the story. Chekhov was in there, so they did a great job of spreading it out, even though it was such a personal story with Kirk. So I thought all around it was excellent.
I felt like there was no wasted shots in this one. Nothing wasted. Anytime anything was happening on the screen, it felt important, and it felt like, hey, you should probably watch and listen. Whether it's like the dialogue, the back and forth, the world building, like everything felt like you need to watch this, and it rewarded you. There was nothing like unlocking 3 chains in a row or something. It's like, or yeah, you know what I mean? It's like I felt like there's sometimes where it feels stretched, there's sometimes where it feels rushed, but this was like the one where it's like they figured it out.
The one line I really loved when Bones is confronting Kirk and about, you know, what he's doing and his obsession, and Kirk's like, basically saying like, don't use our personal friendship to like manipulate me, like I'll be the captain if I have to. And then Bones is like, oh no, I'm not, this isn't about our friendship, this is professional, I'm writing a report about your ass. It's like, oh god. And then the Spock reveal of him coming in the room, that was just an excellent scene that, you know, it didn't need any action or anything sci-fi, just the dialogue and everything was great.
It's like, oh, you're going to pull that on me? Well, guess what? This is an official medical report. Suck it. And here's your best buddy here to back me up. You know, it's like that whole twist is just like, that's one of those things where it's a rewarding moment. If this was your first episode of watching Star Trek, which a lot of the episodes feel like you're supposed to be able to just drop in whenever you want. You know what I mean? And I feel like a watcher would be so robbed of a good moment if this was their first episode watching on TV. So this is one of those ones where you were really rewarded.
Yeah, I could definitely see myself rewatching this one for sure. I loved it.
Yeah, if we do a season 2 recap, spoiler alert, this will probably, depending on the rest of the 13 episodes.
Yeah, we got halfway to go. Yeah,
this might be in my top 5. I mean, when you watch an episode of television and you just come away smiling, it's like such a good feel. Like,
You've been saying it the last few episodes. It's the roller coaster, and I think for me that's the biggest difference so far between the first season and the second one. I felt like the first season was just like this steady, consistent. In terms of episode quality, it was just like consistently good to, average to good. Every episode was a good time. And then you'd have your clunkers here and there, but it was just like this kind of consistent climb throughout the season. Season 2 has been like, we watch an episode or two and we love them and they're excellent. And then we'll get ones we don't enjoy at all. And it's just like this up and down. And I think it's because they're taking more risks and they're doing more, bigger stories and more interesting things. And sometimes you're going to get, the last 2 episodes, and sometimes you'll get Journey to Babel or Obsession, Amok Time, so Mirror, Mirror. So it's really just been up and down. It sucks when you're watching the ones you're not really interested in, but then it's really rewarding when you watch one like this.
Yeah, I mean, high risk, high reward, and also high fall. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather see something. I'd rather see an extremely, just, I don't want to say failure, but just like an episode where it just didn't work,
just
than just like
mark.
another, then just another like, oh, it's another god, because that's so much more interesting and so much more to talk about rather than just like a plain Jane, no risks taken. Because you talk about risk, you don't talk about just like another boring where nothing happens. So yeah, more credit to the more risks.
Absolutely. Well, I'm enjoying it, and we're going to keep on going halfway now officially through season 2, which, I mean, not exactly by episode probably, but in terms of it being 3 seasons, we're 1.5 seasons in. So we're basically halfway through the original series, and it's been a great time so far. We'll see how it goes as we continue. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can join us on this journey, watch every episode along with us, as well as Firefly, which we're currently watching on the channel, and a bunch of other stuff we react to. And then also make sure to check out our Patreon if you want our full uncut reactions and discussions to everything we watch, plus even more. So thank you, and make sure to become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you too. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, episode 14, lucky number 7 times 2, Wolf in the Fold. Now, I think we were on a downswing.
Alex, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I gotta cut you off. I just got this awesome Star Trek 50th anniversary box set in the mail, and I have to show it.
Oh, look at
off.
that! Oh, that is so cool.
Got the beaming down effect.
Oh, that's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, I bought it. This actually came out a couple years ago, obviously, whenever the 50th anniversary was. But I saw it had a deal online. It has everything that includes the original cast. So I'm reading off the back, we have all 3 seasons of the original series, all, I believe, 7 of the movies, and then the animated series as well, and then some documentaries and behind-the-scenes stuff on here, too. So I had to pick this up, and I couldn't wait. I'm sorry. I had to cut you off there at the beginning because this just came in, and I think it's the coolest thing ever.
Oh, nice. Did you have to get a third mortgage for that?
4th, actually. But, I think this one is worth it. The 2nd and 3rd were a mistake, but I think this one is going to be a good one.
That's neat. Look at this. I have this blue wall back here. Look at that, because I'm in a garage, and I tried hanging up posters, and they fell down because it's cloth. So I'm in actor audition blue land. So that's what I got going for me.
Yeah, and then one last new thing. I want to thank Ron, who just made our new logo recently. This is our first video. We're going to be using the new overlay setup, a nice new color change for target audience. So we got a whole bunch of stuff going on here. But Alex, please, I'll set up my Star Trek in my background. Go on with what you were saying about what we're watching today.
We're watching that show that we've been watching for a while, Star Trek, the original series. You might have heard of it. Our last episode was great, but at the time of this recording, the comments came up on YouTube for the one where they got old. And people were like, oh, you guys missed a point. It slowed the plot down because they were slow and old. I'm like, that doesn't mean it doesn't suck. I'm sorry. The point can be that, but it's like, if the point sucks, then I don't care. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'm an idiot.
I mean, I didn't have much to say about the comments just because I feel like it was an episode that we didn't think was like terribly made or anything. We just didn't like it, you know? We just didn't really like it or care for it. And it's like, when it's an episode like that, I think similar to The Changeling, it's like, there's really not that much to change anyone's mind if you just don't like something. Like, if I was saying that I thought technically it was poorly made or the makeup looked really bad or something, then you know what, I understand maybe someone having a different kind of insight on things. But when it's just straight up like, look, I don't like this story, I don't think the story was done well, then it is what it is. But I do appreciate seeing the different opinions.
Josh, if you told me that Pepsi was bad, I wouldn't sit here arguing with you like, oh, you missed the point. Pepsi's actually really good. Because it's like, okay, you didn't like it. That's fine. I'm not going to take offense, say you didn't like Pepsi, or try to explain to you. It's like, you know, whatever.
We got hot Alex today. All right.
Alex is hot today. I'm going to bring this mic a little closer. All right.
Well, yeah, we're going to jump into Wolf in the Fold today. Obsession was great, though. I think we both really loved that. And hopefully that just continues to go here as we approach the second season of Star Trek The Original Series. If you're new here, every aired episode previous to this one is already on the YouTube channel and our reaction to it. We're also watching Firefly here on the channel. And if you want to see our full reactions and discussions to any of these episodes, you can check that out on our Patreon. The link for that is in the description. So you can go check that out too. But make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience. All right. Whether this was the whole episode.
It'd be a bold choice, but I wouldn't be mad. I just got... Oh, okay. Uh-oh, green sweater Kirk.
Captain, I think I'm gonna like Argelius.
Scotty, in Argelia they use the lights.
Now, no one has to tell an old Aberdeen pub crawler how to applaud, Captain.
That's pretty neat, though, the lights. That's cool.
There's nothing like a walk in the fog with a bonny lass.
Or handsome gentleman.
Jimmy's taking the back seat.
Don't forget, the explosion that threw Scotty against a bulkhead was caused by a woman.
Physically, he's all right.
Considerable psychological damage could have been caused. For example, his total resentment toward women.
He seems to be overcoming his resentment. Bones, I know a little place across town where the women...
Oh, yes, I know the place. Let's go.
Someone left out their dry ice.
She's dead, Jeff.
Stabbed.
What?
Can't look much worse for you, Scotty. Knife literally in your hand. So I wonder if it's going to be kind of like a detective murder mystery story.
Always love that kind of work.
Yeah, and I like the start. It's like it wasn't right into the plot, but it was just like them hanging out. It was a good start.
Haveney's back.
Now, are you sure you've never seen this before?
I don't remember. I remember starting to turn. I don't remember another thing.
Scotty, you've got to remember.
You don't think by any chance that Scotty
It doesn't make any difference what I think.
But you don't just throw him to the wolves.
Bones. This happened under Argelian jurisdiction. If they want to arrest him, try him, even convict him, I have to go along with it.
Think Leonard Nimoy was unavailable for this episode?
The outlook for your friend is quite grim.
What is the law in these cases?
The law of Argelius is love.
Gentlemen, our prefect, Jarrus. Sir, Captain Kirk, Dr. McCoy.
And this is my wife, Sibo. Gentlemen, let us proceed to my home, where, with the aid of my wife, we shall learn the truth.
Gonna hypnotize him or something. Why don't you use that truth serum that Spock brought up in one episode and then never again? Huh? You know, like, hey, we have truth serum, by the way.
That's why he's not in this episode.
Yeah, only he has it.
I can beam down a technician with a psycho tricorder.
It will give us a detailed account of everything that's happened to Mr. Scott in the last 24 hours.
I guess it's pretty close to a truth serum.
Oh, I'd advise against it, Prefect. This is purely an Argelian matter.
Kirk Enterprise.
Enterprise, Spock.
Yay!
Technician with a psycho tricorder, please use these coordinates.
In the chair.
Coordinates received.
Kirk out.
Now, they were talking about his resentment of women for some reason because of his accident. So you think it's something with women that causes this to happen?
I don't think he did anything. It is odd, though, that they brought up that accident. You'd think they'd come back in the
Blown ahead.
Yeah, here we go.
But all his previous behavior patterns into the junk heap.
Of course, there's another possibility. Hysterical amnesia. When a man feels guilty about something, something too terrible to remember, he blots it out of his conscious memory.
They're also pretty lenient. If he's really, accused of murder, they're just letting him walk around, not in handcuffs or in the brig, just hanging out with them.
Doesn't seem like this society deals with crime very much.
Sibo has the ability to receive impressions from inanimate objects.
Oh, she's an empath.
But I put it here when we arrived. It's gone.
The girl from the ship's gonna be dead? Oh no! Just a brutal stab wounds. Wow. All I'm saying is if you're in America, you're going to jail. Unless you're very rich.
Where's... Lieutenant Tracy is dead, Scott. You were found alone in the room.
I don't remember. I must have passed out.
It could be, Jeb, that head injury.
Can't even believe this is really happening.
I like how they came down here for a vacation for Scotty, and he's accused of murder 2 times over. Poor guy.
My men picked you up near here. What were you doing?
Please, I know nothing about it. I didn't kill anyone.
That's not what he asked.
You were a musician at the cafe. You played for the murdered girl.
Ooh, it's that guitar riff music.
She was my daughter. Prefect, how could a thing like this have happened here?
Can you prove you went directly home?
Captain, may I continue with the questions, please?
Well, get on with it, man. Just don't stand there.
Captain. You're behaving very much like a man who is desperately trying anything to save his friend.
Well, of course I'm trying to save my friend.
Not his crewman, not his, mechanic, his friend.
Concentrate upon the flame which burns upon the altar of truth.
Is fire gonna summon Steve Wilkos with a lie detector test?
There is evil here. Monstrous, terrible evil.
I don't trust this woman either.
What if Scooby-Doo taught me anything? It's always one you never expect.
Red Jack! Red Jack!
Red Jack.
Oh, is
Red
she gonna
Jacket?
be dead? Okay. Gotta give the episode credit. I was wrong. Did not see that coming. I did it, Captain.
3 murders.
It's like, okay, after the first one, all right, maybe it wasn't you. Second one, okay, maybe there's a chance. Third one with you. It's like,
but like what she was talking about, maybe it's some type of like ancient spirit that's possessing him because of his head injury.
You may have killed without knowing it. Will your machines tell us this?
No doubt will remain.
The ancient penalty for murder was death by slow torture. That law has never been changed.
That's unfortunate.
Everything else seems so nice down here, but they just never got around to changing that one, huh?
Yeah. It's like, oh, that's the law.
We're going to court!
Computer, identify verification.
Working. Lieutenant Commander Montgomery Scott.
Montgomery. Have we heard his first name before? Montgomery. I like it.
I don't remember a thing about the first 2 murders.
Computer, accuracy scan.
Subject relaying accurate account.
Lie to me. How old are you?
22, sir.
Inaccurate. Inaccurate.
So at this point, just sit everyone in that chair. Did you kill her? Yes.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Did you kill Tara? Did you kill Lieutenant Tracy?
I don't remember.
Computer, accuracy scan.
Subject relaying accurate account.
Wait, Spock's in this scene. He hasn't said one word.
Not really his business.
Mr. Morlow, will you take the stand?
Oh, here we go.
I loved her, and she loved me.
He might think she loved him, but she didn't. She told me.
Oh, this is like a weird love triangle. The dad and the boyfriend.
I don't know if that's quite a love triangle.
You know, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I thought they were all in on a grand conspiracy, but they're turning against each other.
She said something else, words that didn't make any sense.
Red Jack.
Definition of following word. Regic.
Red Jack, source, Earth, 19th century. Nickname for mass murderer of women. Other Earth synonym, Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper? What?
The ghost of Jack the Ripper on this planet? He made it all the way there?
That's where he went.
But Sibo said that it feeds on death. Said it also feeds on fear.
Which would tend to support the proposition that the murderer was not human.
Oh, they're saying he never actually existed. Like Jack the Ripper was always this spirit thing. It was never actually a person.
Would you mind taking the stand, Mr. Hengist?
Prefect, this has gone far enough. I will not take the stand.
If you are the entity for which we search, what better position from which to kill with impunity? An entity which feeds on fear and terror would find a perfect hunting ground on Argelius. The entity would be as a hungry wolf in that fold.
Oh, he said it. He said the thing. It's like, Classic, just run.
That's the worst stunt double so far, I'm sorry.
He's dead, Jim.
He's dead, Jim.
That's two in one episode. Oh, did he kill him so the spirit left his body?
That is great. Wow.
Let's not gloss over that Kirk just killed that man with a punch.
I've got some stuff that would tranquilize an active volcano.
Good. Start distribution immediately.
Life support system override jammed.
All right. Man your station, Mr. Sue.
I see.
Okay. They had Sulu there just for the last 10 minutes of this episode.
Oh, this shot again.
I love this shot.
Normal environmental levels have been restored, Captain.
Captain? Whoever he is, he sure talks gloomy.
Oh, Bones is gonna get everybody high so no one can be scared.
Now I know why they brought Sulu in just for that one part.
Yep.
Hey, George, you get to be weird. Okay, I'm in.
I wouldn't be afraid of a supernova.
Why'd they give it to only him?
Compute to the last digit the value of pi. The value of pi is a transcendental figure without resolution.
Oh, that's great.
Extend your arm, Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, it got him.
I'll die, make you suffer.
Yes!
Wait, what?
Die, 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 everybody die.
What a captain. He doesn't order anyone else to do it. He just carries him himself.
Full power. Widest angle of dispersion. Maintain.
Excited, Captain? I'll do it. Everybody die.
He shoves him out of the way.
They're just transporting him into space?
Didn't have to shove me, Mr. Spock. I'd have gotten round to it.
You seem very happy about the whole thing.
Oh, why not? For a while there, I didn't know whether I was innocent or guilty.
Bones, how long will it take for this tranquilizer to wear off?
Oh, I don't know. 5 or 6 hours. I came on a pretty big shot, Jim.
Since you came to Argelius to rest, I suggest you take advantage of the opportunity.
I know a cafe where the women are so...
I know the place, Jim.
Let's go see.
Gentlemen.
Just to start, I just wanted to say the guy who played Prefect, I think his name was, or they called him Prefect, the
Yeah.
husband of the woman. He's looked familiar to me, and I was like, is he in this show before? And I looked it up, and he was, but not at all what I expected. He played the computer's projection of Landru in Return of the Archons, where the computer pretended to be the god. He was like the god Landru that projected for a moment. So very interesting that he's in that. Yeah, very interesting he's in that role, and then in this one. I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, what do you think about the episode?
I love this episode, man. I love a good murder mystery. And not only was this a good murder mystery, but it's similar to the one episode, I think it was season 2, episode 2 maybe, where it's like it introduces a new idea to already established things, where it's like Jack the Ripper's been known as this entity of, who was his killer? Or like D.B. Hooker, the guy that jumped out of the plane. D.B. Cooper, yeah, like, not that he was a murderer, but like these lifelong myths of who are these people, and like it established that idea of like, what if it's an entity that possesses all these different people and like jumps from person to person to kill these people? Like, that's an interesting idea. I never thought of someone like Jack the Ripper being like that. So I love that idea, and not knowing who it is. Just like, I love a good murder mystery. I mean, you and I saw Murder on the Orient Express like in like late 2017. It was one of my favorite theaters because I just love a good mystery. A good mystery movie is so hard to come by. And this felt like that, whereas I was so invested in this story where it's like, I want to know who did this in this world of Star Trek. I find weird that they kept Spock out of the first half and like only Sulu for 10 minutes, but it kind of makes sense, It's like it's a rotating crew. You never know who's going to be there and for how long. It's yeah, man, this was a good one in my opinion. How about you?
Yeah, I think it's a nice, fun episode. I wouldn't say it's like one of my favorites of the season or anything, but again, something just like really weird and different. I appreciate that they did that, and I think for the most part it pays off. I think as far as like disappointments, the biggest thing for me is that the way that it started, I was really hoping like, wow, this is going to be like a Scotty-centered episode, and it really ends up not being. After that first act, he's kind of more just used as a plot device to set up this murder mystery, which is fine, and I like how the story played out, but I was going into it thinking like, oh wow, is this going to be like a deep Scotty episode? And James, I don't know if it's Doohan or Doohan, but the actor who plays Scotty had some great moments, especially towards the first half, where he's genuinely not remembering and doesn't know if he killed these women. So great stuff from him there. A lot of it was kind of goofy, especially towards the end, but in a good way. But yeah, I wouldn't, say it's one of my favorites, like I said, but I definitely enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lie detector test, use it. Have everyone sit on that chair. But I get it. The whole point was, it's like, this entity is not, specific to person. It's just, it can bounce from things to things.
If they had dipped a little bit more into the horror, it could have even been like another like Catspaw, like another Halloween theme, typed episode too, because they did kind of lean into the spookiness a little bit.
Yeah, like it felt like, Sleepy Hollow when they're going through like an old town with like the smoke. I'm like, oh, this is very neat. But yeah, I do. They're not great, but episodes that draw on real life past events and try to provide explanations for them. I don't hate them, but I just find them interesting. It's like, oh, I never thought about it like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely thought it was very interesting and a good time. Not really big flaws or anything as far as that I could tell, but I think to keep in mind is that, it's slow on purpose because they want us to know that they're slow because they're old, so. All right, well, that's going to be your thoughts on Wolf in the Fold. Let us know down below in the comments what you thought of it.
This is going to be our most disliked video.
Let us know down in the comments. No, seriously, though. Let us know down in the comments what you agree, disagree with what we said. If there's anything we didn't touch on, what you like, don't like about the episode. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us guys, and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks again. We'll see you in the next one.
Hello there, I'm Josh, this is Alex. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and we hope it's made for you as well. Today we are watching episode 15 of season 2 of Star Trek, the original series, The Trouble with Tribbles. And I'm going to be honest, this is one that has been talked about a lot ever since we started watching Star Trek in the comments by you guys, the members of the target audience, have just been telling us about this episode for a long time is one you're looking forward to. So I've been excited for this one as well. We came off a couple of pretty good episodes, Obsession and The Wolf in the Fold. Both are ones that we both enjoyed, so we're on a pretty good streak here, and I'm excited to continue on, Alex. It's been a little bit about a week since we watched Wolf in the Fold. I know you liked that episode even a bit more than me, so have any thoughts on that one, or how are you feeling today?
It's weird because there's so many times where it's like after you watch a show, then you take a little break. Like, for example, I just completely fell off She-Hulk, House of the Dragon. I just feel like no motivation. I'm just burnt out on like all media right now. It's like even like picking up a book, I'm just like, it's like, yeah, okay, I could read a little bit, but then I look back at this, I'm like, oh man, I haven't watched Star Trek in a week. I'm like, oh wait, it doesn't matter. Complete new story. Everything that happened is just, gone. It's like you don't have to worry about it. So it's kind of nice in that regards. You don't feel pressured. You're like, oh, did you catch the clue in season 2, episode 1 that leads to, this coming in for, it's like, yeah, it's just fresh. So yeah, just looking forward to just a fresh new adventure. That's all.
All right, well, we're going to get jumping into it. If it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. All the previously aired Star Trek The Original Series episodes leading up to this are already on the channel. And if you want to check out our full reactions and discussions as well as other exclusive content, you can check out our Patreon. The link for that is in the description. Did just want to let you guys know we are going to be on a little bit of a break this upcoming week. I'm going to be out of town for a few days, so if it's a little bit of a longer gap between this and the next episode, that is why. Everything is fine, so don't freak out, but it will be a little bit longer before we post more videos. But we're going to go ahead and get jumping into this one.
Green sweater is the star of this season, man.
How close will we come to the nearest Klingon outpost if we continue on our present course?
1 parsec, sir.
Cannot travel through the vacuum of space.
I was making a little joke, sir.
Extremely little, Ensign.
Got a whole practice section.
It's called one emergency. That's a disaster call.
No, we didn't even know why. Okay.
Yeah, and that was a quick hook. Less than 2 minutes.
Men phasers armed and ready, sir.
Space Station K7, this is Captain Kirk of the Enterprise. What is your emergency?
Captain Kirk. I want all available security guards. I want them posted around the storage compartments.
Storage compartments? Storage compartments?
Why is he talking so weird this episode?
What's Quadro Triticale? Wheat. So what?
Object of this importance. Starfleet Command.
I have never questioned the orders or the intelligence of any.
I was about to say, is that a true statement? We've had some fucking clunkers in terms of representatives.
Yeah.
Mr. Chekhov, what do you make of this?
Oh, Quadro Triticale. I've read about this.
Me?
Well, not everyone, Captain. It's a Russian invention.
Oh, you just know this guy was a great character actor in his time.
Surely you want...
Not at your price.
Oh, what is it?
He probably auditioned for Harry Mudd, but it's like, you don't have the right look. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's adorable. Well, if you're not gonna take him, I'm gonna take him. I think he's cute.
4 credits. That's my offer.
That's a joke.
5.
Captain Kirk! Captain Kirk!
Yes, Lieutenant, what is it?
Sensors are picking up a Klingon battle cruiser.
It's like everyone's treating this wheat like it's so important. Maybe, someone could tell them why, what it is. I mean, even Chekhov knew what it was, but no one tells.
Why do the Klingons care so much about this Sherman's planet? Why is it so special?
Klingon ship is sitting right here in my office.
Cancel red alert.
Too late.
We'll beam right down.
Security, cancel red alert.
Kirk. My dear Captain Koloff, let me assure you that my intentions are peaceful. As I've already told you.
Pretty sure that's Trelane from Squire of Gothos.
Surely.
That definitely is.
Yeah, came back as a Klingon.
We do not equip our ships with, how shall I say it, non-essentials.
We have been in space for 5 months.
Do you think Michael Shannon's look in Man of Steel was inspired by this?
Yeah, they showed up a picture of him. Yeah.
Make him look like this.
Yes, well, I don't make those decisions. Another technical journal, Scotty?
Remember the last time we tried to relax?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Its trilling seems to have a tranquilizing effect on the human nervous system. Fortunately.
Say, Lieutenant, as soon as you're giving them away, can I have one?
Sure.
He just palmed it like a
Yeah.
like a little ball, like not like a living thing. Like, all right.
Bones, what do you got for a headache?
Let me guess. The Klingons. Barry's.
Oh. As you open up a maternity ward.
Doesn't seem too worried, even though, I mean, he was in the room. He saw all the crew taking him, but he's like, oh, well.
I'll tell them before they go, sir.
Aren't you going on shore leave, Scotty?
I know, sir.
Maybe that was a little reference to the last episode.
Yeah, he didn't want to
Wow.
go. He didn't want to go on shore leave.
Wow. Okay, a little continuity. Just a wee bit. That's what I get for saying that in the beginning.
When are you going to get off that milk diet, lad?
Damn.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, this is a drink for a man.
Scotch?
Aye.
It was invented by a little old lady from Leningrad.
We'll have a little culture battle.
Yeah.
Frankly, I never liked Earthers. They remind me of regular bloodworms.
Remember when I talked about that bar fight, and then people were like, "Oh, just wait. I think it's coming."
Now drink, you drink.
You just gave him the other guy's drink.
We like the Enterprise. We really do. It's designed like a garbage scow. Half the quadrant knows it.
Wait, does he lose it when he starts talking about the ship?
The bartender's getting out of there.
Ooh!
Oh! Back body drop.
Oh!
Great stunt choreography. Oh, a whole bunch of red shirts coming in.
Ah! That was a masterclass of a shot. That was oh my god. That might have been my favorite scene, like, ever. That was all done so well.
And
especially that last bit with him spinning in there with the drink. Oh my god.
And I didn't notice like a single stunt double. Like they're usually so obvious, but I didn't see, a stunt double for Scotty or Chekhov or anybody.
Yeah.
I want to know who started it.
Uh-oh.
I was kind of hoping it would come back and they're all still fighting.
Who started the fight?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Check.
Come on, Scotty. You're an honest man.
Started it, didn't you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, who did?
I don't know, sir.
The Klingons, is this off the record?
No, this is not off the record.
He's about to say they were insulting you, but I didn't do anything. But only when they.
But then the ship, it was too far.
Delusions of godhood.
Is that all?
No, sir. They also compared you with that Danubian slime devil.
Cheers, Scott.
Yes.
And after they said all this, that's when you hit the Klingons.
Well.
Tell them. In my opinion, you have taken this entire very important project far too lightly.
I was going to ask, was there any repercussion to that fight with the Klingons? Were they like, fuck this, we're going to take over?
Yeah.
Because they were playing nice at first, but...
Yeah, maybe the Klingons were like, well, we were drunk, whatever.
So do you think the Tribbles are a plant to, I mean, not like a literal plant, but like plant the Klingons on this planet so it eats all their shit?
Oh, I mean, I would be pretty impressed if they had any type of meaningful purpose at this point.
Instead of just a B plot, yeah. I don't know, just that one shot of him walking out with them walking in and them looking at each other. I'm like, okay, there might be some thing going on here.
This is Kirk. Contact Manager Lurie and Nils Barris. Have them meet us near the storage compartments. We're beaming down. Come on, Spock.
He just hands his plate to some random blue shirt. Here, take this.
Yeah. Jeez. Is that dangerous at all? Might mix up your DNA while getting beamed down?
Yeah, you know, like the fly.
The fly, yeah.
But yeah, I guess not, huh?
Open it.
It's not working, sir. It seems to be stuck.
You know what? In fact, in my head canon, the fly is a precursor to Star Trek, and that's how he was the first one to discover beaming and teleportation.
Yeah, then they perfected it.
Jeff Goldblum. Yeah.
This is a result. I am going to hold you responsible,
Mr.
Kirk.
Barris, I'll hold you in irons if you don't shut up.
They keep throwing one at his head. Like whoever's up there is like, they keep throwing one at his head.
Yeah.
Now he tells me.
Yep. This Tribble is dead.
Close that door.
I bet Gene Roddenberry was up there just throwing shit at him.
I can't understand it. The last time I saw one act this way was at the bar.
What was in the bar?
Klingons. Him.
Is that just Enterprise going by in the background?
Yeah, it's a neat detail. I like how the Klingons just took no offense to the Tribbles not liking
Mr. Barris, they like
whatever.
Well, there's no accounting for taste.
It's Jack the Ripper from the other episode.
I'm certain that can be arranged, Darwin.
Guards?
So it's just by luck and just happenstance that they came across the Tribbles and that dude.
Like the salesman ended up having nothing to do with it, like from a sinister perspective.
Do you know what the penalty is for transporting an animal proven harmful to human life?
After all, my Tribbles did put you wise to the poison grain.
Spock just looks so over it.
There is one thing you can do.
Yes.
Pick up every Tribble on the space station. Consider it job security.
Captain, you're a hard man. All right.
You'll do it.
I'll do it.
Pick up every Tribble, but put it where?
And it's like, I thought they were dying naturally, but since they're poisoned, it's like, who knows how long they live? Like, they're just going to keep reproducing.
Oh my god.
Just in his jacket.
Both this guy and Harry Mudd have been given like the worst sentences. It's like, what? Oh my god.
So, Edmund, I don't want to interrupt this Mutual Admiration Society, but I'd like to know where the Tribbles are.
Tell him, Spock.
Well, it was Mr. Scott who performed the actual engineering.
Mr. Scott.
Before they went into warp, I transported the whole kit and caboodle into the air engine room, where there'll be no Tribble at all.
There will be no Tribble at all.
just Kirk. They might start a war.
The neutral zone's gonna be a war zone.
Well, let's get out of here. Oh, I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, the bar fight scene is, probably top 5 scenes so far of the whole show. So just that on its own kind of made the episode, one that you definitely have to put up, higher up there on the list, in my opinion. The rest of it was cool. It was a funny little episode. I thought, I had no idea where they were going with the Tribbles. Ended up not really going much of anywhere as far as a plot moving forward, but it was just like a funny little gag, and I was afraid it would get old, but I think they kept it fresh enough throughout the episode, and I liked the character of the salesman guy who came in and was selling them, so yeah, I enjoyed it overall, but definitely the bar fight scene was the huge highlight.
Yeah, the choreography and the fights, the way they were like back body dropping and like throwing all these weird punches and throwing people across the room and the table, and the choreography with the guy with the drink spinning around, and then like the other red shirt's coming in. He's like, "Oh, I'm free to take a drink." Guy grabs it, pulls out the other one. I'm like, that was beautiful. I really like the stuff with the Tribbles. I was trying to figure out like, okay, who set this up? Is this a Klingon plan? Is this some sabotage? Like, who's doing the sabotaging here and why? Are they trying to sabotage the planet? Is someone a plant? And figuring all of that was fun. But the look of the thumbnail with like those little creatures, I'm like, oh, this is probably too weird and goofy. I was like, I wasn't sure how to feel about it going in, but I loved it. I thought it was great. When you go in with just expectations and you come out with a fine episode like this, it's some good stuff. Nice to see the Klingons again, and that guy definitely has to be the Squire Gothos dude. He has to.
It is for sure.
Yeah. looks just like him. Underrated performance was the bartender. I just liked how like he was just so like he felt very human, like dealing with like some bullshit you have to deal with at work or something. Like he played his character very great. Fantastic.
The bartender, probably my favorite shot was at like the end where they walked in and all the Tribbles were there, and he's just like, just on the bar covered in Tribbles, like just accepting his fate. That was great stuff. He was great. The Tribbles, I thought definitely was going to go more of like a Gremlins route. Like they think they're these nice, cute animals, and then they eat this wheat, and it like turns it into a monster. Didn't end up going that route, which is fine, but that's what I expected. So I was surprised where it ended up going. But yeah, overall, I wonder if they like had these little props from any other existing property, or if they really were like wrote this episode and then they were like, okay, we have to make 1,000 of these little furballs. So that'd be interesting to know.
Throughout the whole thing, I'm like, this reminds me of Gremlins, with the way they're multiplying, just not to the violent aspect.
Yeah, if they brought that part in, they would have all been in deep trouble. But I really like that, the stuff with Scotty in the bar. Obviously, we already talked about it a little bit, but even before the fight of Scotty holding off, Chekhov while he's making fun of Kirk, but then when he brings up the ship, that's where, Scotty as the engineer takes issue with it, throws the first
like,
punch.
All right, that's it.
Yeah. And then even almost as good as the actual fight is the next scene where then he has to talk to Kirk about what happened, and reveal it to him, and Kirk's reaction to that. So that was all great stuff.
Yeah. I love that whole bit. It's like, oh, so you only got upset when you didn't mind what they said about me. But also like the little world building character stuff where like Scotty with his scotch and then Chekhov with the vodka. I'm like, nice little, country battle stuff there.
All right, well, that's our thoughts on The Trouble with Tribbles. I know a lot of you guys were excited for this one, so let us know. Now is your time to let us know in the comments why you guys either love this episode or maybe there's some detractors out there that don't like the goofiness and the fun of the episode. Let us know in the comments. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thank you. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. It feels like it's been a long time since we've sat down to watch this show. I mean, granted, I think it's only been like a few days since our last upload at the time of this recording, but we took a break from recording for the past week, and boy, am I excited to get back. It feels like we're going in completely fresh almost. The Triple episode was certainly interesting. I thought it was going to be more like the Apple episode, where more of it's like, okay, whatever. But no, there was a lot of shit going on, a lot of good stuff. And I think we were right about the guy selling the Tribbles. Like, they were originally going to keep that for Harry Mudd's actor, but he was busy doing something else. So
it's funny, like recently I feel like we keep saying like, oh, it's been a while, but really this time it has been a while. It's been almost 2 weeks since we've watched Star Trek, and I was getting the itch in the last few days. I posted on our Patreon a picture of me watching a VHS of the Man Trap I found. We dug out an old VHS player, and I was watching that. I was watching some of my box set, just kind of checking it out. So I've been ready to get back into it, and excited to start the back half of Season 2 here and keep it going. If it's your first time here, in addition to Star Trek, we're also watching Firefly here on the channel. and we watch a ton of other sci-fi and other things. Now that it is October, we'll have some more horror-related stuff coming to the channel this month as well, so you can stay tuned for that. And if you ever want to see any of our full, uncut reactions and discussions, you can check out our Patreon. The link is in the description.
Instant checkup, Lieutenant Uhura, and I will beam down and make a routine check of its facilities. Mind the store, Mr. Spock?
Acknowledged, Captain.
Lieutenant Uhura, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Mind the store.
Energize, Scotty.
Aye, Captain.
This is an interesting trio to beam down.
Captain, what happened?
Spock here.
Mr. Spock, they vanished.
I presume you mean they vanished in a manner not consistent with the usual workings of the transporter, Mr. Scott.
Mean that? You think I'd call you if they just beamed down?
Kirk to Enterprise. Kirk to Enterprise.
Oh my goodness. Are they pitting a bunch of different races against each other?
Ooh. Yeah. A tournament of some sorts.
Ooh, look at her taking on two of them. Chekhov has no chance. Oh.
Was the regular stunt coordinator off this week?
A bit rough.
That was a bit rough, yeah. Maybe not the best trailer grab.
A bit brutal. What a title. Another Gene Nelson.
I am Gold, Master Thrall of the planet Triskelion. I have been sent to welcome you.
That was an odd cut.
Your old titles mean nothing here, Captain. You are thralls now. You are to be taken to the training enclosure.
Why did he put him up there?
You are to be trained and spend the rest of your lives here.
Digging the costume design.
Whatever that power surge was, it had nothing to do with the transporter or with any other system aboard the ship.
I'm beginning to believe that, Mr. Scott.
Scotty defending the ship. Love it.
At the moment, that is all we can do, except hope for a rational explanation.
Always thought that was a human failing, Mr. Spock.
Constant exposure does result in a certain degree of contamination.
These are your quarters.
Well, that was a solid plan. I don't know why it didn't work.
Escape is quite impossible. Return to your quarters.
Don't give me any more dispassionate logic, Mr. Spock. Just keep looking for it.
I would welcome a suggestion, Doctor, even an emotional one.
First time you've ever asked me for anything, and it has to be an occasion like this.
Classic Spock McCoy back and forth there, logic versus emotion.
Step away from the door. It is the nourishment interval.
Kirk's gonna fall in love with her and free her.
With the green-haired girl.
Mm-hmm.
This music, you know what that means.
Mm-hmm. Romantic Chekhov coming back.
It's a nice name. Chiku.
Chekhov.
I like the voice effect.
You are a fine specimen. I like you better than the others. We may even be selected for each other.
Will you provide all my nourishment?
Of course.
Never seen a top sergeant who looked like you.
What does that mean?
Means you're a very beautiful woman.
Who called it?
Your mother and father.
She who bore me was killed in a freestyle match.
Freestyle.
A rap battle.
Hold!
That was like Doctor Strange.
This thrall was slow in obeying a command. For his punishment, he will be practice target. You begin, Uhura.
No. I will not do it.
None of us will do it, Galt.
Uhura, take your place on the triad.
No. No.
You will take the punishment.
Oh, no. Oh, don't face the whip.
Captain's log supplemental.
Oh,
Stardate
cuts right to
unknown. Our strange captivity continues.
This is brutal, man.
This will strengthen you. Drink it.
Oh, there you go. Helping him out.
Some wine. There we go.
This guy kind of reminds me of what they were going for in the Galileo 7 episode with Spock, where they get stranded on the planet with, like, the Neanderthals.
Oh, that was slick. That was slick. Ooh!
There you go.
Right to the balls.
I like how the bald leader guy just doesn't care no matter what's happening. No emotion.
We hold Provider 1.
Provider 1 bids 300 quatlus for the newcomers.
Oh, they're bidding on him now. Okay.
We're free people. We belong to no one.
Such spirit, I wager 15 quatlus that he is untrainable.
So is Kirk gonna outsmart him somehow, making him bet on something? I mean, he has to outsmart him some way. That's the only way he could get out of this. He can't punch his way out.
Now bear the mark of a fine herd.
Spock, McCoy, and Scotty are gonna come down like in Infinity War, Thor, Groot, and Rocket.
It's just ridiculous to think they could still be alive, not after all this time.
In that case, Doctor, we have nothing to lose by pursuing our present course.
We can't find him!
We've covered over 2 miles. Can we take a breather? A rest?
Look at that scar makeup.
Yeah.
Why do they like to watch others being hurt?
That is the way.
Their voices sound mechanical. Are they computers?
No, no. No. No more versus computer.
Shanna, don't you ever look at the night sky? The lights up there.
The same moves he pulled on Edith. Look up at the stars.
When it is time to increase the herd, my provider will select one for me.
On Earth, we select our own mate.
I've had many. Many.
I've made many selections.
Tell me about the providers.
They are said not to be like us. They stay in...
Oh, God.
Stop it! You're killing her!
Definitely some hammy cuts to commercial in this episode.
If you want to punish someone, punish me!
But you must learn obedience. Then you will be an excellent thrall.
It's all right.
Oh, man. I definitely thought they were going to kill her.
The provider's up there looking down, just... Like, are they just watching it at all times?
Captain, you do indeed present many surprises. Return to your quarters.
Oh, nice shot there.
Any updates, boys?
Well, my hunch is that they're back on Gamma 2. Dead or alive, and I still want another search.
Dr. McCoy speaks for me, too, sir.
Gentlemen, I am in command of this vessel. and we shall continue on our present course.
Nope. All right.
Keep going.
You have made me feel strangely. If it were allowed, I would ask that you have another drill thrall.
Goes right back in.
Oh, I made you feel strange and uncomfortable? Well, here.
Oh!
I'm sorry, Shannon.
Okay, show. Way to play with my expectations. Okay. All right. You suckered me in. I'm like, oh, great. Another Kirk love interest. Way to go. You got me.
He's going to kill our romance.
He just has her tied up.
We can use the circuits to short out these collars.
Captain.
What makes you think Lars isn't watching right now? Especially now.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
What the devil's going on?
Spock? Spock? Spock?
You are interesting in many ways.
But you are afraid.
You present no danger while you wear the collar.
Then show yourselves.
There is no objection.
Not very wise of the providers to just let the Enterprise hear the whole conversation.
We are 1,000 of your meters beneath the surface.
Primary mental evolution.
Oh, wow, they're like little brains.
We had humanoid form, but we evolved beyond it.
Species that enslaves other beings. Hardly superior.
The thralls are necessary to the games. We have found athletic competitions our only challenge.
My people pride themselves on being the greatest, most successful gamblers in the universe. We compete for everything.
Do not tell me I was right.
My people can overcome an equal number of thralls set against us.
100 quatloos on the newcomers.
We can't wager for trifles like quatloos. The Enterprise and its crew leaves here in safety. Furthermore, all the thralls on the planet must be freed.
There you go.
And if you lose, Captain?
Remain here. The entire crew of the Enterprise, the most stubborn, determined competitors in the universe.
Finally, I was like, when are we actually going to see one of these competitions they're talking about?
Thralls must stay in the blue area. You will take the yellow.
Almost like Squid Game.
Heaven's got very little to do with this.
Enterprise once again getting that pay-per-view showing of Kirk fighting. I feel like the colors on the thing is just such an unnecessary addition. Like, why do they have to stay in the colors? Oh, it's one of those guys.
One of those guys was in the Spock's Parrots episode.
Yeah, I forget their species name, but...
The cut to the dude watching, and then back to him with the...
Last time Kirk fought one of those guys, he got stabbed.
Oh, no.
Oh, he can't kill her.
I mean, he clocked her on the jaw, so
Oh, yeah, she's probably pissed.
Yeah.
You lied. Everything you said.
Oh.
The thralls surrender.
You have won, Captain Kirk. Unfortunately. However, the terms of the wager will be honored. You are free.
I did what was necessary. Someday I hope you'll understand.
I understand. You will leave us now? I would like to go to those lights with you. Take me.
There's so much you must learn here first. The providers will teach you. Learn it. Beam us up.
Is that the first time he said like the official phrase?
Yeah, I was very close to it.
I get it. It's like one of those things where he never said it.
I will learn and watch the lights in the sky and remember.
Ooh. So is there... Wow, they definitely ran out of time there. Jesus. So you think there's like a comic or a book or something where it's like she comes back, or maybe she comes back in one of the movies or something? I don't know. Well, that was an episode. Out of all the episodes, I have to say, that was one of them. That was definitely one of them.
I actually really liked that episode. I mean, was it the best? No. They could have done a lot of things better, and we'll talk about, different stuff. But overall, when we started the second season and we watched Amok Time, I had said something to the effect of like, I'm totally in if they want to do these more weird sci-fi episodes, and we've gotten some of those this season, and a lot of those have been my favorite. I don't know if this one would be one of my favorites, but I enjoy any time they do something really weird and different this season, and this was one of those times. I would have liked to see more of the actual gamesmanship that they were talking about. They kept alluding to them being trained for these combats, and we don't get to see much of it. The only time in the middle of the episode we see it is when Kirk's being punished. It's not necessarily like a game, like a competition. So I wish they would have focused a little bit more on that. But the stuff with Kirk and Shayna was also great. Their kind of relationship that builds throughout the episode, I bought it. So the ending payoff with her, I think, does work, because I do kind of buy how she feels for Kirk throughout the episode. Did not expect him to punch her at all. That was a great little twist there. I would say biggest drawbacks would be, I guess I would have liked a bit more of the payoff with the lead thrall bald guy who kept showing up everywhere. Like, what did he think about this? I guess he's now free too. We don't really get to hear anything from him. I mean, he played his part in the episode, but they kind of put a lot into him for that to eventually go nowhere. But beyond that, last thing I'll say is I really liked that they weren't necessarily robots or gods, but just brains, like just humans that evolved to the point of only needing their brain. I like that, because I don't think it's a pretty common sci-fi character or design, but I don't think we've seen that yet in Star Trek, so I like that.
No, computers, gods. I think this is the first time we've seen brains. But yeah, my favorite part of the episode is how they totally suckered me in with this whole love interest. Like, almost like they knew what they were doing. It's like, oh yeah, Kirk's gonna fall in love, and then when he sucker punches her, it's like so like this sounds terrible, but when I saw it, I'm like, oh, that was great, because it totally subverted my expectations, which like they knew what they were doing. I wish like the B plot had more to do, like. It was just more about, the other big three, not including Kirk, bickering, just to find them. Anytime I come back to them, it really made no development. It's just like different ways to argue the same point. Yeah. When it gets there, the only thing they were used for is something to wager. But you're totally right about the bald dude. I wish maybe he had an arc where it's like he, maybe Kirk got to him a little bit, but no, he was just straight-laced the entire way. I guess I like how it was just like a random three that went down, Chekhov, Uhura, and Kirk. Just a random three to go down makes it feel, because it could have just been the big three, but it's like I get they wanted to play around, I'm guessing.
Touch on what you said about Uhura and Chekhov. I like that it was them going down. I said at the beginning, I'm like, that's a nice, cool trio. Don't see that often. And then the B plot, we kind of joked about it during the episode, but yeah, it's your typical like, hey, don't forget about all of us, but we're not really gonna like progress or do that much. And then they end up just showing up in time to watch the events go down. They don't interfere or like help in any way. But the one thing I'll say is it's always nice to have those classic moments between Spock and Dr. McCoy, the emotion versus the logic, especially when Kirk's not there and it's just them two. Overall, yeah, if this was one that I was just rewatching episodes, definitely one I would rewatch. I thought it was a fun time. I liked the story. Not going to be one of my favorites, but I found, pretty enjoyable.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention the stunt coordination. Very rocky in like the first segment, but as it went on, they kind of figured it out.
Well, that's going to be our thoughts on, what is this one called, the full title? The Gamesters
of Triskelion.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. That's our thoughts on that. Comment, let us know, what did you like, not like about this episode? Anything we said you agree, disagree with, or something we didn't touch on, let us know in the comments. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Also, the exposition dump was weird with Kirk just telling him, that what's going on. This is what happened. This is what you just watched. Anyway, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done complaining. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us guys, and hopefully for you guys as well. Today, lucky episode 17. Star Trek Season 2, the original series, a piece of the action. A little more simplistic than the trials and tribulations of Triskelion. You just told me the name before we started recording. I already forgot. I don't have much to say about it, but someone in the comments pointed out, the reason why the colors are so vibrant and solid and big is because color TV was just coming into its own, or coming into existence at that time. So, that makes sense why everything is like red shirt, yellow shirt, blue. Everything's so solid and bright. I'm like, that's neat. I didn't even think about that. But besides that, I'm ready to move on from it.
Yeah, for sure. I enjoyed the episode, but I'm ready to keep going. We are approaching 3,500 subscribers on the channel, so from our last goal being 2,000, we're about halfway to the next big milestone of 5,000 subscribers, so let's keep it going. Make sure to spread this video out to all the other Star Trek fans out there. We've been just loving hearing everybody's thoughts and insights on Star Trek. It's been a great time so far in this first season and a half, and we're going to keep going and watching it forever. So we're also watching Firefly on the channel. I know a lot of you guys are enjoying that, and that'll be more of that coming soon as well, and more spooky Halloween stuff coming this October too. So make sure to subscribe if it's your first time here. Become part of the target audience.
Approaching Sigma Yosho.
Sigma.
They relate us to a man named Oxlix. His title is Boss.
Boss?
Hello, Captain. You're from the same outfit as the Horizon?
We only received her radio report last month.
What are you talking about? The Horizon left here 100 years ago.
Well, your system is on the outer reaches of the galaxy. They didn't have subspace communication in those days.
Toward the edge of what?
We'll transport several people down. Well, that's a little difficult for you to understand, too.
They must be primitive.
I was about to say, are they talking to someone in the past?
Spock, McCoy, we're beaming down. Standard equipment.
They didn't even get a chance.
Well, what was the state of the Iosian culture before the Horizon came?
The beginnings of industrialization.
It's one of the Backlot Sets episodes.
Also, let it be known, we still haven't hit title card yet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a mobster episode. Yay!
Put your hands over your head. You ain't gonna have no head to put your hands over.
This week they have to infiltrate the mob, take it down from the inside.
Kirk's gonna question the mob's motives. Have him rethink their... Why do you do what you do? Why are you tormenting these poor people?
He turns himself in.
What's this?
That's a weapon. Be careful of that.
A heater, huh? You trying to make trouble?
Who, me?
Don't give me those baby blue eyes.
What?
Sir, does everyone here carry firearms?
I never heard such stupid questions in my life.
I also love that they seemingly have no reaction to Spock being, like a Vulcan. Like, usually they try to hide it somehow.
Yeah, no beanie for him. Oh!
Oh, God.
That man's scared back there. Yeah, we ain't playing for peanuts. Let's get moving.
Great framing, right in front of the ice cream cart.
Hey, when's the boss gonna do something about the crummy streetlights around here, huh?
Oh, even they have guns as well. That's nice.
Get lost, will ya?
Got him, boss. No sweat.
All right, bring him in.
No pictures, no paintings, just guns on the wall.
Pick up a cue, Captain. Go ahead.
That is Chicago.
Where'd you get this?
Hey, wait a minute.
Is it like their Bible?
The book. They left it. The other ship, the Horizon.
It was left 100 years ago. Huh.
You give me all the heaters I need. Enough tools so I can knock off all those punks all at once.
Now, let me get this straight. You want us to supply you with arms? My orders are quite explicit.
I ain't interested in your orders. Is that understood, pal?
Can't they just leave?
I know, they haven't done the cliched, like, communicator isn't working thing yet, but maybe they... I know they took the phasers, maybe they took the communicators as well?
What's this thing?
It's a communication device.
How does it work?
Okay, yeah, they did take their communicators as well.
In the back, boss. Come on.
I feel like this means Kirk's gonna be fistfighting at some point in this episode. I do love the idea, just like, to them, it would be essentially like an alien race coming down in this ship, and then they give them, not like advanced technology or anything, just like a book about Chicago mobs, and that's what they base their entire culture on. That's hilarious.
I got your captain and his friends down here. If you want to see them alive again, you'll send me down 100 of these fancy heaters you got.
Lieutenant Hadley, check the language banks and find out what a heater is.
I was about to say, I thought I was going to ask, what is a heater?
They evidently seized upon that one book as the blueprint for an entire society, as the Bible.
If this society broke down as a result of Horizon's influence, then the Federation is responsible. We've got to do something to straighten this mess out.
I like this idea of, like, a previous ship from the Federation coming, and then they're cleaning up their mess. Like, we haven't really seen that before either. I think that's interesting.
The name of the game is called, Fizbin.
Fizbin.
Fizbin. The second card is turned up, except on Tuesdays.
On Tuesday.
Making it up.
Oh, look at that. You got another Jack! How lucky you are! What are the odds in getting a Royal Fizbin?
I've never computed them, Captain.
All right, Will, just do what you want.
Yeah, definitely seems like an improv.
Yeah,
I would
it's gotta
not be surprised.
Oh, I'll get it.
There you go. All that for that. You called it. Definitely called it.
Bones holding the gun.
Find the radio station. Uhura's monitoring the broadcast.
Yeah.
Cut in.
Spock is double fisted.
Fox mix with me.
Jim, you
Bones, this mess is our responsibility. You have the orders, let's go.
I need a screenshot of Spock holding up both guns like this, and it will be my wallpaper forever, and I will buy a poster of that.
Okay, Pally, we're going for a ride.
If you don't mind, I'd rather walk.
Listen, Pally, this could either be a taxi or a hearse.
And I like the little touch, like, look at Kirk how he's holding the gun, because he's, like, not familiar with it.
That makes sense, yeah.
You do that very well. How are you with primitive radio equipment?
Well, Bones, remember when we time traveled and you messed up that whole episode?
Yeah, you should have seen the tools I was working with then.
Enterprise, this is Mr. Spock.
Lieutenant Uhura here, Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock, what are you doing on this frequency?
Radio DJ Spock. Looks like they didn't learn how to do that correctly.
Just the fact he has like a poster of him with like that with bullseyes on it. That's pretty hilarious.
Krakow, Jojo Krakow. I'm the head of the whole South Side Territory. Hey, I'm glad to see you. I've got all of Bella's communications bugged. He can't make a date with a broad unless I know about it.
Is it a requirement for every mob boss on this planet to have a woman sitting on the desk like that?
Let me guess. You want heaters?
You give me what I want, and I'll cut you in for, say, a third.
This planet has to be united. Now, you know that. Bella knows that. Let's sit down. Talk about it like reasonable men.
The book tells us how to handle things.
I like the score, and I liked how played that theme just for that woman to walk to the other side of the desk.
Yeah.
Tell Cyril the knife to sharpen up his blade. I just might have a job for
I gotta say, this society adjusted pretty perfect to that book. If it's only been around for, what, 2 generations at the most, if everyone here is from 30 to 50?
Yeah, I think they made like an offhand comment in the elevator before coming down that the planet was like similar to in the Industrial Revolution before the old ship got here, which I guess would kind of line up with, you know, the beginning of the 20th century.
Well, feudal doctor.
Oh, they made it back.
No specifics. There is no record of such a culture based on a moral inversion. Mr. Oxmix, this is Mr. Spock.
Huh? Hey, how'd you get back up there? Cracko's put the bag on your captain.
Why would he put a bag on our captain?
Kidnapped him, you dope. I can help you get your captain back. Then we can talk about the deal I want.
You mean you're gonna trust him?
If we are to save the captain without blatant, forceful interference on this planet, Doctor, we are therefore forced to trust Mr. Oxmix.
Because, of course, they can't interfere except for whenever they want to.
I was about to say, isn't the Prime Directive... I don't think we've gone into it in this series at all.
They, like, bring it up offhand. Like, they'll be like, the Prime Directive, and then they'll just do whatever they want.
Help me! Help!
Like, I'm pretty sure it's, like, non-developed planets that have potential? Oh! Like, that have potential for growth? Ooh! Okay, I think he had the finger on the trigger there. I must have figured it out.
Though we hope to avoid interference, I suggest you set one of our phaser banks on a strong stun position.
Wait, is he able to do that remotely?
Just immediately.
Beam us up.
Incredible as it seems, Dr. McCoy and I are once again prisoners of the chief criminal boss.
Is this the first time we see someone doing a captain's log with them still on the screen?
Yeah, interesting. Like, they're on screen but not doing the log,
Yeah.
but it's their voice. Yeah, that was weird.
I would find it hilarious if Spock started literally doing it.
Right in front of him.
Yeah.
Drop the guns. Drop them. Now listen, you. Say, that's nice material.
It ought to be. It cost a bundle.
Get out of them. Nobody's gonna put the bag on me anymore.
Kirk's having fun. It's a good episode. Oh, hell yeah. Oh! Screenshot! Screenshot! I'm going back. I'm going to take a picture of that. That is perfect.
Do they know how to drive?
Key in the ignition, turn the ignition on, and nothing happens. Where's the starter?
To be fair, I couldn't drive a manual 1920s car either.
Yeah.
So. I was about to say, I bet it's in reverse.
You are an excellent starship commander, but as a taxi driver, you leave much to be desired.
Run along and play.
Where'd you get them ears?
Young man,
You gonna hit Krakow?
this is likely to be quite hazardous. If I
Hold
were
on,
you,
Spock. Out of the mouth of babes.
Who you calling a babe?
I'm calling you a babe.
You calling me a babe?
Yeah, I'm calling you a babe, but there's nothing personal. Sit down. You know a way we could get close to them?
Sure.
How?
What's in it for me?
What do you want?
A piece of the action.
He said it.
Come on, watch it get over me. Cut off your head and throw it your face.
That's it. Let's go.
I want my check.
Sonny, wait a moment. What have they done? What have they done to you? What have you done? Piece of the action.
I was wondering how I was gonna get you back, and here you deliver yourself.
I think you've got it reversed, Mr. Cracker.
Put down your heaters.
The kid. Oh, never mind. Okay.
You thought the kid was going to be in on it?
I totally thought the kid was going to be in on it.
I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Krakow, that this is bigger than you, Oxmix, or anyone.
I'm curious how big this planet is and how big these territories spread. Or is it just like one city and then the rest is a wasteland?
Peanuts to an outfit like the Federation.
Unquestionably.
Right.
Right.
And you cooperate with us, and maybe we'll cut you in for a piece of the action.
Oh, he's picking up the accent. Kirk the mob boss.
I like how Krako's in control here, then all of a sudden they're sitting at the desk like running the show. It's like, what?
All he had to do was turn on the accent, immediately took over control.
Yeah, we're ready to make the hit. We're taking over the whole planet as soon as you get ready. He's standing about 12 feet in front of me.
Do you get what I'm doing here?
Yeah.
We're on the level.
Uhura gets it.
You know how it is. Aye. You got all that, Scotty? Aye, Captain.
Got him.
Genius. Love it.
You must be that Scott fella that Kirk was talking to. I want to know what happened.
It looks like we put the bag on you, doesn't it? You mind your place, mister, or you'll be wearing concrete galoshes.
My goodness, Scotty.
I think Scotty would thrive on this planet.
So you, locate the man on the other end of the blower and give him a ride to this flop. What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if the situation had been such where they had to leave him when they got back to the Enterprise, Kirk would have still risen to the top on this planet.
What are you gonna do about it?
Coming over there with a couple of my boys, and we...
It's interesting. Do they beam him on the same planet from one location to another?
Yeah, I didn't know you can do that.
Just a random shootout occurring in the meantime.
Keep moving. One move out of you two guys, now drill him.
Damn, Bones, got to be more careful than that.
Damn it, Josh, he's a doctor, not a mob boss.
Yeah.
Put the ship's phasers on stun. Fire a burst in a 1-block radius around these coordinates.
The whole area?
Oh, just to show them like what he's capable of.
Ah.
Hey, that's some trick.
Hey, did you see that?
They're not dead, just knocked out for a while.
I was thinking, if there was just one, maybe somebody like you as the top boss.
The Federation can't get connected with a small-time operation like this.
We'll be back every year to collect our cut.
Look, you figure maybe 40%'s enough?
40% sufficient?
It's reasonable.
I could see some higher ups in the Federation like, Kirk, did you take 40% from this primitive It's like, I did what I had to do, you know?
Yeah, he turns the accent on whenever that gets brought up.
I'm also curious as to how you propose to explain to Starfleet Command to collect our cut.
I propose that our cut be put into the planetary treasury. They'll be forced to accept conventional responsibilities. Isn't that logical?
I think I left it in Bella's office.
You left it?
I left my communicator.
In Bella's office?
If the Iosians, who are very bright and imitative people, should take that communicator apart...
They will, and they'll find out how the translator works.
You really think it's that serious?
Serious. It upsets the whole percentage. In a few years, the Iosians may demand a piece of our action.
What a weird, like, freeze frame ending.
Oh, that's a contender. That's a contender for favorites of the season, for sure. That was a lot of fun. Neat idea, and just made a great episode about it. I enjoyed all of that. That was fantastic.
Yeah, even though it's like on paper kind of a, you'd think like, oh, this is a silly premise. It's actually, the writing I think is very smart the way they went about it. Like it wasn't just, oh, we're just transporting him back to Earth in the 1920s, like it wasn't that simple. It was a new planet. This old Federation ship came, and I don't know if they accidentally left the book there. They kept saying that it was a contamination. I don't know why they would have that book in the first place, but contaminated the society with the Chicago mobs, and they built their whole culture around it. So they weren't like shocked per se to see Spock, a Vulcan, or like know that aliens exist, but they mimicked Earth, but they weren't human or from Earth. So I thought it was a bit smarter than your typical Earth-like setting episode. And it's also nice to see there are serious risks, because like they have guns pointed at them and everything, but it's not like, a lot of times it's just like world ending, like the Enterprise is going to get destroyed. But in this one, it was just like, oh, we just got to deal with these mob guys and kind of have fun along the way. It was just a nice, fun kind of departure.
Yeah, Spock and Kirk and mob gear. I need to find like an HD picture of that. That's going up as my wallpaper ASAP. But yeah, a great example of just a fun idea, but turned into a great episode. And like, you're right, not like world ending, but like also like an interesting idea. Like, I like the interesting idea of like, what if the gods were real, or what if Jack the Ripper was an entity, and what if like a planet was based around, instead of based around a Bible, that you go, because people say that about our society. You know, it's like this book from, you know, thousands and thousands of years ago. People base their entire, you know, people still base their entire thing about this book. It's like, what if the book that was left behind wasn't the Bible? It was a history book of mob bosses. So everything is turned up to 11. They have like framed guns on the wall. I thought that was hilarious. And so neat, so fun. It's like everyone did a great job performance-wise. It's like nothing felt too slow or too fast. It just felt like I just wish it would keep going. We got to see everyone have fun. Kirk, especially Kirk and Spock. Just, you know, you could tell Kirk was having a great time just being able to play a mob boss. And I wish Scotty was down there with him as well. But
yeah, and you know, the way they set up the story and the characters on this planet was also really well done. You obviously never have like a lot of time to do so, and some of the weaker episodes fall into a trap of trying to take too long to build these new characters that you're never going to see again, and it just, you know, ends up not really leading to anything. And this one, I feel like every time we met one of these mob bosses, it was like, boom, here they are, this is what they do, this is what they're like, here's their rival, this is what he's like. And it was just like very quick, to the point of like you said about it keeping going. This could have almost been a setup for its own show, or like a more long form thing with how well they set up the characters, but it's only just, you know, ends up being for this episode, obviously, of Star Trek. But yeah, I just thought all around it was great writing in this episode. I was very impressed. It's nice to have this more like open ending with these societies that you meet, that you can kind of fill in the blanks of like, okay, you know, from here, this is what I think happened with this culture and this society. And even though like Bones leaving behind the communicator is ultimately for a gag, like a joke at the end of the episode, it is interesting to think like, oh, they left that down there, and this is a very adaptable society as we've seen. How is that going to affect and meld with this mob boss culture that they have? So yeah, it was all just really interesting. It wasn't really much I had to complain about. It's not a dramatic episode or one that had me super emotional, but it was just a good time.
But like you said, a cool camera shot. I like the score, the sound effects of like the mob bosses, and pretty good set design. You know, the cars and everything. Kirk and Spock trying to figure out the car was hilarious. Yeah. Them holding the guns, once again, perfect. And I'll definitely probably rewatch this one at some point.
All right, that's going to be our thoughts on a piece of the action. Let us know in the comments what you agree, disagree with what we said, or if there's anything else we didn't hit on that you like or dislike about the episode. Make sure to let us know. Is this one of your favorites, or do you hate episodes like this? We'd be very interested to know. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you ever want to see our full uncut reactions and discussions to these episodes and all the other reactions we do on the channel, plus exclusive content, you can check out our Patreon. The link for that is in the description, and become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody. Everything is specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience, where content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today is episode 18, season 2, Star Trek, the original series, The Immunity Syndrome. And coming off last week, I'm already disappointed, because last week was my favorite episode of the season, possibly, next to the first one. And it's kind of like, I don't know, it's like the guy that goes up the bat when the guy before you hit a home run. You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah, fair enough. Hard to follow for sure. I think you liked it a little bit more than me, but I definitely really enjoyed it as well. And also some great conversation in the comments about the episode. A lot of Star Trek fans, I guess it's one of their favorite episodes too, so you're definitely not alone. If you're new here, we have watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, up to this point in original air date order, and beyond that, we have never seen any Star Trek, so we're brand new to the franchise, watching it for the first time here, and we're going to be continuing on, as Alex said today, with episode 18. If you ever want to check out our full uncut reactions that you can sync up to the full episode, as well as our full discussions and exclusive content, you can check out our Patreon. The link for that is in the description, and make sure you subscribe so you can watch all of these reactions and become part of the target audience.
approaching Starbase 6 for a much-needed period of rest and recreation. And I, too, am looking forward to a nice period of rest.
Calling Starbase 6. Enterprise calling Starbase 6.
That scared the hell out of me.
The Intrepid. It just died. And the 400 Vulcans aboard. All dead.
You can feel them?
I know what I know.
Get to the sick bay.
Like the Force? When the Death Star blew up?
Captain, I have Starbase 6 readable now.
Kirk, here, go ahead.
You will divert immediately to Sector 39J.
Sir, the Enterprise just completed an exhausting mission.
This is a rescue priority.
My headcanon, the fact that we just got done with an exhausting mission would have been a piece of the action.
And we've just lost contact with the Intrepid. Report progress.
And they're all realizing Spock was right.
I have just completed a full long-range scan of Gamma 7A system. It is dead.
Dead? There are billions of inhabitants there.
Billions?
The sun died? Ooh, jeez. What do you think had the worst reaction? Spock finding out he had to go see his wife again, or the 400 people dying? Big Joe.
He's back.
Pain was momentary. It passed quickly.
Well, all of my instruments seem to agree with you.
I feel like it's been a while since we've seen this sick bay.
Not even a Vulcan could feel a starship die.
Call it a deep understanding of the way things happen to Vulcans. You find it easier to understand the death of one than the death of a million. You speak about the objective hardness of the Vulcan heart. Yet how little room there seems to be in yours.
Damn.
Suffer the death of thy neighbor, eh, Spock? You wouldn't wish that on us, would you?
It might have rendered your history a bit less bloody.
Human history. Ruthless. He's pissed, so he's ruthless.
Remember that fun episode last week? Nope. We're not pulling any punches here.
Scanner's on.
Black hole.
What is that? Looks like a hole in space.
Whatever this dark zone is, it lies directly in line with the course I calculate for the Intrepid and the Gamma 7A system.
Mr. Chekhov, prepare to launch telemetry probe into that zone. Direct computer feed to Mr. Spock.
Aye, sir. Probe launched, sir.
Oh, that's terrible.
Damn it. That's coming through pretty good.
The telemetry probe, sir.
I always love her as physical acting.
Didn't affect Spock too much.
I'm getting reports from every deck. Half the people on the ship just fainted. Well, there's nothing organic. They all seem to be nervous, weak, and irritable. They say it happened suddenly like a balloon popping.
You know what happened? They're on overtime.
Is it possible that this is what killed that solar system and the Intrepid?
What else would it be?
No, we have yet to find that yet.
No, it can't be this.
Yeah, we're going to move on in the episode.
Captain, the stars are gone.
They're inside.
When in reality, that's what their screen looked like at all times while recording.
Our deflector shields are weakened.
Can you compensate for the loss?
Don't ask me how it happened.
I am asking how, mister. I want answers. Kirk out.
Oh, be careful, Kirk. Don't accidentally hit the jettison button that's inconveniently put on your chair.
No, you'll get everything I can tell you, but when there is nothing, what do you want me to say?
Oh, no.
My shirt! It's my time.
That sound was the turbulence caused by the penetration of a boundary layer, Captain.
A boundary layer between what and what?
Between where we were and where we are.
Are you trying to be funny, Mr. Spock?
It would never occur to me, Captain.
I like that Kirk's starting to get that glisten of sweat, like a nice slow progression.
Recommendations?
I have one. I recommend survival.
Thank you, Bones. That'll be all.
We're on a difficult mission, but it's not the first time. Our orders do not say stay alive or retreat. Our mission is to investigate.
Pulling out the motivational speech early in the game here.
Captain's log, stardate 4308.8.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They're just surrounded in darkness.
Oh, that is cool.
All I know is that the power levels are down.
Ooh, my favorite set.
We gotta use both floors. Have some red shirts running back and forth up there.
I don't know how long we can keep this up.
The heartbeat.
Probably my favorite sound in the show.
All right, Scotty. Let's get on with it.
Oh boy. I love the red shirts in the background. One fell down the stairs.
How long will the power hold out?
2 hours, sir.
Maintain thrust, Scotty.
It has found us.
Alright, wasn't expecting that.
Condition. Living.
Oh.
I would speculate that this unknown life form is invading our galaxy like a virus. The Intrepid must have come across the organism while it was still low in energy, still hungry. We are not safe, Captain. We merely have a little more time than the Intrepid did.
Perhaps we could risk the shuttlecraft. Perhaps with a protective shield.
I'm not sending anyone anywhere.
Uh-oh.
I can't order a man to do that.
Who said anything about an order, Jim? You've got to volunteer. I've already done the preliminary work.
It's a suicide mission.
You think that I intend to pass up the greatest living laboratory
The
since...
Vulcans saw it first. I am more capable.
We know it's coming here.
You don't think you're going?
Well, I'm better qualified as a command pilot than you are.
Which makes you indispensable, Captain. You are not a science specialist.
Jeez, everyone's got a point.
It's interesting because it's like usually Spock wants to observe what they're coming up. You know, if they discover something, Spock wants to observe it. And Kirk will be like, no time. But like this time it's Bones and Spock saying that.
Yeah. Or Bones will be like, God, just kill it, whatever. You know, it's like, why are we dealing with this? But now Bones wants to study it.
Which of my friends do I condemn to death?
I'll go. Cut to the other side. Sulu standing there.
He's wearing a Green Beret outfit, the movie he filmed.
Prepare the shuttlecraft for launching. Dr. McCoy will tell you what special equipment to put in it. Kirk out.
Right. I'll get a few things I need, Jim.
Not you, Bones. I'm sorry, Mr. Spock. You're best qualified to go.
Oh, damn. I totally thought he was going to be like, I'm going.
Do not suffer so, Doctor. This is not the first time superior capability has proven more valuable than professional credential.
You're determined not to let me share in this, aren't you?
Whether you understand it or not, grant me my own kind of dignity.
Vulcan dignity. How can I grant you what I don't understand?
Then employ one of your own superstitions. Wish me luck.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, he's going back in the Galileo.
From your favorite episode.
Like, remember, guys, we built this. We have to use it more often.
Good luck, Spock.
Oh.
Dude, I don't know if I can think of any show that is like built relationships between characters this quickly, you know, as good as the big three in this show. Like, it's only been a season and a half, and it's just like so in depth and you know, so many layers to all of their friendships.
Brace yourselves. The area of penetration will no doubt be sensitive.
Pause.
I'm sorry, this is a tense moment.
Report, Mr. Spock. Spock, report.
I am undamaged, Captain.
Oh, and Dr. McCoy. You would not have survived it.
That's great.
How did Spock know he'd be in there? He knew. He knew he'd be waiting to hear. He couldn't resist.
Yeah.
Tell Dr. McCoy. You should have wished me luck.
I did.
Yeah.
What is that thing out there, Bones?
It's like a virus invading the body of our galaxy.
when it grows into millions, we'll be the virus invading its body.
Oh, isn't that a thought?
Ooh.
Here we are, antibodies of our own galaxy.
Antibodies. Bridge, what would happen if you diverted all remaining power to the shields?
Cut the engine thrust? We'd be sucked into that thing like being caught in the wind tunnel, sir.
Scotty never likes Kirk's ideas, ever. Oh, damn.
We're through, sir.
I believe everybody's aware of that, Mr. Chekhov. This thing has a negative energy charge. Everything seems to work in reverse. We'll use antimatter.
Personal log. Commander Spock, USS Enterprise. If this record should survive me, I wish it known that I bequeath my highest commendation and testimonial to the captain, officers, and crew of the Enterprise. Finest starship in the fleet.
If we should fail in our attempt to destroy it, or be unable to free ourselves, I wish to record my recommendations for the following personnel. Lieutenant Commander Leonard McCoy, Lieutenant Commander Montgomery Scott, officers Chekhov, Cowell, Uhura, and my highest commendation for Commander Spock, who gave his life in the performance of his duty.
Good stuff.
That was great. That hard cuts to bones. I fucking hate this job.
Yeah.
Why you gotta do me like that, show? That was good.
Captain, metallic substance outside the ship.
Spock.
Spock, do you read me? Do you read me, Spock? Do you read me? Come in, Spock. Gotta get a tractor beam.
Captain, we don't have enough time to do it. We only have a 53-second escape margin.
I'm well aware of that, Mr. Scott. Get 2 tractor beams on that shuttlecraft.
Captain, I recommend you abandon the attempt. Do not risk the ship further on my behalf.
Shut up, Spock. We're rescuing you.
Why, thank you, Captain McCoy.
Power levels are dead, sir.
Jeez, can anyone hold on to their seat besides Kirk?
It clearly shows him running across this. Like, come on.
Gotta put some seatbelts in.
Chekhov, report.
The organism is destroyed, sir.
Shuttlecraft to Enterprise. Shuttlecraft to Enterprise. Request permission to come aboard.
Spock, you're alive.
Obviously, Captain. And I have some fascinating data on the organism.
You botched the acetylcholine test.
Later. Bring the shuttlecraft aboard, Mr. Scott.
Aye, sir.
I'm still looking forward to a nice period of rest and relaxation on some lovely planet.
Just checking her out for no reason. Nice. Oh, okay. No scene with Spock back on the bridge. That's all right.
I was hoping for one little more interact, but that's fine.
I think, first of all, that episode, this isn't necessarily a negative, but absolutely did not lend itself for a reaction, per se. Definitely some good moments. There'll be some good moments in there. But very dialogue heavy. You talk about a character-driven episode. They're basically working with nothing from a set piece or any type of visual aspect of the episode. It's all dialogue and character stuff, and it was all really great, especially in the second half. But yeah, definitely just a lot of listening going on there. But overall, I thought it was good. I'll let you go, but yeah, I definitely enjoyed the second half a lot more than the first half. It dragged a little bit for me in the beginning.
Yeah, same here. The stuff where they're just trying to figure it out. It's like, okay, here we go. But yeah, the character stuff between the big three, man, it was hitting me hard when both Spock and Kirk, both at like pretty much the same time, giving their recommendations to each other and putting them over. I'm like, oh god, this hurts. And shut up, Spock, we're saving you. That might be one of my favorite Bones moments, because I love their love-hate relationship. You can tell they they mess with each other all the time, but they do really care about each other. And the way he smiled when he found out Spock was alive. That's perfect stuff. Some cool camera, both camera and like sound effects, like that ringing in my ears, man. That was that was really effective. A couple cool sound effects. The jump scare of the nucleus. I never thought that would be a jump scare. But when it showed that, they're like, wow. And just the shaking of the camera like multiple times. And there's also a neat effect when they went into it for the first time. They're like separating, like you can separate, what you're seeing with your eyes sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Almost like a 3D effect.
But yeah, to go from like such a, a fun, lighthearted episode to such like a heavy hitter, it was like, whoo, like I totally didn't expect, that. But it's like the show works in so many different aspects. Like when they go weird, and when they, serious, it's amazing.
Yeah, I think that, the more serious episodes are more the ones where they try to like build tension and things like that. We talked a little bit before about how watching it today, it's a little bit harder to buy into the stakes because we know that, ultimately they're going to be fine, obviously. But I think this episode did it a lot better than a lot of the ones we've seen in the past. But that also might just be because we've spent more time with these characters, and so their interactions just, the longer we watch it, the better, the more that it hits on us. But, I don't know. I still want to give credit to the writing because, there were so many great one-liners and back and forths, especially between Bones and Spock. You named a few of them. Another great one was when Spock was like, wish me luck, when he was like, one of your human rituals, wish me luck, stuff like that. Just great between them. So really good writing. I do think that overall, as far as the actual plot of the episode, I thought it was interesting when they started talking about the idea of this amoeba is kind of like a cell that's turning into a virus, and the humans, the Enterprise, are the antibodies, or are the again, it would eventually become the virus of this cell. I liked that, but that was really the only scene that had me, interested at all in what was actually happening in the plot. Beyond that, I wasn't really tuned in to what was actually the threat or anything. It was just, all right, it's a big thing they're dealing with.
So many episodes are just like, hey, here's an idea, let's make an episode about it. And some are great and some are okay. But hey, it's an idea. It's not a god. It's not because that is a fascination thing. Like, what if we're a virus and some other big entity or whatever? But yeah, I didn't really care that much about the thing. That much. I was more interested in obviously the interpersonal stuff, but I wasn't like, ooh, a big lava lamp, awesome. But it's fine.
All right, well, that'll be our thoughts for the Immunity Syndrome. Let us know what you thought of this episode. I know that a lot of the times with the more tense, dramatic episodes, we get a lot of people who really love them and we're not really on the same page. I think with this one we did like it a lot, a bit more because of the character stuff. But let us know, did you absolutely love this episode? Was this a forgettable one for you? And anything that we didn't bring up that you liked about it, let us know in the comments. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Well, hello. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, I'm sporting my Star Trek t-shirt from an episode I didn't care about. And today we're watching Season 2, Episode 19, A Private Little War. Now, coming off Episode 18, jog my memory for a bit, Josh. I'm a little fuzzy.
It was Immunity Syndrome. It was the big amoeba monster that they came across.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm obviously really excited to jump into it as always, but I do want to say this week's a little bit different. We just posted our Halloween special episode of whatever this is, so we know you're here to watch Star Trek. We appreciate that. After you watch this episode with us, if you haven't already, make sure to check that out. Something we worked really hard on, both recording and editing, so a lot of work went into it. Appreciate your feedback on those videos as well. But we only have, I think, 7 or 8 episodes left of Star Trek Season 2, and it's a lot of people's favorite season of the show, so I'm really excited to see how these last few episodes kind of round out the end of the season here, because it's been, quite the roller coaster. I think my favorite and least favorite episode might be in this season of the whole show so far, so we'll get that obviously once we finish up the season. But we're just going to jump in here to a private little war. War is in the title. That always is scary to me because I don't like war episodes.
Earth, maybe?
How much longer, McCoy?
Oh, about another 30 minutes. I've come across some most interesting organic compounds. These roots and soil cultures can be a medical treasure house. Any problems there?
No sign of the inhabitants so far. Kirk out.
Did you say it's a Garden of Eden?
Or so it seemed to the brash young Lieutenant Kirk in command of his first planet survey. Except these people stayed in their Garden of Eden. Bows and arrows for hunting, but absolutely no fighting among themselves.
I feel like we've been here before, like every time we film outside.
Oh, take cover here!
Oh, I like the score already.
Yeah, same.
Villagers with flintlocks. That's impossible.
Ooh, I wonder if Kirk left something behind that caused him to, rapidly grow.
One of those men walking into ambush. Tyree. The friend I lived with here.
Captain, use of our phasers is expressly forbidden.
I was going to say they're not going to be able to interfere.
Villagers!
Is it the brown wigs versus the white wigs?
Yeah.
No! Oh, the green blood. Oh my god.
Spock.
Seems okay though.
I'd forgotten about the green blood.
Now, Scotty, have medics stand by.
But you are the medic.
Well, the score definitely carried that cold open.
They solved the issue. They beamed away.
I'm sure they're gonna have to go back just because they're gonna have to figure out what's going on, because this was apparently a really peaceful planet.
What happened, Captain?
That projector.
Directed by Mark Daniels. That reminds me, someone commented on the last episode that the last episode was the last one directed by Joseph Pevney.
I was going to bring it up too. Oh no, what do you mean he's done?
All decks, red alert. Battle stations, go to red alert. We have a Klingon vessel on our screen.
On my way.
Oh my god, what a recurring enemy.
Captain, we're holding the planet between us and the Klingons. I don't think they've spotted us.
Do you think you can keep us out of their sight, Chekhov?
I can try, Captain.
Damn, they went to red alert just by seeing him.
They've broken the treaty.
Not necessarily, Captain. They have as much right to scientific missions here as we have.
Research is not the Klingon way.
Are they saying the Klingons caused them to grow that way?
Flintlock. How many centuries between those two developments?
On Earth, about 12, sir.
A flintlock would be the first firearm the inhabitants would normally develop.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
The fact Earth took 12 centuries doesn't mean they had to.
We've seen development at different rates on different planets.
Why didn't they give them breech loaders?
Or machine guns.
Or old-style
I
hand
did not
lasers.
invite a debate. I'm sorry. I'm worried about Spock.
Well, I'm glad he apologized.
They were kind of ganging up on him, though.
I'd probably tell him to shut up, too. Shut up!
If the Klingons are breaking the treaty, it could be interstellar war.
I feel like there's been at least 2 episodes where they broke the neutral zone.
Doesn't seem like either side really cares that much.
They figure it out in the end.
Action on my own judgment. I have elected to violate orders.
Nice fit.
You coming with me?
Do I have a choice?
It's a Bones and Kirk episode. Yay!
What the hell is that? What a terrible noise, too.
It's the white gorilla from Rampage. Where's Dwayne Johnson?
There you go, Bones. Oh my gosh, he's like shivering in shock.
Full poison.
Poison?
Fangs.
I still haven't processed what we just saw.
Damn, he said he was poisoned? He was like venomous? What a creature.
There is no antitoxin for this poison. I can only keep you alive a few hours with this.
Tyree. Some of his men. You're...
Do you know a hunter named Tyree? Emogatu attacked him. He's James Kirk. He's a friend of Tyree's. Blasted, do something. He's dying.
Wow.
What a twist.
Yeah, way to kick up the episode like 5 notches out of, instantly.
He is expected to return shortly with his
Rare Bones log here.
cure this poison.
Nice.
My problem, the captain is in deep shock.
We must obtain the same fire sticks, husband. We could take their houses, their goods.
No, enough.
Okay, so they do speak English.
I am a Kanutu woman. Men seek us because through us they become great leaders.
I took you because you cast a spell upon me.
And I have spells that help me keep you. The night we camped by the water.
No.
Oh, he was being serious about putting a spell on him. I thought he was just trying to say, like, oh, I fell in love with you. But no, she really is.
Forgive me.
What is it?
There are strangers in our camp.
Oh, it's like an innovative way to keep him warm. But she's going to be like, what the hell?
Yeah, what are you doing? Kirk, there's an attractive woman. Wake up.
Yeah, meanwhile, what's going on with Spock? There's Chapel taking care of him because she's in love with him.
What is going on with Spock?
I've seen this before in Vulcans. A form of self-induced hypnosis.
You mean he's conscious?
Well, in a sense. I suppose he even knows you were holding his hand.
The good nurse always treats her patients that way. It proves she's interested.
I like the introduction to that new doctor.
She will cure him.
What's that?
A mako root.
Oh, wow, they showed that.
Yeah, this episode's been pretty graphic with the violence, and then when they were hardcore going at it with each other.
Stretching those those TV limits.
Yeah.
This of my soul.
Was Shatner married at this time? One of his wife was like, what the hell was that? He's like, I don't know. They wrote it. Oh, please say there was a climax.
How do you feel, John?
Tired.
Oh, nice.
Our souls have been together. He is mine now.
How many twists and turns can there be?
He can refuse her no wish. But it is only legend.
Wait, why throw that part in? Like, it's only legend. Like, what are you trying to say? That it's not real?
It seems real to her.
Yeah. So many stories going on.
Yeah, it's like, okay, planetary conflict, giant gorilla, Spock getting shot, discovering these people. Kirk is now owned by this woman.
Yeah, he's like a love slave.
What's next?
Tyree. My old friend.
James.
James.
Oh yeah, these two didn't even like reconnect yet.
He makes Shatner look kind of small. I'm surprised he was okay with being on screen with him like that.
I cured you.
I appreciate this cave set as well. It's really good.
There's an old custom among my people. When a woman saves a man's life, he is grateful.
Seems like a fair custom.
You will not help your friend and brother kill them instead?
No! I said I will not kill!
We must fight or die. You would let him die when you have weapons to make him powerful and safe.
Kirk avoiding all eye contact.
Come before we lose the darkness.
I hope they do this more when they go to a civilization, like actually dress like them and get more like assimilated instead of, you know, usually they just wear their uniforms.
I appreciate it, yeah.
You are late, my friend Apella.
A quarrel by my people.
I'll make a Klingon of you yet.
Interesting how every time they show a Klingon, it's like their look is just a little bit different.
It's like they're slowly building to how they look in the next generation.
A way to shoot further and straighter.
Just cuts him off mid-sentence.
You will be rich one day, Apella. Beyond your dreams. The leader of a whole world.
Damn it. Ooh. Camera a little out of focus.
I didn't even see. Were those more Klingons, or where were they? All I saw was still.
It's hard to say.
Oh.
Oh, more brown wigs.
The brunettes.
Just hit him and run.
Nurse. Hit me. The pain will help me to consciousness. Hit me.
Hit you.
Hit me. Again.
What are you doing, woman?
Of course.
That will be quite enough.
The hammer striking the pan causes a spark, ignites the powder, and fires the flintlock.
Is there anything wrong with evening the playing field?
They've already interfered plenty at this point, so.
It's not bad enough there's already one serpent in Eden teaching one side about gunpowder. You're gonna make sure they all know about it.
Use the same knowledge and the same type of firearm.
Have you gone out of your mind?
If this planet is to develop in the way it should, we must equalize both sides again.
Jim, that means you're condemning this whole planet to a war that may never end. Massacre after massacre!
All right, Doctor!
I'm definitely with Bones on this one.
What is your sober, sensible solution to all this?
I don't have a solution.
The only solution, balance of power.
And if the Klingons give their side even more?
And we arm our side with exactly that much more. Most difficult, dirtiest game of them all, but the only one that preserves both sides.
Isn't that the state of the world today with the nuclear bombs?
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff. Oh my goodness.
So we go to that super deep debate about, you know, weapons and balance. We go to this.
Smell this fragrance? Some find it pleasing.
I would like to talk to you.
Again.
My brethren in Christ, you must stay strong. Sigma.
Happy.
Sigma. No!
Uh-oh.
No.
Yes, you are lovely.
This is the hardest fight Kirk ever had. Damn it!
These things are a real problem here.
Poor guy in the suit was like, I'm not supposed to get you yet. Move.
You're messing up the spot.
Yeah, like...
Oh, great. So now she knows about the technology.
Give me that.
Where's Captain Kirk?
Did they just cut that?
Man, Kirk has been through the ringer in this episode.
Jim. Who hit you?
I bring you victory for Apella.
Tyrese woman.
She's a Canute, too.
His grin.
Oh no.
You gonna use it? You gonna use the phaser?
It's like, you think it would have just ran at that point.
The woman's tricked us.
Was Bone shot?
She's dead.
He did get shot. Grazed, at least.
This episode's going to end with a cut to black. What is the resolution?
I want more of these, Kirk. Many more. I will kill them.
Well, you got what you wanted.
Not what I wanted, Bones. What had to be. Kirk here.
Spock, Captain.
Spock, are you alive?
An illogical question, Doctor, since obviously you are hearing my voice.
We're very tired, Mr. Spock. Beam us up home.
Oh my god.
Bro, what the fuck? Well, I'll start with the gorilla. Those two parts were fun. Talk about an episode with so many asides where it just ends up where it ends up, and they're like, well, we gotta go home. Is the Klingon still there with the brown-haired people? Is that still a problem? Is he still able to advance them?
They get to a point where it's so messed up. They're just like, all right, well. Okay.
Time to go.
At least for myself, for anyone watching it, I actually genuinely, really enjoyed that episode. I just can't help but laugh. I'm sorry, but ever since the first that first attack from the gorilla creature, I couldn't compose myself the rest of the episode. But I'm being genuine when I say I loved it. I loved the episode. It was so great. Oh, and then that whole ending scene in the fight, I know they were trying to go for something dramatic there, and the themes they're dealing with, are serious and could really be broken down and analyzed, but I'm sorry, I can't, at least after a first watch, I can't, analyze this as some Cold War allegory. I just can't do it. It was just too ridiculous.
Talk about an episode that literally had everything. Literally everything. All the cheesy aspects, all those deep conversations about life and war and politics and right and wrong and interference. And you have this gorilla suit and this weird sexual overtones of this healer.
I think it said Gene at least wrote the teleplay. I don't know if he wrote the story. I'll have to look back at that, but you know, it was just like, yeah, like you said, sexual overtones everywhere, which isn't a bad thing or anything. It's just like there was so much going on. I feel like there was 3 different episodes in here, and there was one really serious war episode, which I am actually glad that wasn't the whole thing, because that's kind of what I was dreading. But there was that thrown in there. Then there was all the love stuff and the charm, you know, the curse, or not curse, but like charm, or whatever you want to say, with this woman. And then there's the Spock B story, which just resolves itself with them having to smack the shit out of him.
The best conversation, like this was also one of the most deepest between Bones and Kirk, where they're talking about the interference, and it's like, well, we got to even the playing field. It's like, no, it's like they're just gonna wipe each other out. It's like, no, that's the way. Like, it felt like there was no good resolution here. It's like it was almost like they forget that this is Star Trek and everything's good in the future for the most part. But it's like they were writing as if they're still in this mindset of that time, where it's like, well, this is the way we've solved it.
Like I said, I mean, I get what they're going for, especially at the time this episode was made. You know, the story they were trying to tell there. But it's just maybe because it was based on real life at the time, but the story's just not really complete. I mean, the episode, you could look at it as like this is maybe even the first time or one of the only times that they just kind of fail. Even though Kirk says at the end, like, it's what had to be done. I mean, I really consider it a failure. It's like they didn't solve anything. They didn't help anybody. I mean, by the end of it, yeah, they gave these people that they were trying to help the weapons to match with the other side, but at the end of the day, it's just going to become an arms race, like they said in the episode. I kept waiting for Bones or Spock to come back to life and somebody to propose another solution. But I guess just like real life, there was no other solution, and I do get that side of it, but that's such like a dark, downer kind of end of the episode that you just don't expect from Star Trek, at least what we've seen so far. And then you throw into it some of the most ridiculous things we've seen in this show. I mean, it might be the most unique episode we have seen thus far, and I think I love it.
Yeah, I think that's why we broke down at the end. We didn't know what to say because we were so like bamboozled by what we saw. It's like everything. As much as I love them, busting each other's balls on the bridge, after a nice successful win, something like that, it's almost like an Infinity War, a refreshing, oh, shit, this doesn't always, go the way we want.
Yeah, I mean, the acknowledgement of that, right? Like, Star Trek so far, from what we've seen, has been mostly this, like, optimistic, look into the future, but then episodes like this, it's like some situations you just can't solve, at least in one episode, but it's just so weird because it's like, because of the story and the way it was told, yeah, wow. I mean, the score was great. That's another thing. The score was really good. And I'm not even trying to, like, when I bring up the gorilla monster and these things, it's not like I'm making fun of it or anything like that. Like, yeah, of course it was goofy looking, but it's not even like I'm, like the fight with the Gorn, I appreciate like the practicality of it, especially for its time. And I feel the same way about this creature that they invented for this one scenario. It just doesn't, it's like it all comes together and does not fit at all. It's like trying to put together a puzzle. If like you took 3 puzzles and took 1/3 of all of them and tried to make that into its own puzzle, it just doesn't work. But in some really weird way, it like made it amazing. And I don't know if we'll have an experience like this, at least with this series again. If we do, I'm looking forward to it, because that was, like you said at the end, we didn't know how to react. It was almost like a sensory overload. Like I didn't know what what to do, but that was great. I don't know what people are going to think about this episode, or if what they're going to think of our reaction. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I don't think people are going to expect what we did, but it's genuine. That's how we felt.
Yeah, I was expecting a boring little war episode, and it ended up being one of my favorites.
All right. Well, that's going to be our thoughts on A Private Little War. Please, on this one, let us know what you guys think. Agree, disagree with anything we said, or if there's anything we didn't bring up about the episode. If you ever want to check out our full, uncut reactions to discussions, I'm sure this is one you'll want to see. You can check that out on our Patreon. The link is in our description. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks. See you next time. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, Season 2, Episode 20, Star Trek Original Series, Return to Tomorrow. And I have to say, Josh, after last week, sometimes, you come in, you're like, you're not feeling it or whatever. It's like, you never know what you're going to get. But after last week, I am like so excited because last week was my favorite episode of this season, probably. It's like, and the people in the comments were like, oh, if you love this one, you're going to love the next one. It's like, and also that refreshing feeling where people who haven't seen it in like X amount of years, like watching us watch it, have a different perspective on it. And I'm glad we can do that for some people because, like, I'm glad people have, like, rewatched that episode because it deserves to be watched. It's perfect. And, like, maybe not all the right ways, but in some ways. So going into this one, I'm like, hopefully we get more of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think last week was obviously a very unique experience so far that we had watching that episode, and I had a great time. I think most people who watched the reaction really enjoyed it too. Some people were saying it's one of their favorites so far. So, yeah, really liked it, and I'm glad to jump into this one. I'm also excited because this one is directed by Ralph Senensky, and I've loved a lot of the episodes he's directed so far, like Obsession, Metamorphosis, and This Side of Paradise. So, hopefully this one stacks up with those. And yeah, I'm ready to just jump in. Fun fact, Alex, the day that we're recording this, November 2nd, 1 year ago today, our very first video was posted on this channel. So some say our best video still to this day.
The Morbius
trailer reaction.
Trailer 2, not even trailer. It was like trailer 2. Morbius is what kicked this off. That's great.
So if it's your first time here and you're just joining us, make sure to subscribe. Watch all these episodes of Star Trek with us. We're also watching Firefly and a bunch of other stuff on the channel that we watch. So subscribe, become part of the target audience.
The reading's growing strong.
Ah!
He's back.
He's back.
Damn.
I knew I was going to like this one.
Someone or something is attempting to attract our attention. We are hundreds of light years past where any Earth ship has ever explored.
Are they always that far? Or just right now?
Close to Earth conditions.
About 500,000 years ago, its atmosphere was totally ripped away by some sort of cataclysm.
I was about to say, was this planned in the route, the 5-year route, or?
All your questions will be answered in
Oh,
time.
no.
I am Sargon. It is the energy of my thoughts which has touched your instruments and directed you here. If you let what is left of me perish, then all of you, my children, must perish too.
It's interesting, they said the planet is Earth-like, and it's called Return to Tomorrow, so that's intriguing.
John Kingsbridge.
Captain's log, stardate 4768.3. The energy of pure thought telling us something has survived here for those thousands of centuries.
I just realized Chekhov's not there.
Must have had beef with Sulu.
Lieutenant Uhura, have Dr. McCoy report to the transporter room in 10 minutes with standard landing party equipment. And I would like to have my science officer with me on something as unusual as this. We can't risk both of us being off the ship. On the other hand, perhaps the Sargon would like you to come with us.
Jim, why no briefing on this? I'd at least like to know what we're getting
Easy,
into.
Bones. As long as you know that there's something down there, you know as much as we do.
Starting off agitated.
Yeah.
The transporter coordinates preset by an alien of some sort.
Oh, that's interesting.
They or it could destroy us just standing here if they or it wanted to.
They or it?
Who are you?
Dr. Ann Mulhall, astrobiology.
He just really doesn't know anyone on his crew.
I was about to say, it's interesting that he doesn't know everyone who's on the ship. Plus, how many drop-offs and pickups are they making in between episodes?
True.
Let's go.
Gotta bring down the couple of red shirts. Oh, they left the red shirts behind.
Is the security guard up there?
They're fine, Captain. They just didn't dematerialize. I don't like it, sir.
I am Sargon. Sealed in this receptacle is the essence of my mind.
But you once had a body of some type.
A body much as yours, my children, although our minds were infinitely greater.
Refer to us as my children.
Because it is possible you are our descendants, Captain Kirk. Perhaps your own legends of an Adam and an Eve were two of our travelers. And the records of our travels were lost in the cataclysm which we loosened upon ourselves.
A war. And perhaps your intelligence wasn't so great, Sargon. In our early nuclear age, we found the wisdom not to destroy ourselves.
And we survived our primitive nuclear era, my son.
Damn. I.e. shut the
One day our minds became so powerful, we dared think of ourselves as gods.
Oh, no. You know you went wrong there. The God complex.
Oh, no.
I am Sargon. Heart pumping, arteries surging. To be again.
Your captain has an excellent body, Dr. McCoy.
Have no fear. Your captain is quite unharmed.
Shenner definitely got the act there.
Heart action double. Temperature 104 degrees.
He'll die if you don't leave his body soon.
In the next room, there are other receptacles. You, Dr. Admiral Hull, and you, Mr. Spock. We require your bodies also, so that we may live again.
Ooh. I like this concept a lot.
Bones, we don't need you.
You can leave.
Two others still survive. Enoch and Thalassa.
They don't seem that upset about it, though.
It's interesting because it's similar to like what the companion did in Metamorphosis with that woman.
To build humanoid robots, we must borrow your bodies long enough to have the use of your hands, your fingers.
Move your minds into them.
We have engineers, technicians. Why can't they build your robots for you?
Our skills are far beyond your abilities.
Then why didn't you do it in the first place?
Like, you didn't think of that when you turned yourself into pure energy? Like, oh, we're not going to have any arms.
We're not going to be able to do anything. Oh, well.
Do you know what happened?
I was floating in time and space.
Sunken place.
Sunken place.
I know what he is and what he wants. And I don't fear him.
That's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard.
I understand, my son. Go to your vessel. All who are involved must agree to this.
What if we should decide against you?
Then you may go as freely as you came.
You're going to what?
We'll all be deeply involved. It must be unanimous. I could order this, but I'm not. Dr. McCoy is right in pointing out the enormous danger potential. But I must point out that the possibilities, the potential for knowledge and advancement is equally great. Risk. Risk is our business. That's what the Starship is all about.
That's why we're aboard her.
Do I hear a negative vote?
Jesus Christ, that was great.
Yeah, excellent monologue.
Shatner must have drooled when he read this script. Holy shit.
Stand by to beam aboard 3 receptacles.
Wait, they brought the the orbs up to the ship? That's pretty cool.
Hello. Oh, you are a lovely female.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone's getting to play this episode.
And I love how it like merges the actor's voice with this god's voice. Like it's not someone just doing a voiceover, you know?
Even if it's 2 different life forms inside their bodies, he still gets his his love interaction.
Strength, hearing, eyesight, all far above your human norms. I'm surprised the Vulcans never conquered your race.
The Vulcans worship peace above all, Hannah.
Yes, of course, just as we do, Doctor.
I don't know, that god that's in Spock acting a little suspect.
Doctor.
A little sus. Uh-oh. You wasted all the time making out instead of building your robots. Now the bodies are dying.
We're out of time.
This formula will reduce the heart action and the bodily functions to normal. This one you will administer to Captain Kirk as Sargon is in his body.
This hypo does not contain the same formula.
No, that's correct.
But without the same formula, Captain Kirk will die.
Oh no!
What were you saying?
I wanted to say something. I've forgotten what it was.
Well, you were about to say that you watched me prepare the formula and fill each of the hypos.
Yes.
You see, Sargon would not permit me to keep this body. It is therefore necessary for you to kill your captain so that Sargon will die with him.
Oh!
Oh man. Leonard Nimoy is already just so great as a villain.
Just him smiling with his teeth showing, like so creepy.
Yeah, because you're so not used to it.
As planned, the construction of android robots is underway. I can find no reason for concern, but yet I am filled with foreboding.
I wonder if anyone listens to those.
Yeah, I feel like in their mind, they had to have thought it would go back to some type of database or be connected somewhere. Because so many times they'll do a log, you know, they're like on a planet about to die and they're like recording a log. So it has to be going somewhere.
Something wrong, Miss Chapel?
Yes,
You look tired, Miss Chapel. Perhaps you'd care for me to administer the last few injections.
Tired? Oh, well, not at all, Doctor. Thank you for asking.
I tell you, lady, this thing won't work.
It will have twice the strength and agility of your body, engineer.
This is so weird. Uh-oh.
So maniacal.
Sargon has closed his mind to a better way with these bodies.
He's gonna try to corrupt her.
Can 2 minds press close like this? Can robot lips do this?
I'm sure you could build the robot lips to do that.
Sargon. What is it?
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh, no. I love the dramatic stand-up. And look straight ahead at nothing.
It is ready, Felicia. Sargon would have required that you enter the mechanism immediately.
I cannot live in that thing.
Oh, great. He got to her.
This body pleases me. I intend to keep it.
And Hannock intends to keep Spock's body, of course. Neither Jim nor I can trade a body we don't own. It happens to belong to a young woman.
You dare defy one you should be on your knees worshiping?
She really switched it up.
Stop. Sargon was right. The temptations within a living body are too great. Forgive me.
I am pleased, my beloved.
Yes, I'm alive.
Just as we would have placed our consciousness within robots, Sargon has placed his into your vessel.
That'd be a nice additional character the rest of the show if they continued that. Just Sargon is just the ship. They won't.
They refer to him like maybe once every few episodes.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
Thalassa.
She is now with Sargon, Doctor. I'm Anne Mulhall, back in my own body.
Did she switch to Nurse Chapel?
Spock's consciousness was in one of them.
It was necessary.
You've killed a loyal officer. Your best friend.
We must kill his body. The thing in it.
Oh my gosh. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that Spock's consciousness is also part of the ship.
Must I make an example of you too, Hal?
What did he do to her that hurt her so much?
I know every thought of every mind around me. Take the hypo from him and inject him with it.
Come on. Hey!
Spock, if there'd only been another way.
I could not allow your sacrifice of one so close to you.
Spock was inside her?
Where was your consciousness kept?
The place Hennock would least suspect, Captain.
Mr. Spock's consciousness was placed in me. We shared consciousness together.
She seemed pretty happy about that.
If those two don't end up married or something, at the end of
You
the
can allow
canon.
Thalassa and me to share your bodies again. A last moment together.
They're going to bang it out.
Well, I'm sure that Sargon appreciated your cooperation.
Happy to cooperate, Captain.
It was beautiful.
Looked at Spock.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I don't know why Ralph Sinensky, whenever he's directing an episode, they just give him the most banger score. Every time it's one of his episodes, they're like, the music is just outstanding. So I really loved that. And also, I could also imagine like Ralph reading the script and being like, oh yeah, this is one of my episodes, because it seems like all of his episodes deal with like the human experience in love and like love transcending, and all those things. This one was written by that John Kingsbridge, and it looks like this is the only episode of Star Trek, the original series, he's credited with writing, so that's very interesting. But yeah, I loved it. I might just be a sucker for, episodes directed by Ralph Sinensky, but, kind of like Metamorphosis a little bit. I got vibes of that, and I really enjoyed it. Not like the most exciting episode per se, but there was a lot I loved about it and not very much to complain about.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't like last week where it's like goofy fun. This is like, serious ideologies and all that. And I got worried with like the whole God complex thing, like, oh no, and also, it kind of reminded me of the episode with the three brains, but it was different enough. Everyone got to play a bit, acting-wise. Leonard Nimoy as a regular, like, evil kind of supervillain was terrifying. Like, I don't know if I could ever look at him like smile with his teeth showing. I'm like, this is like, I was creeped out. Just him like leaning against the door. I'm like, holy shit. This is so weird. I felt like it was like led by Bones a lot. Like he was like a driving factor. And also the monologue that Kirk had was one of his best, in my opinion. Like one of like, hey, if you want to watch Star Trek, watch this clip. When I go to bed, then I'm gonna be thinking about this and life. It's one of those where I'm not gonna stop thinking about it for at least a day or two.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Spock, Leonard Nimoy getting to play a villain role, great. Awesome. It really took advantage of like, oh, I get to smile in this episode, even though it's an evil, menacing smile. He definitely took advantage of that, and he was awesome. And then the stuff with Bones, yeah, we didn't really get a lot of like Captain Kirk per se in the episode because he spends most of it, I don't want to say like possessed, but it being in control by this god. So there is a lot more Bones, but even though Kirk's not really in it that much, he gets that excellent monologue in there still. So he still has that good moment. I do think I probably enjoy episodes like Metamorphosis and Obsession and stuff like that a little bit more than this one, but like you said, yeah, there was definitely a lot here. I would absolutely watch this one again. All right, well, you guys let us know. Is this one of your favorites? Anything you agree, disagree with what we said about the episode, or anything we didn't touch on, let us know in the comments below. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel, become part of the target audience. And if you want to check out our full uncut reaction and discussion about all of these episodes, check out our Patreon. The link for that is in the description.
Absolutely. I think that'll do it for us here at the Target Audience. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the Target Audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody. We think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Well, hello. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the Target Audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Today, Season 2, Episode 21, Star Trek, the original series, Patterns of Force. And we're watching this Paramount Plus, and for the little thumbnail thing, I saw a shirtless Spock and a shirtless Kirk, so I'm already hooked and hyped. So it's gonna get spicy, and I'm all for it.
Nice, shirtless Spock. That'll be new. Yeah, last episode we watched, Return to Tomorrow, was from my favorite director of Star Trek so far, Ralph Senensky, and no surprise, I loved the the direction, the storytelling, and the score in the episode. The episode itself wasn't super exciting or anything, but it was a different type of story on the whole God complex thing. They kind of went a different way with it, with actually possessing Kirk and Spock and all of that. We got to see different performances from, Leonard Nimoy, William Shatner. So enjoyed that one quite a bit, and been hearing a lot about this one. A lot of people not telling us if it's good or bad, but saying just that they're excited for us to watch this. So I don't know what that means.
That's good. Yeah, that's interesting. Sometimes people are like, oh, I haven't thought about this episode since I watched it because I didn't think anything of it. And then we rewatch it and they notice new things. And then there's the other side where they're so excited for us to watch this where it almost puts a little pressure on us to like it. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
If it's your first time here, we have watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, in release order up to this point. So you can go check out all those reactions here on the channel. And if you ever want to see our full uncut reactions and discussions to these episodes, as well as everything else we're watching on the channel, such as Firefly and other things, you can check out our Patreon. The link to that is in our description. Make sure to subscribe and become part of the target audience.
Uhura, try to raise John Gill on Starfleet Communications.
Starfleet's been trying for 6 months. If he's still alive, isn't it unlikely that he'd receive us now?
I don't know, Bones. I knew him very well. He was my instructor at the academy.
Ooh.
No response on any Starfleet channel.
Spacecraft approaching from inner planet.
They just printed out that picture of him and put it up there.
Just glued it on there.
It is an unmanned probe which seems to be carrying a warhead.
Unmanned, so just a missile.
Thermonuclear warhead.
There's generations ahead of where these people should be technically.
Oh no. The Klingons again? Or maybe it was John Gill. All right, what do we got? Let's go.
Captain, no response from John Gill on any channel.
Must be dead.
I love the way he says dead.
Spock, you and I will beam down. Bones, one precaution. Prepare a subcutaneous transponder in the event we can't use our communicators. Insert the transponder, Doctor.
Now they're wearing civilian clothes?
Adonais?
Oh, so it's going to be like an Earth-type planet?
Hide! They're right behind me!
Xeon pig. On your feet, pig.
What?
You swine have defiled us for the last time.
But that's now ended.
Move!
Well, that's not good.
Do you recognize those uniforms?
Mid-20th century Earth, the nation-state called Nazi Germany.
Holy shit.
An announcement from Fuhrer headquarters. Today, the Fuhrer has ordered our glorious capital to be...
But they have like a futuristic TV?
Began flushing out the Xeon monsters who've been poisoning our planet.
How could this have happened?
Oh, I think the Nazis sent something into space and it landed on some planet. Oh. And just like the Mob episode, it adopted the whole Nazi philosophy.
At this patriotic demonstration, Deputy Fuhrer Malikon presented the Iron Cross, second class, to Darius, hero of the fatherland.
It's weird to think at the time of this release, we're only like, 30, 35 years from World War II? Not even?
Yeah.
That's John Gill. The Fuhrer?
What?
Oh, shit.
What kind of monsters are the Xeons sending against us?
You're right. He's not one of us.
What do you mean,
Look
us?
at him.
Nice.
Suppose we pass ourselves off as Nazis, Captain.
If John Gill is the Fuhrer, it would seem the logical approach.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. No. I was so happy for, mobster Spock, but now seeing Nazi Spock, it's like, no.
What have we here? A Xeon?
Yes, obviously he's not one of us. I captured him.
Gives it back to him.
Today we have a surprise planned for you, Xeon.
Same plan.
You should make a very convincing Nazi.
He was like, what do you mean by that?
Wait, yeah.
Your helmet, remove it.
Oh, no.
Do they even know what Vulcans are? Oh, no.
Oh! Spock's just taking it. Oh, my God. Oh, but the green blood, nice
Nice touch, yeah.
Do you wish to speak now?
I never would have guessed Spock would have a hairy chest.
John Gill was the kindest.
Do we get our shirts back?
Why did the Nazis treat you as enemies?
Why do the Nazis hate Xeons?
Why are the Nazis here?
Were they like this when you first came here?
Warlike, yes, but not vicious. That started when the Nazi movement began. It was only a few years ago.
It would coincide with the time of John Gill's arrival.
It's only been there for a few years.
The transponders.
Yes.
Wait, if you have the transponders, just call the ship. Oh, the thing that Bones injected in them.
To reach that light, I should require some sort of platform.
I would be up.
Lasers were able to achieve the necessary excitation even using crude...
Nice base.
Mr. Spock, the guard did a very professional job on my back. I'd appreciate it if you'd hurry.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
You realize that the aim will, of course, be very crude.
I don't care if you hit the broadside of a barn. Just hurry, please.
Why should I aim at such a structure?
Mind, Spock, just get on with the job.
He knows what he's doing.
Beautiful. Oh, Spock.
I'll talk. The pain.
There you go.
3 for 3. Earn your place. I like it. 4 for 4.
Abram, thank God you're well. This is my brother. They were in the prison, beaten as I was, Abram.
There may be a way of stopping this insanity.
Abram, I owe them my life.
Ulete is dead. Shot down in the streets.
I like all the alien names.
I'm sorry, am I supposed to care about this person that I never met or heard of until now?
Damn it.
Oh,
Blue screen, Captain.
Oh, this woman, she was on the TV.
what was your plan? Speak, it's the last chance you'll get.
Oh my gosh.
Now we've finished the job.
They killed that guy we just met.
Well, I'm glad he got his scene in.
Killed the last of us off. What do? Turn the guns against yourselves? No, don't shoot. Don't shoot, please.
No. Wait.
Wait, what the hell?
No more. You've proved they're on our side.
No, please forgive us. But we had to be absolutely certain.
The whole thing was a ruse?
This young lady is a Nazi.
I'm an Ecosian, fighting the terrible thing that's happened to my people.
Oh.
I'm Captain James Kirk of the United Spaceship Enterprise. This is my first officer, Mr. Spock. John Gill, your Fuhrer, was sent here by the Federation.
That the Fuhrer is an alien?
That is correct.
I grew up to admire him.
I thought he was only there a few years.
Yeah, I was about to say, what do you mean you grew up?
Light!
You, what is your business here?
Get me some lights on her.
Party Secretary Daras.
That's a good idea to get them in.
No matter how carefully one computes the odds of success, there is still a certain exhilaration in the risk.
Very good, Spock. We may make a human of you yet.
I hope not.
Gentlemen, this is for the record of the Fuhrer's final solution speech.
We're documenting the men responsible
story which might move closer together to leaders.
It was John Gill, but he never moved, never once looked up.
He may be drugged. We need McCoy.
Bones is going to come in like a Royal Rumble entrant number 30.
Who's it gonna be?
I'm a doctor.
It's true. I only half believe what you said.
It's so ridiculous. So they just have all these different outfits up on the Enterprise, or what?
Chairman Enig.
The colonel is drunk. He's a little too much to drink.
The guy's not that stupid.
Hail the Fuhrer. Hail Fuhrer.
Hail the Fuhrer.
He's got to act drunk.
Hail the Fuhrer! Hail the Fuhrer!
Look at him. He doesn't even look alive.
The job ahead is difficult.
Oh, come on.
And dedication.
The speech follows no logical pattern.
Random sentences strung together.
Someone intercuts a Joe Biden speech. Oh my God. I was about to say, like, there's like footage of Hitler's speeches, and he's like fully shown. He's super, like, you know,
charismatic
moving.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like this guy.
Definitely drugged, almost comatose.
Or maybe he has been the Nazi leader this whole time, but just coincidentally, someone just drugged him.
No reaction. Whatever you gave him isn't working.
I wonder if there's any people in like in the 60s that just like walked in while this episode, like right in the middle, and they see Spock and Kirk like that, or just like, what?
I've created a condition in which Gill cannot initiate speech or any other action, but he can reply to questions.
Well done, Spock. Gill, why did you abandon your mission? Why did you interfere with this culture?
Do you think he did it on purpose? Look at him.
Took lesson from Earth history.
But why Nazi Germany?
Most efficient state Earth ever knew. At first, it worked. Then Melicon began to take over.
It's like you would have to use the same exact logos and everything, like and like gestures and mannerisms.
Yeah, like so many other episodes, like, oh, it's an allegory for this, or it's an allegory for that. But it's like with this one, they literally like took the real life thing. You know what I mean? Instead
You've got to tell those people what happened. You're the only one who can prevent the slaughter.
Despite this guy being in the state, he's still like, it was his idea for the Nazi part. It's like,
yeah, like
you know what I mean? It's like,
definitely still be responsible.
Oh, they did some good things too. Like, okay, Kanye.
People of Ecos, we were betrayed by a self-seeking adventurer. All units are to return to base. Melicon is a traitor to his own people and all that we stand for.
Oh my gosh. Was that guy in the whole episode? Because honestly, I don't even know who it is.
There's been enough killing. Now we'll start to live the way the Fuhrer meant us to live.
You must stop the slaughter.
You did that, Professor. You told them in time.
All right, I do like that decision, you know, because like we said, I mean, he did make the mistake and start this, so him dying kind of makes sense, you know.
You're giving us all a new chance.
Thank you.
So he was in on it.
How could a man as brilliant, a mind as logical as John Gill's, have made such a fatal error?
The problem with the Nazis wasn't simply that their leaders were evil, psychotic men. They were. But the main problem, I think, was the leader principle.
What he's saying, Spock, is that a man holds that much power just can't resist the urge to play God.
Thank you, Doctor. I was able to gather the meaning.
Spock, you obviously don't
Obviously, Doctor, you failed to accept...
Gentlemen, we've just been through one civil war. Let's not start another.
Solid, I gotta say, solid. I forget the director's name. I'm gonna have to find that, but
John Meredith Lucas was the writer. Vincent McEvedy, director.
Gotcha. Is that a Joseph Peavney fake name?
Pen name.
Yeah. Yeah. In terms of direction and standing out, I mean, it felt like a standard Star Trek episode. There wasn't that much creative music or cinematography, so it felt pretty standard in that part. But I mean, I'm just looking at that from like a director adding their own flair to it, not the episode on its own, but yeah, very solid episode. It felt like a collection of a few Star Trek ideas combined into one, like a society basing its whole thing off something rogue Starfleet officer getting it wrong. It's like once again proving that like the Enterprise is the only good part of the Federation. It seems like everyone else sucks. But get to see the boys in human clothes again. Always appreciate that. But yeah, I think a very solid entry. It got a lot of good twists and turns. A lot of like, oh, wasn't expecting that type moments. And it just felt weird how like everything in the show so far has been like an allegory or like representation of something that happened in human history, whether it's the Vietnam War, whether it's this, you know, it's like, but this, they're like, what if we actually used, like, maybe because it's like fresh off being so terrible, only happening like 30 years prior. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's really, you know, show how bad this is. And also, it wasn't just a completely bad Starfleet officer. He was like slightly inspired by a bad thing, and then someone else took it to the next level, which added an extra layer of twist on it. But yeah, man, this one's gonna sit on me for a bit. I like this one a lot. It just I can't help but think about people tuning in 1969, 7, whatever, and just coming in to see Spock and Kirk in Nazi uniforms, and just going, what? Especially being like not so far from that happening. But I like this one a lot. I do.
I didn't like it at all. So, I mean, to me, it was just like, don't get me wrong. I think the premise could have been, well done. When we first found out, when they first, the Nazi soldiers turned the corner, and then we saw the video package of, the Nazi footage on TV. Like, I was like, okay, like, it's kind of on the nose, but, we'll see what it's like. I'm all in. And I don't think there's anything inherently, I mean, we talked about it a little bit during the reactions, nothing like inherently, offensive or bad or anything about just including Nazis in your fictional thing. Like, I'm not Jewish, so I can't speak on that fully, but I at no point felt like it was in bad taste. But I just felt like they could have done a lot more with it. Like the idea of someone who's from Earth going to another planet, bringing the Nazi culture with them, and then implementing it on that planet and in that community. I feel like you could have done more with it. Or like you said, could have had it be a metaphor for that. It doesn't have to be exactly Nazis, but something very similar, an authoritarian, fascist, kind of the same idea. But they go ahead and they do the on the nose, like literally exact same symbol and names and everything terms of the Nazis, but then don't really do anything with it or make really much of a point just beyond the whole, like, it doesn't matter if you had good intentions, someone evil is gonna, take advantage of it. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I don't know. I just feel like it didn't really offer much, and I just found myself kind of bored by the time the episode was wrapping up. I was like, they really haven't gotten to anything or done anything worth of note, in my opinion. Nothing hit me hard. The guy that died at the end, the evil guy, I don't even know who it was. Like, I'm sure he was in the episode, but when he was like revealed as the bad guy, I'm like, who is this guy? I don't even know who this is. So nothing about the episode really stuck out at all to me.
Gotcha. Yeah, fair points. I definitely agree with all of that. I just like the twists and turns and just the character stuff. Absolutely. And we finally got, it's been a while, but we got an ending with like the big three just busting each other's balls on the bridge, which I always enjoy. But yeah, I guess in terms of like just storytelling, like I feel like everyone had a place. Even the guy they brought along, a guide, and they introduced you to the secret society, and I mean, the underground thing where they think they're caught. It's like, oh no, we're all trying to overthrow this. But I feel like us watching this just back to back, it's almost like a detriment because some stories do. Like I can like list. I can't remember the names, of course, but I can think of 4 or 5 episodes that this one reminds me of. Where like, oh, it took a little bit from that, it took a little bit from this,
I definitely get what you're saying there. That is part of it. But for me, it's not even like I'm really relating it to other episodes. I just found it pretty dull. Like, I just couldn't really get into it. And, that's not necessarily all the episode's fault. But when I look at, when I'm looking here at the director and the writer of the episode, I do think it's kind of ironic now that I'm looking at it because the director of the episode also directed Dagger of the Mind and Miri, which are 2 of my least favorite of the whole show. And the writer of the episode wrote The Changeling from this season, which I thought interesting story, but was one of the most boring episodes of the season. So maybe that plays into it. It's just their style of writing and directing, doesn't hit me, a certain way. That could definitely be it. I also think it's interesting. I thought one of the best parts, the best scene of the episode was what you mentioned, where they were in that underground cave and thought they were caught, but then Doris ends up being on their side, and it's all, that was cool. That was a good scene for sure. And I looked at her because I thought that actress's name, Valeria Nolan, she did a great job. She never acted again after this, or at least, or it looks like she had one small credit in something in a flashback, it says, but then never acted again, which I think is very odd. I hope that being in this episode didn't hurt her career or something.
Yeah, hopefully there's some commenters can shed a light on that. But also, I want to talk about how this episode really had no B plots at all, like no what's going on in the Enterprise. Mm-hmm. But for me, it still flowed quite nice. There's some episodes where it's like, I can remember like the Halloween themed one where we saw them unlock everyone from the wall. It's like, okay. Mm-hmm. Or you can tell they're, like stretching for time. But it's like with this one, despite no B plot, it didn't feel lethargic at all, which is interesting because it's like we just follow Spock and Kirk the entire time.
We finally got to meet, what was his name, John Gill? Or was it, yeah, that was his name, right? John Gill, I think.
Yeah, like he was just like this. We're going to do the rest of the episode like this. Like, come on.
It's not like World War II or Nazi Germany has ever been a big interest of mine. So it's not like I've never really dove into stuff about it. And maybe when this episode came out, or even today, someone who has more knowledge of that empire and all those things, maybe this episode would have more interest in that regard, because it's like they know more about that, so that interests them. That could also be the case. It could be ignorance on my part in terms of that, only knowing the basic facts coming into this, 60 years after the episode release. So don't want to give the episode too many excuses. I'm not going to stand down from my opinion, which is that I don't like it and I thought it was dull. But you've said in the past with episodes, you're like, it's not that I hate the episode, I just will never think about this again. That's how I feel about this. It's like, this isn't my least favorite episode of the season, or I don't think it was poorly made. I just will never think about this episode again other than, oh yeah, it's the Nazi episode. Like, that's will literally be my only thought. So, I probably won't remember a single other thing about it, to be honest, except for Spock's chest hair. I'll never be able to look at him the same.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to forget about Spock's chest hair or them in Nazi outfits. After I was so excited about seeing them in mobster outfits, and then they put them in Nazi outfits. It's like, God damn it. Now I can't get that out of my head.
All right, well, that's going to be our thoughts on it. Pretty good discussion, so I'm sure that you guys probably have a lot of thoughts about this one, too. I hope that at least our reaction, even though I didn't end up liking the episode, at least hopefully our reaction was, exciting and fun for you guys. I'm sure there's plenty of you that really disagree with me, or maybe there's some of you that are really on my side. So either way, comment, let us know what you think about this episode. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe to the channel and become a patron so you can be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We're the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you guys as well. Thanks so much. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. And today it is cold. It's freezing. I'm in my garage. It's cold. This is where my studio is, if you haven't figured it out. But today, we're watching Season 2, Episode 22 of Star Trek, the original series, called By Any Other Name. Last week was the episode, and what an episode it was. I kind of liked it, you didn't, and I always love that debate of Star Trek, because I feel like I think that's what makes a good episode in its own way, if it can, have a positive and negative response.
Yeah, that was a wild one. Patterns of Force. I don't know if you know this, Alex, but Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner are actually both Jewish.
Really?
Yeah, I found out when we posted that episode about 300 times, we were told. So that's a fun fact.
Yeah, I'm sure people watched the episode, didn't read any other comments and see that if anyone else said that, it's just...
It's a fun fact.
It is it's a fun fact.
Yeah, excited to jump in. Only 5 episodes left in the second season. So if it's your first time here, we've already reacted to all the Star Trek original series episodes in air date order previous to this. You can go check those out on the channel. We're also currently watching Firefly, the series by Joss Whedon here on the channel too. We're wrapping both of these up here by the end of the year before we move on to Star Trek Season 3. So make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience. Wow.
Ooh, pretty.
That's really nice.
Possible the ship was destroyed in space and the survivors proceeded here in a shuttlecraft.
2 human forms at bearing 300 Mark 7.
Oh, female red shirt. Oh, we've seen that before, probably. But yeah, this is an excellent set. One of the best, I think.
Hello?
Yeah.
I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the Starship Enterprise. We came in answer to your distress call.
You will surrender your ship to me.
Just like that.
You have a very strange sense of humor, Mr.
Oh! He's frozen, but his eyes can move.
I am Rojan of Kelva. I am your commander from this moment on. Any efforts to resist us or to escape will be severely punished.
That's great.
You humans must face the end of your existence as you have known it.
Talk about jumping right in.
Based off the intro, I thought it was going to be another vacation episode, but nope, this doesn't seem to be that much fun so far.
Yeah, I just love they just walk on screen. They're like, all right, no bullshit. Here's the exposition. This is what we're doing.
We're not wasting any time. And if they're not wasting time, it has to be a good episode.
Yeah. That was a great freeze, though, by McCoy. That was hilarious.
What do you want?
Your ship, Captain Kirk. It will serve us well in the long voyage that is to come.
Voyage? Where?
I like how they're more curious and angry.
So the Kelvin Empire sent forth ships to explore other galaxies, to search for one which our race could conquer and occupy. The capture has already begun.
Damn, we are getting wrecked right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're pretty overpowered so far.
There's no reason to do this by force.
We do not colonize. We conquer. We can control a federation as easily as we can control you. The fate of the inferior in any galaxy.
I feel like that'd be a cool episode name, The Fate of the Inferior.
Move there.
Of course, they had to have the women have the backless shirts, you know, Gene Roddenberry. Make it backless!
We are creatures of outer space. Soon, we will be safe in the comforting closeness of walls.
That guy in brown looked really familiar. I'm pretty sure he's been a red shirt before.
Spock, what are the odds in such absolute duplication?
The chances are very much against it.
Captain.
Nice.
However perfect they are.
Oh, now she can't hear him.
I would have to have one to examine.
Oh, you'll have one, sir. If I have to rip one of the Kelvins apart to get it.
Shay, you'll get your chance, but you'll do it under orders.
Putting some characterization into that guy.
I like it. I like it a lot.
By a Vulcan mind probe.
As I recall, Captain, I led him to believe we had escaped.
Do you think you can do it again?
Here we go.
That guitar riffing. Classic. Nope.
Oh!
Did you just slap him on the shoulder? So she was able to bounce him out of her mind. Okay,
She's fine.
She's
Yeah,
fine.
She's fine, yeah.
Your punishment shall be to watch them die.
Wow. This guy's ruthless. Oh no. I thought like, oh, maybe they'll be able to restore them from this state.
Oh, Kirk's gonna clock this guy so hard when he gets the chance.
That one can be restored.
Oh, he killed the woman. That's gotta be one of the most brutal deaths, I feel like.
Yeah, it sucks.
Bizarre and exotic images. Immense beings. 100 limbs which resemble tentacles.
Do you mean that's what the Kelvins really are?
Undoubtedly.
Wait, so their being with tentacles kind of like Galaxy Quest?
Vulcans have the ability to place themselves in a kind of trance. Can you do it now and come out of it in the sick bay, say, in a half an hour?
They're gonna have to slap him again? And I wonder what the Enterprise is up to being taken over by these people.
Yeah, true.
Can you imagine if you can put yourself to sleep like that? And I would do that to get out of any social situation I didn't want to be in. Hey, we're having a get-together with the in-laws.
He may die. If I can get him up to sickbay, there's a chance he'll live.
I will have you beamed aboard.
Do what you can with them, Bo.
I'm surprised they even care about his health at all.
Crystals that form with such rapidity, they seem to grow. We call them sashir.
A rose by any other name. A quote from a great human poet, Shakespeare. That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Well, at least they worked that into the episode.
Ah, yes, my favorite set.
Anytime they use it, make sure there's people back there.
The barrier we must traverse is negative energy.
I see what you're getting at. A can't say I like it.
Nor I.
Blow the ship up.
I will flood them with positive energy.
What? When we engage the barrier, the ship will explode.
You were right. Wait, did they already say that?
I mean, that's what I guessed from all the negative, positive energy stuff.
They're just gonna sacrifice everyone on board?
Sir!
Hold your position.
He doesn't want to do it. I think that Doomsday Machine score has finally jumped the shark for me. I think we can move on to a new score. And I was gonna say, with like how stubborn Kirk is about, protecting the ship and the lives of the people, I wouldn't have bought that he would that easily just be like, okay, let's blow it up.
But there aren't enough of us to efficiently guard all of you all of the time. We are therefore neutralizing all non-essential personnel.
Oh.
Wait.
We have no need for communication.
No! Oh! Okay, she's still... she's still alive.
Oh, no, not Chekhov.
No!
Oh, man.
If Kirk doesn't punch this guy out, I'm going to be pissed. Oh, that was a nice effect. Okay, that was cool.
And now it makes sense why they set it up earlier in the episode that, if you destroy the cube, they're dead, but you can restore them.
Don't accidentally sit there.
Do you not agree that this is a better thing for them than exploding the ship as your engineer had thought to do?
Oh!
So it probably wouldn't have worked anyway.
So now I'm really like, how the hell do we get out of this?
I have reviewed ship's personnel, Captain. It appears we four are the only ones the Kelvins consider essential.
On the whole ship? What about all the historians? You're saying they're not essential?
I do not understand why you take the trouble to consume this bulk material to sustain yourselves.
Before you condemn it, why don't you try it?
Come on, Spock, get up. Neck rip him.
If I could.
I'm delighted.
I thought maybe he'd like choke, like, oh, I can't eat this human food.
I was curious.
What is it?
Or was it really just a distraction to get him like 2 feet farther away?
They've apparently sacrificed anything which would tend to distract them. Perceptive senses such as taste, touch, smell, and of course emotions. But they have taken human form and are therefore having human reaction.
All right. So they're only in human form because they're interacting with the starship. Okay.
Look for any way to stimulate the senses. I can think of one way right off.
You know what that means? Kirk's gonna flirt.
Lad, have you ever tried any Saurian brandy?
He's gonna get him drunk.
High potency vitamin concentrate. You'll need 3 a day for a few days.
Am I disturbing you?
What is it you wish?
Knew it.
Here we go.
Don't usually go around beating up beautiful women.
Why not?
You've done it a couple times.
Is this where I hit you?
No, the other side.
Is that better?
Better?
This is.
Is there some significance to this action?
Meant to express warmth and love.
Oh, you are trying to seduce me.
She's onto him.
Do you really regard this touching of the lips as pleasurable?
I did.
Let me try.
Is there some problem, Captain?
Not when I came in.
So we got them. They're going to be having sex the whole time. This guy's going to be drunk. I wonder what Bones did to that doctor with the
maybe
shot.
because he got a shot, he felt pain for the first time. So maybe that did something.
Are you disturbed by the incident? Captain Kirk seems to find her quite attractive.
Well, of course she is.
You are not jealous.
No.
Checkmate.
That's green.
I love his hair, too.
I do not wish you to fraternize with any of the humans. They're not meant for us, not for Kelvins.
You jelly, bro?
And I wish you to particularly avoid Captain Kirk.
I will not.
You will do as I say, or I will neutralize your Captain Kirk, and all the other humans as well.
That wasn't very Sigma of you, pal.
It's hidden in the knight armor.
Here's your glass.
He hasn't been drinking beer or anything. He's literally drinking like very hard liquor. Oh, they have space checkers too? Multi-level checkers?
Yeah, and the return of the circle cards. I don't think we've seen those since Mud's Women.
Oh, I like that. Playing cards, but they're circles.
Future.
Because it's the future.
I was wondering, would you please apologize to me again? I need some more experiments.
Really going in. Oh! He killed him?
Scotty outdrank the alien.
I'll take this to the captain.
Oh, please tell me he passes out.
Good call.
Like, I was hoping he was going to take a Ric Flair bump. You know, like... that was great.
You did this to her. Corrupted her. Turned her away from
If you can't keep her, that's not my problem.
Oh, shit.
It's like this was a species totally driven by logic, and now all that emotion has like come in. He doesn't even think to use his belt thing.
Well, I was taking your woman away from you. You're jealous. You're reacting with the emotions of a human. You are a human. No, I cannot be. I'm stimulating him.
Ooh, Kirk got that undershirt on.
What do you think will happen in 3 centuries? When this ship gets to Kelva, the people on it will be human.
Spitting facts.
You can still do that. We can bring this problem to the Federation.
You would extend welcome to invaders?
No, but we would welcome friends.
Is it still considered diplomacy if you have him in a chokehold?
Where could we find a place?
Seems to me that little planet you were on is kind of nice.
Had they not already conquered that one?
You would wish to remain with him?
I wish to go with you. I believe I owe you an apology.
Nah, man, don't take her back. For the streets.
I'm returning command of the ship to Captain Kirk. You will follow his orders.
Turn the ship around. We're going home.
Wait, how about you bring everyone back?
Yeah.
Wait!
Well, until we watch the next episode, we'll never know.
Did they come back? Why wasn't that his first order? They didn't put it in. They didn't put it in the episode. I thought it was
out of time.
I literally thought it was set up so they could all zap back, but oh well. I think overall, I really enjoyed that episode. Definitely a top 10 of the season for me, and it, could be, even higher up than that after I think about it. But something about it, it's like all the pieces were there. I loved the concept. I loved the metaphor, even of how they ended up using the title. When they said when she was talking about the flower, and he's like, "Oh, it's a rose by any other name," and these creatures essentially become human by the end of the episode because they've taken that form. And then even like the stories and the way it plays out, like it's probably my favorite Scotty story, and the way his story plays out in the episode of him out drinking this alien. That's hilarious. Everyone's story I really liked, but for some reason there was just a little something off, or like something missing just a little bit for it to all really come together. As like this could have definitely been like a favorite episode, or like one of the best episodes, and I still think it was really, really good. I just can't put my finger on like why exactly it didn't quite hit the heights it could have for me. Maybe on rewatches it will, but I still really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I definitely see what you mean, where like something didn't click, but a lot of stuff did. And I love episodes where, one, it just got straight to the point. Here's the problem. It established how problematic this force is, and you believe it, and you're like asking how the hell are we going to get out of this the entire time. But still, they figure it out. And I like the whole idea of like the species becoming human. And it kind of reminds me of the one episode where everyone got drunk for the first time and everyone was experiencing it differently. Mm-hmm. And the species was experiencing like humanity and emotions for the first time differently. And all that stuff was super fun. But yeah, best part was definitely Scotty and that alien just out drinking each other. And then basically Scotty doing the Ric Flair bump at the end. You know, it's out drinking him, but still passing out, but he still won. I really like the idea of this alien species that just like born on this mission and is raised believing like, hey, this is what we have to do. And, you know, you don't even know what they originally look like. That's left up to your imagination. I'm totally imagining, like, the aliens from, like, Arrival for some reason. Or from Galaxy Quest, and that's what they really look like.
And you talked about the one where they all get drunk, The Naked Time. Coincidentally, that is actually the other episode that character is in, the one who I said looked familiar, the alien. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he's been a Red Shirt before. He was in one other episode, and it was The Naked Time. I don't remember what exactly.
Get out of here.
So his name's Stuart Moss. So in Naked Time, he was the guy who got infected on the planet, took the infection to the ship, and then stabbed himself with the knife at the beginning of the episode. So that was his role.
Oh,
so
wow.
Cool that he got to be brought back, you know, a season and a half later. He's in one of the very first episodes they made, and then they bring him back for this. Doesn't look like they brought him back again, but it's always cool to see that. I definitely agree with you, though. Instinctually, I want to say maybe it was the pacing. But I wasn't bored or anything. It didn't feel too slow. I think at the beginning I was kind of like, wow, this is a lot of exposition. Like, they're really setting up this alien race, you know, in the first 5-10 minutes. And then I'm like, okay, we're going to, like, getting into it here. And maybe if they got quite into the meat and potatoes a little bit quicker, it would have been better. But then at the same time, I don't know how much meat was on the bone with, like, a lot of these stories, like how many scenes of Scotty getting drunk with that alien could we have really seen, you know, like or Kirk seducing you know, Kalinda. Like, how many of those scenes are you really going to get to, you know, before it gets repetitive? I don't think it got repetitive, which is good, but maybe they could have just found something a little bit better to do in that first half. But I really am nitpicking here. Like, I really enjoyed the episode. It's just with something like this, I try to think about, like, you know, I compared this to, like, an episode like Journey to Babel with Spock's parents, which I just, like, absolutely loved, right? And it was so, like, jam-packed. And I just try to think, like, what's the difference between what that did and what this did? Like, how could I have liked it better? But at the end of the day, I am nitpicking. It was really good.
Yeah, it was. They built up to that crossing that barrier, and they crossed it. It's like, oh, well, we crossed it. Yeah. And then, like, after that, it felt like we were back where we started, where it's like, well, what do we do now?
It was almost like the momentum of the episode. It came to a small climax, and then it ended that storyline, so it had to, like, start back from the beginning. It was like, okay.
Yeah. It went, whoa, and then, whoo.
Yeah.
You know, it started off super hot, built, and then, like, did a huge dip, but built back up in a good way. It just felt really weird.
It was like two separate stories almost. Like, okay, we did that. Now the whole kind of plot of why the aliens are on the ship, now they're here. Now let's get into our actual story. It was just that first part took quite a while. So maybe that's, you know, again, it might have just been the pacing there a little bit, which could have just been, you know, at the end of the day, we're talking about a 60s TV show here. I mean, it was, you know, I also really love, like, at the beginning when they show that planet, I talked about it during the reaction, but I'll take a great looking set like that over the on location stuff. A lot of the time, because, like, you don't got to deal with the audio issues. You know, all their audio sounds great. I did make a comment about the audio mixing just because I felt like for some reason at the beginning there, the score was, like, really quiet and I could hear, like, their footsteps and all their movements, but the score was really drowned out. That was just kind of weird.
I wish they spent more time on that set, because they did, like, a nice wide shot and it looked, like, very convincing. It's like, this looks really good. But they just never went back to it. And also the best set, the multi-layered set where where every time they got to show someone in the background, like, look how big this is.
I thought that the cube things that they turned the people into was going to play a bigger part in the episode, and I was actually really excited for that. Like, when they turned the red shirts into him, he kills the one, you know, smashes the one cube, and then puts the other one back to human form. I was like, wow, this is going to play into the episode. And they do that in the Enterprise, but that's why I was so kind of let down at the end when they didn't bring him back. And I was hoping there was going to be more to do with that, because I really like that concept, and even like the shape of the little thing, it seems like they put a lot of thought into, and I really liked it. So I was hoping to see more of that.
Yeah, if they like threaten Kirk, like, hey, I'm gonna squish this unless something, or
like picking up Uhura after they turn her, and he's like, threatening it.
Yeah, or like something happens, the ship shakes, accidentally drops it, and slow motion, someone dives for it, something goofy like that, or like ship shakes, drops, like it's falling, oh no, but then Kalinda at the last second, re-zaps it and like turns to human at the last second before it gets smashed, and then Uhura just back bumps on the ground.
Yeah,
so that would have been cool, but hey, wishful thinking.
Yeah, full on fantasy booking at this point, but I think the story also is just a great sign that like these guys, the writers, Gene Roddenberry, they know these characters, and like the fact that like you could already guess like, oh, every character is gonna work to their strength. So what does Kirk do? He seduces the woman. What does Scotty do? He outdrinks the guy. Like what does Bones do? He tricks him with the the medical shot that he gives them. They all work to their strengths, and I mean that sounds simple, but like a lot of shows don't do that. Like a lot, pay that much attention to every
and
character.
Spock with the leader, because the leader's like the most logical one, and he was playing chess with them, like mentally picking them apart. That too. It's like I thought Spock with the leader was a great choice.
And I also want to compliment, they were on the set at the beginning, but once they got back to the ship, about 20 minutes in, a lot of times the episodes that take place primarily or entirely on the Enterprise can be kind of lackluster with like the sets and like on the Enterprise, but in this episode they really made sure to kind of pull out all the stops with the props and everything, like kind of again what they did in Journey to Babel, making sure to keep it interesting. Like for example, when they're in that room, you have the chessboard, you have the 3D chess and 3D checkers, the circle cards. Like they didn't just put them in a blank ass room with no effort. It really felt like whoever was doing the set design this week, I don't know if it was someone different or the same person every week, but they just seemed like they had a little bit more effort into it in this one, which I appreciate.
Yeah, they built that environment. Scotty has his memorabilia that, defines him, his Scottish relics. The lunchroom, with the chess. Yeah, like you said, like everything felt like, besides like the main rooms we always see, but like all the other additional rooms felt like they were being lit. It felt real, like real places, not just, a room where people are standing in. It felt like, there's life happening in those rooms.
Exactly. But yeah, so yeah, no real flaws or anything with it. I really liked it. It was just more the nitpicky stuff that, I feel like could have been like, what could take it from something I really liked to one of my favorites or my favorite. It didn't quite reach that for me, but overall, yeah, excellent episode. No complaints on my end. Let us know. We talked a lot, but if there's something we didn't talk about, let us know your thoughts in the comments. Agree, disagree with anything we have to say. Is this one of your favorites? Do you hate the episode? Let us know. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience. And if you ever want to see our full, uncut reactions and discussions to these episodes, as well as everything else we watch and exclusive content, check out our Patreon. The link for that is in the description.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today is episode 23, LeBron James. Not episode 6, episode 23. That's his number, I've decided. Ohio, represent. The Omega Glory, Star Trek. Episode 22, quick recap. Interesting, fun, weird. Yeah, not much to say. I think we covered that one pretty long, if I remember.
Yeah, by any other name, it was an episode I definitely enjoyed. When we talked about it, we had said that there was something about the first half versus the second half, and we thought it was the pacing. One thing that the audience pointed out that made me think a little bit differently about it was the tone was a big shift as well. In the first half, it was this really serious, dire situation, killing a female crew member, all these things, and then in the second half, turning into almost a comedy episode. So there was a tonal shift that I guess, we did pick up on that, obviously, but that could definitely have played a part in why it felt a little bit disjointed too, although we did overall really enjoy it.
That does make sense, yeah, because we try to put our fingers on it, like what happened, what felt so different, and you're right, like a pure murder in the first half, and then just like, them just, Scotty and the other dude drinking. It's, you know, yeah, great point by the audience, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
They are the target audience along with us, so we need your opinions as well to help formulate this, because we're not experts. We're just two dudes who love this shit, and, you know, we want them to be a part of this as much as we are a part of, you know, watching this. That's why we're doing this.
If it's your first time here, we have watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, previous to this in air date order, already here on the channel. It's our first time watching anything Star Trek. We've never seen the original series or you know, anything like that previous to doing this this past year. So we have watched, I think at this point, like 51, 52 episodes, something like that. And we're going to be finishing up Season 2 here and then jumping into Season 3. So make sure to subscribe to the channel, become part of the target audience.
Is that Sulu I see?
Ah! It is.
Object ahead. Another vessel in planet orbit, Captain. Lieutenant, sound alert.
Yes, sir.
I gotta say, the biggest detriment to this season and Sulu working a different show is Sulu and Chekhov not being best friends. What a missed opportunity.
Lieutenant, I have Mr. Spock, Dr. McCoy, and Lieutenant Galway report to the transporter room. We'll board and investigate.
I wonder what color shirt the last name wears. Oh, look at that, it's red.
Will he die immediately? Is that why he's going down? So is this like another Enterprise ship?
Sure looks like it.
Captain.
Silence. Oh, jeez. So a whole Federation ship of people who got crystallized?
It's amazing how quick we get to the intro, and sometimes it feels like it takes forever.
Yeah. Like that one was really quick.
Ooh, yeah. It's so weird seeing two Enterprises there. Oh, Vincent McKeevedy. Which I still believe is Joseph Peasney in disguise.
A lot of these shots don't look very remastered. I don't know if that's just me.
I was going to say the same thing, yeah. Like, this one was left behind.
Like, obviously the shots with the ships and stuff is CGI, but, like, the actual footage looks very old. But it kind of works, I guess, for the vibe with this abandoned Enterprise ship.
What could have happened to him and the over 400 men and women who were on this ship?
This is a nice, creative way to not have to build a new set. Just get to use the same set, just turn off the lights.
I have their surgeon's log, Captain.
Does that mean Bones has his own log? He didn't just do it that one episode when Jim was gone?
He had a video log.
You're dead, man. Don't go back to your own ship. Get down there fast. Captain Tracy is...
Of course.
Prepare to beam down to the planet's surface, fast.
Oh, and that's supposed to be him?
How often in this 5-year journey does the Enterprise do what it's actually supposed to be doing? In terms of all these side shenanigans. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of like observing.
It's like, how much is what they're supposed to be doing, and how much is like there's always a problem? Like, how much is... When is the problem ever planned? If that makes any sense. Whoa.
This dude about to get decapitated? Oh, what a great shot here of them just walking in.
That's the way, Li Yang.
Oh.
That's Ron Tracy.
Lock up the savages.
They carry fireboxes.
Okay, show, prove me wrong. Show me that this guy's not an asshole.
Interesting that the villagers know about phasers.
Uh-oh, Spock's pissed at him.
My landing party transported back to the ship. I stayed down here to arrange for the planet survey with the village elders. The landing party had taken an unknown disease back. My crew, Jim. My entire crew gone. I'm just as infected as they were, as you are. You'll stay alive only as long as you stay here. None of us will ever leave this planet.
Oh, boy.
The amount of times we've heard that, it's like, come on.
Yeah.
The infection resembles one developed by Earth during their bacteriological warfare experiments in the 1990s. Hard to believe we were once foolish enough to play around with that.
The Yang Lance Doctor.
Damn it!
They just randomly attacked him?
Lauren.
Bruised only.
Whoa, blood on the shirt there.
Yeah.
A smaller attack on this village a week ago, driven off by Captain Tracy with his phaser. If you do not act, you will be considered equally guilty.
Now, why destroy what's left of the man by arresting him?
I agree that formal charges have little meaning now. However, you must at least confiscate his phaser.
Starfleet should be made aware.
I heard everything.
Right against the door as soon as he heard Starfleet. Nope.
Oh, what the hell?
No!
Well, full-on villain.
Sir, this is Lieutenant Sulu in temporary command of the Enterprise. Our whole medical staff will volunteer to beam down.
Sulu ranks ahead of Scotty?
Perhaps the others.
Sulu!
Their next word, kill him.
Oh!
Ooh!
Repeat your message. Come in, landing party. Repeat your message.
Scotty must have been not available. That's like how he took the risks just to warn him.
Yeah.
Drop toe hold! Oh, damn it. Is all you do is wait behind doors, dude?
Yeah. He heard the drop toe hold from outside.
I know that move.
Regulation 7, paragraph 4.
I must now consider myself under arrest. Those were the first words duty required you to say to me, and you said them. Now, suppose we go on to the next subject, which is...
Why was that in slow motion?
Yeah, it was a weird shot.
No native to this planet has ever had any trace of any kind of disease. Wu is 462 years old. Virtual immortality, or as much as any man will ever want.
It's a very interesting proposition. Let me think it over.
Oh, he didn't have to think for long.
Oh, no!
Yeah, it's interesting seeing him fight another captain.
Yeah, using the same, karate chop methods.
Oh, man, look at him smiling.
It's like, I know what you're gonna do. I've been doing this longer. And doesn't Tracy still have to figure out how to, like, not die when he leaves the planet?
He was, yeah, I think that's what he was saying. Like, the Dr. McCoy would, like, figure it out before they left. This isn't adding to the episode at all. You know what I mean? Like, this is clearly here to just pad the time a little bit.
Yes! Love that move.
Oh, got her.
We're gonna do Roddy Piper? That was not a weird snap zoom.
You can't teach me that.
I have tried, Captain.
Nice callback.
This episode's weird, man.
That was probably one of the worst scenes in the whole show. Is he gonna try to get him to bend the bars? There we go.
Mark! We'll have you out in a minute.
Oh! Alright, that got me. I was not expecting that.
As a joke, I was thinking, what if he just hit him? And he actually did.
Now he's gonna get out. Even though, I mean, once Kirk wakes up, he could also escape.
How long?
7 hours and 8 minutes, Captain.
He's probably got to piss real bad.
I'll have you out in a minute.
Okay. I thought they were going to do something dumb. Like, try to reach for it, even though you can clearly get up and go around.
Completely forget about the window. Oh!
Oh, we didn't even need to see it? Okay, good.
No, didn't even do it.
Save some time there.
These immunizing agents take time, and that's the real tragedy. Had the extra landing party stayed here just a few hours longer, they never would have died.
Then we can leave anytime we want to.
Well, that's convenient.
Lengthen lives? Poppycock. I can do more for you if you just eat right and exercise regularly.
What?
No message.
Damn it!
Was he beat up at some point?
The savage in the cell with you. Did you set him free?
Oh,
Okay,
the
so
savage
the savage
guy.
that broke
Okay.
out. Okay.
You've isolated the serum. There's no serum! There are no miracles! There's no immortality here! All this is for nothing!
People live longer here now because it's natural for them to.
Common Bones W, by the way.
Need to solve the whole thing. Just need a little time, that's all. So they say there's no fountain of youth, but those people are still super old, but...
He's basically saying that they just evolved that way.
That species evolved that way,
Yeah.
but not...
Because of the environment and everything and the way they evolved, and it's not going to affect the humans, basically.
I'd like 10 phasers beamed down with 3 extra power packs, please.
Captain, this is Sulu. We read you, but surely you know that can't be done without verification.
Not even if we're in danger, Mr. Sulu?
Captain, we have volunteers standing by to beam down. What is your situation?
The situation is not immediately dangerous. Have the volunteers stand by, Kirk out.
You have a well-trained bridge crew, Captain. My compliments.
Oh, round 2.
Woo! Dive roll. The lighting is so good in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
Despite all the weirdness, the lighting is fantastic. And the set, too. We haven't even talked about that.
Is that sheep in the background?
Oh, bring the baskets down on them. Yes. Pull it down. Oh! Death by baskets.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the savage wasn't that savage. He sent his men to go help him out.
If my ancestors were forced out of their cities, living like Indians, finally even looking like the American Indian. Yanks? Spock?
Yankees.
Communists.
What?
Would mean they fought the war your Earth avoided. And in this case, the Asiatics won and took over this planet.
Oh, no.
What? Snap zoom. It's American flag. Did it say and the home of the...
Yeah. Yeah.
Stand up.
To Pep, like for the stand.
Unto the republic for which it stands.
What? They're all like, what?
Would a man know your holy words? Could a man use them to trick you?
See his servant, his face, his eyes, his ears.
Do the Yang legends describe the servant of the evil one?
No.
I mean, I don't know what this guy's endgame is at this point. To just get them killed?
Iblenista norco forcam perfectunum.
I'm so lost on this episode, I'm not gonna lie.
Kill his servant unless he speaks.
Do you remember when Kirk voluntarily had his mind affected by that machine? But the first old guy they picked up was on the table? I think it's that guy.
The fight is done when one is dead.
Oh man, so they're just fighting with one hand tied together? That's actually pretty cool. You know, this is kind of like the rubber match of their two. They had the 2 fights earlier. Oh, nice.
Kirk, there's a gorgeous woman you can't lose.
Oh, that looks very painful. Oh! Who's this? Oh, Sulu.
Instead of beaming him up, they brought him down. Well, they have to wait there a bit now.
Yeah.
Among my people, we carry many such words as this from many lands. We the people. Id plebnista was not written for the chiefs or the kings or the warriors or the rich or the powerful, but for all the people.
Did they read it backwards?
These words,
I don't know,
and the words that follow were not written only for the Yangs. They must apply to everyone.
Because they have the American flag, but they're acting like communists, while the Yangs...
No, these guys are the Yangs. It's...
I thought they were the comms.
Nope. That's what I thought at first, too. Kirk once again saves the society with a speech.
Fighting is over here. I suggest we leave them to discover their history and their liberty.
All right, well, I'll start with the positives. I think that the lighting, as well as generally all of like the direction and visual aspects of the episode were good. The sets were good. I think we've seen this set before, but the continuity and the stuff, the little details like the blood on their clothing, the dirt, the bruises. Spock gets green blood on his face at one point. Just a lot of good little details like that. They used snap zooms, which we haven't really seen any type of camera work like that before on Star Trek. That was interesting. And then there was also some really cool shots, like Kirk when his hands are tied behind his back at the table, where he's getting pulled at the end and his like feet are in the trapped in the chair or whatever that's holding him still. Just a lot of really interesting, unique shots that I enjoyed. And then any of the scenes where Kirk is fighting Captain Tracy, I liked. I think they fought like 2 times hand to hand, and then at the end fighting to try to get that dagger. I enjoyed all of those. Outside of that, I didn't really care for this episode at all. It definitely felt like one of the ones where the story was like a 25 minute story and was stretched into a full episode. So there was just a whole bunch of scenes that didn't really add much to the story and were just there to pad the runtime. And because of that, I did feel pretty bored throughout the episode. And then the story itself, I just got completely lost. Probably my mistake. But I typically I just thought that the Yangs would be the Asian people, but it wasn't. It was the more Neanderthal people, so that confused me, because by the time I figured that out, because I was like, why would they be the Yankees and then these Neanderthal people be the communists if they're supposed to be American? So once I realized that, it made a little bit more sense. But yeah, still, this story doesn't make any sense in my eyes. It's way too far of a stretch, and if you don't buy into the story, it's hard to really buy into the episode. So
yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add to that. I thought like the whole gimmick they were going for, everything was backwards, because the way they said "we the people," it sounded like they were saying it backwards almost. But because I thought like the Yangs were the Yankees and the comms were the communists, I thought they got it all back. But apparently it was the other way. So I'm like, oh, okay, then that's kind of lame, I guess. Just like a misunderstanding, and the whole thing about leaving or return the crystals, like nothing cool ever happened with that. It's like, oh, we just have to be down here for a certain length of time. I mean, sure, Bones got to figure something out, but like nothing, I don't think anything special came out of that, especially since like 3 crew members came down at the end anyway. Yeah. So like what happened? Okay, we have to wait here for X amount of minutes, hours. I didn't care for the performance of the Tracy character. I liked him in his episode where he played a different character, Dagger of the Mind. I thought he was good there, but here it just felt a little too goofy and animated, a little too much, and it just adds to that whole no one is. If you're not on Enterprise NCC 1701, you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he did, so you were correct, you called that out. He did play Dr. Simon Van Gelder in Dagger of the Mind, an episode also, I believe, directed by this director. I'll double check that, but I thought at first in this one, when I realized it was the same guy, I was like, oh, well, at least, he got to come back and play kind of a different role, because when he was Dr. Van Gelder, he was just insane, like the whole episode, So I was like, at least he gets to play like a real character. But then towards the end, he kind of falls back into that same character trope of just being this insane guy. So I was like, oh, so it's just the same character.
Yeah, things can be inspired by earthly events. I mean, everything's based off of something, but when you directly involve actual Earth things, it kind of sucks. The Nazi episode, there's things I liked, but looking back, I'm like, it was kind of cheap. And this, with the whole communist versus, Yank type thing, it's like, teach in different ways, not just directly show, hey, this is bad.
I like things, especially if you're trying to be metaphorical, to be subtle about it, or even better when things can like have its completely own story that you can enjoy even without recognizing the metaphor. But then once you see the metaphor, it's like, oh, it's even better. So when stuff kind of hits you over the head with like, this is what it is, it's like, okay, like chill,
Fittingly enough, it's going to be in the same area that Dagger of the Mind was on my season 1 review. It's like, because it has the same actor, just kind of like there, you know what I mean? It's like, well, that was an episode.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Very forgettable. And I wanted to say also, the story that they set up at first was much more interesting than what they ended up doing. I mean, even though it was a good moment for Bones and I liked his delivery and everything, once he figures out like, oh, we're actually fine, this virus doesn't really matter, that whole story in the first half of the episode just gets wiped away. So it's like, okay, so his whole enterprise just died. Whatever, we're moving on to this guy's evil and this U.S. parallel with communists, right? So it just like kind of wiped away the whole first half of the episode that I was somewhat enjoying. Could have been like a passable, decent episode, and then just kind of devolved into something I had no interest in.
But when it went silent for those few minutes, that was interesting. When it was just completely on the other Enterprise, I guess that's a positive. It's like just reusing the same set, just turn off some lights, and it was kind of convincing. I mean, you can tell it's just literally the same set, but it's like they made it work, I guess. It's like using less to do more. Like, I don't know. And the fact that it was completely silent, no beeping, no nothing. That's all you get. That's all you get.
Yeah, and I think we also probably should acknowledge, it's like at this point we've seen over 50 episodes of the show. We've seen the really good episodes. I'm not saying there's not more, but I just mean we've seen really good episodes of this show, so we're going to be a little bit tougher when it doesn't reach that standard. And I think sometimes, when people come to our channel, let's say this video just ends up being the one that they find our channel through, and they're like, oh, these guys are really tough on this show, but it's like we're not tough on it as opposed to shows today. It's like we're being tough on it compared to great episodes we've already seen of this show. If this had been one of the first 5 episodes of the show, we might not have this higher standard. But it's like after so many of the great ones we've seen, it's harder to give something like this a pass, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right. This is a discussion, you know what I mean? It's not just, like a closed panel where it's like, we read the comments, we interact, we want to discuss this media because, it's like these people in these shows are dying, it's like we're keeping this alive in some sort of way and like showing this to like the new people. Like we're new people, and I feel like this is helping us. We're helping other people find it and like rejuvenating like an old passion in some other people. Like, I don't know, it's like this whole like media thing is so fascinating to me. And it's like, and there's like everything that's new today is based off of something old for the most part. And I feel like, and we've discovered that watching the show, it's like, oh, that was taken from this, or like, oh, so and so bothered this. And to us watching the original, what we saw it from, we thought it was original, but really it's like what's old is new, man. It's weird, but yeah, just saying everything's great, just, I don't know, it doesn't serve the purpose of having a discussion reaction type channel. Like, it'd be boring.
For sure. All right, well, that's our thoughts on the Omega Glory. Let us know, is this one of your favorite episodes and you disagree? Or are you right there with us and this isn't one you enjoy? Let us know. If there's anything we missed or didn't pick up on, comment that as well. And if it's your first time here, make sure to subscribe, become part of the target audience, and if you ever want to see our full uncut reactions and discussions to all the Star Trek episodes as well as everything else we do here on the channel, you can check out our Patreon. The link to that is in the description.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. See you next time. Hello, everybody. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today, Star Trek episode 24, The Ultimate Computer. And that title already has me on an oh no, because if it's Kirk versus computer again, I don't know if I can do it. But I'm optimistic. But I was also optimistic for last week's episode, and like you and I were like discussing, like, are people gonna like hate on us for this, or are they totally gonna agree? I think for the most part they agreed. It was definitely one of the weaker ones. So yeah, that was going down the roller coaster. But who knows? This might be an upswing. We'll find out.
Yeah, the name of the last episode escapes me, unfortunately. But I thought that, you know, it was not an episode that we liked very much at all. Especially where it ended up going with the story, and most people agreed with us, but there were some defenders in the comments, and some of them were respectful, and it was nice to see that side of it too, of why people liked the episode. So there was still good discussion there, even though it wasn't one that we loved necessarily. Today we're watching The Ultimate Computer, and I'm just going to let everyone know right off the bat that's watching this on YouTube, we watched this live on our Patreon, and it's our first ever live watch-along. So if I seem a little bit different during this reaction, it's because my eyes are probably looking 10 different places instead of looking at just the show the whole time. But I will try my best to just watch the show. And speaking of that, one of our chatters, Witcher Joker, just reminded me the last episode was the Omega Glory. That was the name of that one. So but I'm ready to jump in. Only 3 episodes left here in season 2. So hopefully this is a good one. We haven't had like one of my favorites in quite a while. So hopefully we can get some redemption here in the last few.
Yeah, Omega Glory, but it was pretty beta if you ask me. Okay.
Standard order, Captain. Not now, Lester. Lieutenant, contact the space station.
Already the camera direction's different.
But yeah, a lot of like camera pans to start.
This is Commodore Wesley. How do you do, sir? Mr. Spock?
I receive orders to proceed here, no reason given. I think I'm entitled to an explanation.
War games. Have you heard of the M5 Multitronic unit?
Dr. Richard Daystrom's device, isn't it?
Most ambitious computer complex ever created. Its purpose is to correlate all computer activity aboard a starship.
You've been chosen to test the M5, Jim. When your crew has been removed, the ship's engineering section will be modified to contain the computer. Dr. Daystrom will see to the installation himself, and he'll supervise the tests. When he's ready, you'll receive your orders and proceed on the mission with a crew of 20.
So they're going to take everyone else off of the Enterprise besides those 20?
I can't run a starship with 20 crewmen.
The M5 can.
And what am I supposed to do?
All you have to do is sit back and let the machine do the work.
It's an automation episode. Even back in the 60s, they were already worried about automation.
But also, it's kind of interesting they haven't explored this before. It kind of makes sense being so futuristic and space-like. I mean, they already have like the robot computer that's basically, you know, a walking dictionary.
I feel like this could go one of two ways for me. Like with it being this computer taking over the ship, if that's the whole plot, it could either be really interesting or very boring. So let's hope it's interesting.
You know, absorb everything that guy was saying, trying to keep up with all the lingo.
Directed by John Meredith Lucas.
Where is he? Charlie, where's Dr. Dayton?
Well, he was here.
Nice subtle echo effect, because no one's on the ship.
I am honored, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Captain, I finished my tests on the N5.
Scott, hook in the multitronic unit to the ship's main power banks.
From his suit, I thought he's like one of those like god creatures from that episode a couple episodes ago.
Did you see the love light in Spock's eyes?
The right computer finally came along.
What's the matter, Jim?
Oh, he's not having it.
Only a fool would stand in the way of progress, if this is progress.
We're all sorry for the other guy when he loses his job to a machine, but when it comes to your job, that's different.
Am I afraid of losing the prestige and the power that goes with being a starship captain? Is that why I'm fighting? Am I that petty?
If you have the awareness to ask yourself that question, you don't need me to answer it for you. Why don't you ask James T. Kirk?
That was really good. I was just about to say, surprising amount of self-awareness for Kirk, but Bones said it for me.
Standard orbit, Mr. Sulu.
Captain, the orbit is already plotted.
It'd be kind of hilarious if the whole episode was like nothing goes wrong. It's just Kirk the whole time, like being skeptical, like, so it's running smoothly, huh? Yep, everything was fine. Interesting.
Just a test. We're not going to implement it for a number of years. Okay, bye.
Lights, environmental control.
Check it out, Scotty. The survey party will consist of myself, Dr. McCoy, astrobiologist Phillips, geologist Rollins, and science officer Spock.
Play M5's recommendations, won't you, Mr. Spock?
M5 readout. Recommendations for General Survey Party. Science Officer Spock, Astrobiologist Phillips, Geologist Carstairs.
Wouldn't even include him in the landing party.
M5 tie-in. Why were the captain and the chief medical officer not included in recommendation?
Non-essential personnel.
Damn.
It's the M5 unit, sir. That thing's turning off systems all over the ship.
That's what I expected, is that they were going to be like, oh, it's turning off the lights out of efficiency or something.
This is an unscheduled M5 drill. Repeat, this is an M5 drill.
Acknowledged, Lieutenant.
M5 has acknowledged for us, sir.
Then go to red alert.
Aye, sir. Captain M5 is already
Already
gone.
sounded the red alert.
Main phase is fired.
Attacking vessels are moving off.
Moving back to original course and speed.
So the computer just did all their jobs, not just the captain.
Computers make excellent and efficient servants, but I have no wish to serve under them. A starship also runs on loyalty to one man, and nothing to replace it or him.
Surprising that take coming from Spock, of all people.
Our compliments to the M5 unit and regards to Captain Dunsel. Wesley out.
Who the blazes is Captain Dunsel?
What does it mean, Jeff?
I'm just as lost as Bones.
Dunsel, Doctor, is a term used by midshipmen at Starfleet Academy. It refers to a part which serves no useful purpose.
That coward just called him useless?
I may be just a ship's doctor, but I make a Finnegal's folly that's known from here to Orion.
Nice, Bones. Nice.
To Captain Dunsel.
To James T. Kirk, Captain of the Enterprise.
Cheers.
One of your better prescriptions.
Simple, but effective.
I love how the last, 10 minutes has just been Bones and Spock trying to, reassure Kirk, no, we need you, you're good, we need you.
M5 has identified her, Captain, as an old-style ore freighter converted to automation. No crew.
Scotty, reverse engine, slow us down.
Reverse thrust will not engage, sir. Manual override isn't working either.
Oh, no. Well, they lucked out that it was an unmanned ship. Jesus.
Disengage this computer now.
There appears to be some defect in the control panel.
Your brilliant young computer just destroyed an ore freighter. In fact, it went out of its way to destroy an ore freighter.
Bones is pissed.
There might just as easily have been a crew aboard that ship.
In which case you would be guilty of murder.
Bones, disengage the computer. M5 is out of a job. All right, Daystrom, let's turn this thing off.
Oh, man, here we go.
You mean it's not gonna let any of us turn off?
And there's the twist.
Yes, my favorite set.
But this time they can't have extra people up there.
Did some guy just get disintegrated?
Yeah.
M5's analysis told it needed a new power source. The ensign simply got in the way.
Well, R.I.P. to that guy. I mean, jeez. He's like, oh, I'm just going to go plug this in. It's just dies.
As soon as I saw him in the background, uh-oh.
One machine can do all those things they send men out to do now. Men no longer need die in space.
I know it's killed people. I know it blew up that ship for no reason. But it's what we have to do. Because we don't want people in space. We can do something else.
You see, one of the arguments against computers controlling ships was that they couldn't think like men. I've developed a method of impressing human engrams upon the computer circuits.
Ex Machina?
Yeah. Always has to take it one step too far.
Sir, sensors are picking up 4 Federation starships. M5 is altering course to intercept.
Main attack force, the war games.
Oh, no.
And M5 is going to destroy them.
Right. They've really built the computer up to be, I have no idea how they're going to stop it.
Kirk will talk it down.
Speed increasing to warp 4.
Phasers locking on lead ship, sir.
The Excalibur, a direct hit.
Closing on the Lexington again, sir. The Hood and Potemkin are moving off.
Phasers firing, Captain.
We have 53 dead here, 12 on the Excalibur. Now, if you can hear us, stop the attack!
53 dead?
There's your murder charge. Deliberate, calculated. That thing is killing men and women. 4 starships, 1,600 men and women.
Phasers locked on.
Daystrom!
Phasers firing.
Oh, no way, dude.
Dr. Daystrom, you impressed human engrams on the M5 circuits.
Did it destroy that ship?
Then perhaps you could talk to the unit.
I'm getting the Lexington again, tapping in on their message to Starfleet Command, sir.
Oh, they said it was destroyed. Damn.
I believe the only way to stop the Enterprise is to destroy her.
Oh, God.
They can't do that. They'll destroy the M5.
You can save the M5.
He doesn't care about the Enterprise, just the M5. If they destroy the Enterprise, they'll destroy the M5. It's like, what about the Enterprise?
M5 tie-in.
M5.
This is...
The entire ship was destroyed, dude.
This is Daystrom.
Oh, I guess you can just talk to it. They could have tried that.
Your attack on the starships is wrong. You must break it off.
Enemy vessels must be neutralized.
But these are not enemy vessels. 20 years of groping to prove the things I'd done before were not accidents. Seminars and lectures.
Not seminars.
Colleagues laughing behind my back at the boy wonder.
This guy really giving his whole backstory here.
The M5 must be destroyed.
Destroy it, Kirk? Look what we've done. Your mighty starships. So...
There you go.
You are authorized to use all measures available to destroy the Enterprise.
I feel like even when they get out of this, like they would be so screwed to try to explain to the Federation what happened, you know?
M5, tie-in.
M5.
This is Captain Kirk.
You have already rendered 1 starship either dead or hopelessly crippled. Many lives were lost. Must you survive by murder?
This unit cannot murder. Murder is contrary to the laws of man and God.
But you have murdered. You murdered it. What is the penalty for murder?
Death.
How will you pay for your acts of murder?
Die.
Just like that.
Kirk beats computer again.
The machine is committing suicide to atone for the sin of murder.
Scotty, Spock, before it changes his mind, get down to engineering. Lieutenant.
Aye, sir.
Intership communications.
He's got to have a really good speech here to explain this.
The M5 has left itself and us open for destruction. Our 19 lives will buy the survival of over 1,000 of our fellow Starship crewmen.
I'm going to take a chance he's not just laying a trap. Break off attack. Do not fire. The Enterprise has dropped her shields. I repeat, hold attack. Do not fire.
Good for that guy. Good Commodore. Good guy, Commodore.
Thank God.
Captain, why did you feel the attacking ships would not fire when they saw the Enterprise apparently vulnerable?
Any other commander would have simply followed orders and destroyed us. But I knew Bob Wesley. I gambled on his humanity.
Fair enough.
Compassion. That's the one thing no machine ever had. Maybe it's the one thing that keeps men ahead of them. Care to debate that, Spock?
I presume your question is meant to offer me a choice between machines and human beings.
and I believe I have already answered that question.
I was just trying to make conversation, Spock.
It would be most interesting to impress your memory engrams on a computer, Doctor. The resulting torrential flood of illogic would be most entertaining.
Take us back to the space station and warp factor 2.
Been a little while since we've had an ending like that, in the chair with both of them beside him.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that was the wrong choice for that, since the entire starship of people is dead.
Hey, target audience. If you want to watch this episode in full along with us, check out our Patreon, where you get access to every reaction we record in full and uncut to be able to sync up to the episode. You'll also get early access to our YouTube videos and be one of the first to be able to watch them before they're published on YouTube. There's also a plethora of exclusive content on Patreon, take part in polls to decide what we watch next, extra segments of whatever this is, and much more. So check out our Patreon, the link is in the description. A bit serious of an episode for a lighthearted ending there.
This was a weird one, man. I don't know.
I think for me, the first overall thing about this episode that was impressive to me is that this episode just kind of seemed like it overcame a lot. So, like, for example, it all takes place on the Enterprise. There are some glimpses into the other ships, but it all takes place on the Enterprise, and that can be tough to keep entertaining and not get kind of boring. We've had some of my least favorite episodes this season all took place for the most part on the Enterprise, and it just got a bit repetitive. This, I think, was able to keep the premise of the computer outsmarting Kirk in the first half, or doing Kirk's job better than him, fresh, being able to do it in different ways without getting repetitive. And then right in the middle of the episode, I think it was like exactly at 26 minutes in, they had that twist of the computer not wanting to shut off and completely taking over, and then that kept the pacing up for the second half. So it overcame that. They bring in the outside character of the Doctor, who it's like typical, like, oh, I put everything into this machine. It's, it's my whole career, all that. But the actor was so good. I thought his performance was so good that it overcame kind of the weakness a little bit of that trope character that we've seen before. So I really enjoyed that, actually. And then lastly, I'll just say the plot of Kirk versus computer we've seen done a whole bunch of times, and we've talked about plenty, but I think it was fresh enough in this episode that it kept me entertained. So it's not going to be a favorite episode of mine, but it overcame so much to where it could have been a bad episode or just a below average. But to me, I think it was one of the better ones this season on first watch for me.
I thought it was okay. Yeah, good point about just all of it on the Enterprise, and it's so like dialogue driven. Like every time I wanted to make a comment, I was afraid to, because like the dialogue wouldn't stop. Yeah. But I didn't want the thought to go away either. It's like, it was tough to battle with that. I'm sure there's something I missed, and it sucks because I don't have the subtitles on here. And William Marshall was Daystrom. What a fantastic performance, and really a good lead villain that was mysterious. And shout out to the Commodore for not being a complete dolt, actually being worthy of his title and worthy of his position. And I really like the stuff about, I gambled on his humanity, something that a computer wouldn't do. And how this thing was following a human brain, but this guy's brain sucks because he's kind of mentally ill, and went into this whole downward spiral while still being logical, and wanted to, defend itself. Kind of like this guy was defending himself, being bullied and all that for being like the smart one. And I don't know, like not competent Kirk always irks me a little bit, because it's so weird, because he's like, our hero. So when you see him, like, oh, am I worthy of this job? Do I, it's like, and in fact, the one guy called him like Dunzel or whatever. It's like, Jesus Christ, a little unprofessional. But I always like seeing the boys back him up, Bones and Spock, there to, remind him who he is, and they really prove that they're the ultimate dream team.
Great scene with Bones and Kirk in the middle of the episode, where he brings him the drinks, and he's like, this is one of my best, he's like, one of your better prescriptions, and it's the alcohol. I presume it's alcohol. Great scene there, and some good ones with Spock too. Spock a little bit out of character in some ways, being a little bit more I don't want to say emotional, but not being so straight-laced and logical. He did admire the computer, but he was the first one to tell Kirk, like, yeah, I'm not going to work for a computer, even though I'm 100% logical. Like, I'm gonna work for you because I'm, loyal to human beings. And then Bones as well also loved DeForest Kelly whenever he gets super emotional and like into it, and he's more mad than Kirk at some moments about the situation. So great performances all around, and great physical visual performance from
Chekhov.
Chekhov, yeah, name escaped me. He would be like biting his fist. It looked like he was sweating. I think one of his best performances for like a limited role. Didn't have like a side storyline or anything, but just great. I actually believed he was really scared about what was going on. So
every time we're like, okay, how's this going to be resolved? And I felt like the resolution was a little weaker. I mean, it is Kirk versus computer, but like Daystrom literally tried talking it down similar in the way, but you murdered those people. And it's like, and then Kirk basically says the same thing, but asks a couple different questions, and somehow that shuts it off. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel different enough from what Daystrom was saying, just a little bit.
It was definitely a little bit weak, and I think at the end of the day, Kirk versus computer something is, that we're not huge fans of, and I feel like even though this was different enough that I enjoyed it throughout, the ending at the end of the day is still like Kirk just basically being like, you think you're correct, but actually you're incorrect, and then the computer just kills itself. This one was a little bit more subtle. Yeah, this one was a little bit more like subtle and abrupt. It didn't have like a huge explosion or whatever. But yeah, I think it was just more so, like I said, 10 minutes into the episode, I was like, okay, this is going to be a rough one possibly, and then it really surprised me. So definitely one I would watch again, even though it's not going to be one of my favorites. Maybe it's an honorable mention, at the end of the day for the season. We'll see. As we've obviously been referencing during this whole time, and we said at the beginning, we did watch live with our patrons, so we wanted to let you guys know for the season finale of Star Trek Season 2, not next week, Bread and Circuses, but the last episode of the season in a couple of weeks, which I believe is called Assignment Earth. We will be watching that episode live on YouTube, open to everybody, subscribers, viewers, whoever, who want to come check that out with us. So make sure to be subscribed to the channel. That way you can see our community posts when we actually announce the date and time and all of that for when we'll be watching that live. So even if you're not a patron for that one, you can watch the whole thing along with us. You will have to sync it up on your own and have that yourself, but you'll be able to watch along with us for that. Just a nice little celebratory way to end the second season of Star Trek. So make sure to subscribe and be part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. Thanks again. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for you as well. We're counting down. 2 more episodes left. Today, episode 24. No, what's better than 24? 25. I knew I'd mess it up. Bread and Circuses. It's weird, man. It's like, I remember like us being like, I don't know, like 10 episodes into season 1, like, oh my God, we have so much to go. And now it's like, oh my God, we're already ending season 2 already. It's kind of scary. It's weird.
Yes, and speaking of ending season 2, Tuesday, December 13th, if you're watching this video before Tuesday, December 13th, we're going to be watching the Season 2 finale of Star Trek The Original Series, which is Assignment Earth, live on our YouTube channel for everybody. We'll post the scheduled stream so that you can see the exact time. I'll try to do that a couple days beforehand so that you can get ready for it. Have your episode ready to sync up with us and watch that finale with us as kind of just a celebration for the whole target audience to enjoy together. Of course, don't worry if you can't make the live for whatever reason. The episode will still come out as normal a few days later. But we're not there yet. I just wanted to let you know. Today, Bread and Circuses, I'm very excited because my man is back, Ralph Sinensky, directing this one again. I love basically every episode he's done so far, and we get comments, TV directors don't matter that much as movie directors, and honestly I can't think of a better show than Star Trek to use as an example to disagree, because every episode by Ralph I've really loved, and there are some directors, I won't name them, but it's every time they come up I'm not really a fan. I don't think that's pure coincidence, so I'm really excited. Beyond that, of course, I have no idea what the episode's about, but ready to jump in.
Yeah, for me, my short-term memory is terrible, so I wouldn't have to need like an Excel chart with every episode and which directors. Because even like saying titles, I'm like, what happened in that one? Because like even like I guarantee you, 2 months from now, you say bread and circuses, I'm like, what are you talking about? So, but yeah, maybe we'll discuss that for whatever this is. But yeah, I'm just ready to jump in.
Absolutely. If it's your first time here, we have watched every episode of Star Trek, the original series, in air date order up to this point, and beyond that have not watched Star Trek, so this is our first time watching this series. So make sure to subscribe. You can join us on this journey, complete the 3rd season with us, and then as we go on to the animated series and the movies and Next Generation and all of that, become part of the target audience.
All the way up to Star Trek Picard, but it's going to take a little while.
Years to get there, yeah.
Have we had an intro where everyone on the bridge was at full attention like that?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Standard orbit around planet. There may be survivors there.
Jim, I believe you knew him. Captain R.M. Merrick.
Yes, at the Academy. He was dropped in his 5th year. He went into the merchant service.
Okay, someone from Kirk's past.
Definitely Class M. Somewhat similar to Earth.
Just once I want him to come across a planet nothing like Earth.
I think I can pick up something visual. It's a news broadcast using a system I think they once called video.
Television was the colloquial term.
Nice.
That's funny.
Police rounded up still another reasonable disobedience by well-treated, well-protected, intelligent slaves. Now turning to the world of sports and bringing you the taped results of the arena games last night.
Whoa!
The first heat.
What kind of mix of human history is going on here?
What are we seeing? 20th century Rome?
At least there were some survivors down there.
Ready the transporter room, Mr. Spock.
Oh, don't tell me the ship crashed and they assimilated this planet. If that's the case, come on. So one YouTube channel that popped up in my recommended shows the CGI comparison from the original to the remastered. It's pretty interesting. Oh no.
I like the 2 moons in the sky. Probably the biggest positive of shooting on the location, though, is these cool faraway shots you can get that you can't get on a set.
Yeah, true.
Just once, I'd like to be able to land someplace and say, behold, I am the Archangel Gabriel.
Ooh, a little echo effect.
You could hardly claim to be an angel with those pointed ears, Mr. Spock, but say you landed someplace with a pitchfork. No move!
Interesting shirts. These must be the slaves.
Move. Move.
The one dude in the back is covered in dirt.
Oh, maybe these are slaves that have escaped the society?
It's better to kill a few of them than all of us.
Wait. I can prove we're telling the truth. A small device. I'll take it out slowly.
Scotty, people, what's up?
Scotty, lock in on my transmission beam, including ourselves. How many of us are there?
12, Captain.
Continue scanning. We'll maintain transmission. Big out.
Tell me the Empire has a device like that, Flavius, and you may kill them. Otherwise, accept them as friends.
An amazing example of Hodgkin's law of parallel planet development. But on this Earth, Rome never fell. And traced their line back 2,000 years to their own Julius and Augustus Caesars.
Okay, wow.
There are no other worlds.
The stars.
Lights shining through from heaven. It is where the sun is. Blessed be the sun.
Captain, I thought you might find this interesting.
That is interesting. So, Rome never fell, so it's modern day magazines, but with the Roman Empire.
Will you help us to get to the truth of all this?
No.
All right, Scotty, beam us up.
Were you told why Merrick was dropped from the Space Academy?
He failed his psychosimulator test. All it takes is a split second of indecision.
Odd that these people should worship the sun. Rome had no sun worshippers. Why should they parallel Rome in every way except one?
Spock's I don't know. Beats me.
Flavius will guide you. May the blessings of the sun be upon you.
Interesting cut.
I wish I was more well versed in Roman history. I wish I was a little more prepared.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we get the gist. There's gladiators, there's, emperors. It's like, okay, I think I get it. I like Spock's hat.
He always has that damn beanie.
For 7 years, I was the most successful gladiator in this province.
Then you heard the word of the sun.
Yes. It wasn't easy for me to believe, but the words are true.
There are many things I'd like to know.
That was like a jump scare.
Can't do that to me.
Yeah, that got me.
They look like the cops from Spaceballs.
Flavius Maximus.
Well, he tried.
Had some balls for, attacking 4 dudes with weapons.
Yeah, just surrounded.
Well.
Oh, not slave. Barbarians. Barbarians die in the arena.
Okay, they're gonna take place in some gladiator games. Might be fun. I respect the fact that, we have yet another jail setting here, but they don't just reuse a set that they already built for the jail. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they always rebuild a new jail set. Although, I don't know what they do with a set after they use it. Do they keep it? I don't even know.
Slavery evolving into an institution.
Quite logical, I'd say, Mr. Spock.
Doctor, if I were able to show emotion, your new infatuation with that term would begin to annoy me.
Medical men are trained in logic, Mr. Spock.
I had no idea they were trained. Watching you, I assumed it was trial and error.
Dude, Spock has had the zingers lately with Bones.
Flavius.
I think this guy might be a nominee for the most ridiculous name for a character we've had. Flavius.
You've already been matched for the morning games. Come.
I will not fight. I am a brother of the sun.
You 3 come with us.
3 against 3. We may never have a better chance.
No talking.
I doubt if he'll get very far. He feels ill.
I do.
Come on.
All right, but he'll double over before we get very far.
Are they gonna knock them all out and take their clothes?
See that? No look.
And I love the cops look right into the camera. Is this him?
Oh no.
Captain Merrick.
Yes, it's me. This is our proconsul, Claudius Marcus.
Did Joaquin Phoenix base his gladiator character off that guy? Jeez, looks just like him.
Come on, we can talk freely here. The proconsul knows who and what we are.
Okay. Interesting.
We had meteor damage, Jim. I went ashore with the landing party to look for iridium ore for repairs, and I met this gentleman. He convinced me it would be unfair to this world to carry word of their existence elsewhere, so I made the decision to stay.
What happened to your crew?
Those who couldn't adapt are dead. That's the way as with life everywhere, isn't it?
You would do almost anything, rather than see these 2 dear friends put slowly to death.
Ooh. I'm loving these 2 so far. These 2 guys.
The darker hair one is like perfectly slimy. I can't describe it.
I believe you all swear you'd die before you'd violate that directive. Am I right?
Quite correct.
Must you always be so blasted honest?
Here we go. I want to see him in the arena. Kick some ass. Oh, wow, it's a set.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Live and direct from City Arena and in color.
When they showed it on the TV, I just assumed that it was a bad background of it's supposed to be an arena. I didn't realize it'd be an actual set.
Stand by, 10 seconds. 2 favorites here from previous encounters, Achilles and Flavius.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
The applause and cheers sound effects. That must have been during COVID.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to say, does Bones even stand a chance?
Does he have any combat training at all?
All defense.
You bring this network's ratings down, Flavius, and we'll do a special on you.
My
You
gosh.
bring the ratings down?
At least defend yourself. I am defending myself.
I'm a doctor, not a gladiator.
Need any help, Doctor? Whatever gave you that idea?
Dude, DeForest Kelly was like on something these last few episodes, dude. He's in the zone. Ooh, there you go. Boom.
Clear foul, Proconsul. Your decision? Take them back to their cage.
Well, it was definitely one of the most unique sequences we've seen in this show.
That was a lot of fun.
I was told to wait for you.
Oh no. Damn it.
His true weakness.
Blonde women.
I am Proconsul slave Drusilla. Although for this evening, I was told I am your slave. Command me.
Unlock the door.
Let me out. We can have a nice bonding moment here.
Angry, Mr. Spock, or frustrated, perhaps?
I like Bones taking a little pleasure of him not being able to move the bars.
I know we've had our disagreements. Maybe they're jokes. I don't know. As Jim says, we're not often sure ourselves sometimes. Well, what I'm trying to say is you saved my life in the arena.
Yes, that's quite true.
I'm trying to thank you, you pointed-eared hobgoblin.
Humans have that emotional need to express gratitude.
You're welcome, I believe, is the correct response.
Why, you're not afraid to die, Spock. You're more afraid of living. Each day you stay alive is just one more day you might slip and let your human half peek out. Why, you wouldn't know what to do with a genuine, warm, decent feeling.
You're trying to get your ass beat, dude?
Dangerous game.
I know. I'm worried about Jim, too.
Excellent. Excellent.
I don't know why you're worried about Jim. He's doing
yeah, don't be
fine.
Don't be worried.
Doing a lot better than you are.
She got to him. Yes, the classic pan up to the lamp or light window.
And the lights goes out.
It was me, Kirk. You slept with me.
Would you leave us, Merrick? The thoughts of one man to another cannot possibly interest you.
Jeez. Where'd that come from?
Oh, I think he just sealed his downfall there. He's
Yeah.
gonna.
I mean, there's been like no hints of that at all. They've been totally in sync the whole episode, then he just throws that out there.
Because you are a man, I gave you some last hours as a man. I appreciate that.
I think this guy's getting too drunk on his power.
Don't move. You'll only die harder.
Oh, it's Flavius! Oh! Oh my god!
Oh! I forgot they had machine guns!
Gods, don't let him
Here we go. Guess that opened the door.
Okay, now we need the other dude to redeem himself.
I pity you, Captain Merrick. But at least watch and see how men die.
Oh my god!
Come on, this is your Darth Vader Return of the Jedi moment. you gotta throw him down the well.
Here we go.
Starship, lock in on this. 3 to be...
Oh! Oh no! Blood on the knife. He tried though.
Oh. Beam up 3.
Oh shit! All the bullet holes in the wall. That's cool. Cool touch. Is that gonna be it? They just got the hell out of there?
Despite enormous temptation and strong personal feelings, he obeyed the prime directive.
I wish we could have examined that belief of his more closely. It seems illogical for a sun worshiper to develop a philosophy of total brotherhood.
I'm afraid you have it all wrong, Mr. Spock, all of you. Don't you understand? It's not the sun up in the sky. It's the Son of God.
Caesar and Christ, they had them both.
But it will happen in their 20th century.
Wouldn't it be something to watch, to be a part of? Mr. Chekhov, take us out of orbit, ahead, warp factor 1.
Hi, sir.
Just Chekhov's grin. He enjoyed that conversation.
That might be contender for fastest episode ever. Like, when we realized it was over, I couldn't believe it. Like you said, when they got back up, I checked the time. I'm like, no way. I thought we had at least another 20 minutes. That was crazy.
Hey target audience, if you want to watch this episode in full along with us, check out our Patreon, where you get access to every reaction we record in full and uncut to be able to sync up to the episode. You'll also get early access to our YouTube videos and be one of the first to be able to watch them before they're published on YouTube. There's also a plethora of exclusive content on Patreon, take part in polls to decide what we watch next, extra segments of whatever this is, and much more. So check out our Patreon, the link is in the description.
While it's fresh in my mind, I think one of my favorite parts, because it reminds me of a scene from one of my favorite movies, War of the Planet of the Apes. Throughout that whole movie, the red ape is, he's like, he kind of like switched to the other side, and like his last thing, spoiler for that movie, but the last thing he does before he dies is save Caesar, and then dies right afterwards. But his last act was like an act of goodness to the other side. So that all that shit was, that hit me real hard. I felt like this was a great conversation episode for Spock and Bones and Kirk. Like, I felt like he was almost like the extra in this one. Like that whole thing with like the woman never really led anywhere. It's like he just wakes up. It's like, oh, now it's time to talk. We're gonna put you down. But all the stuff with modern day Rome was just fascinating. With like modern TV set, the boos, cheers, them walking around with guns, and just like how it probably would be in that time if it did continue. And performance of the week goes to that main enemy, that slimy, like dictator. Like he just killed it. Like the way he was walking, the way he was talking, like everything. He was amazing.
So much to say about this episode. So first of all, the first 10 minutes, when they see the stuff on the TV, they beam down to the planet. They're on location, and then they get captured by the slaves, and they go into the cave. I was getting a little bit worried. I did say before the episode, I was like, Ralph Senensky is my favorite director of the show so far, and I love all of his episodes. And all of his episodes previous to this, they all focus on like either some type of deep human connection, whether it's love or, vengeance, like an obsession, or in Metamorphosis, some type of deep human emotion and connection. And when this first started off, I was like, oh, this just seems like very plot heavy, very, there's a story that they're telling. And that still ended up being the case. But then by the time we get into the episode, we get all of those classic, Ralph Senensky, things, even though I know he didn't write the episode, but it just seems like all the ones he happens to direct, moments just like Bones and Spock in the prison cell having that bonding moment, just stuff like that. Like all the deep dialogue scenes in this episode were great. And then the gladiator fight per se on the set was one of the coolest set pieces we've had in the show. It was so unique. I didn't expect it. It came out of nowhere. And it was awesome. So it's like just so many layers to this.
Yeah, it looked completely different than a regular set because it looked like we were almost like watching it like a backstage type thing, but it was the actual set. But yeah, I gotta agree with the first 10 minutes. I was a little worried. I'm like, I don't know where this is going. It's like, oh, former Enterprise member, blah blah blah. It's like changed this whole planet, and it's like, oh, it's another human history thing. But all that stuff kind of like faded out. Like it didn't really like affect my viewing of it at all. And seeing Bones fight also was like hilarious.
Yeah, that was very funny. And DeForest Kelley, I said it multiple times in the reaction, but just his acting, his past few performances have just been on another level recently. Like the emotion, the intensity he brings, he's always been great, but like he's really brought like this raw intensity to the character that has really taken it up a notch. So that when he goes back down to having these more subtle, emotional conversations, it really adds a layer to his character, seeing that intensity and also the humor too that comes with it. The humor between him and Spock has also really kind of stepped up a level in the last few episodes. So just great, from a writing perspective and a performance perspective, great stuff there. And yeah, it's like outside, once we got into the episode, it just started surprising me more and more. It's so refreshing because a lot of times it's the opposite. A lot of times it's, it has been like, oh, I'm really interested in this hook and in this premise, and then it ends up letting me down. And in this one, it was like I wasn't really bought in at first. I was pretty apprehensive, and by the end of the episode, I ended up loving it. Like it just brought me into it, more and more. That the more they got into it, it never got to a point where I felt like, oh, this is too far or this doesn't make sense. Too much of a reach. Like I bought all of it. Even the Jesus twist at the end, even though it really has nothing to do with the episode, I think it's okay that they throw that in there because it is an interesting, like, what if Jesus came in the 20th century, instead of 0 or whatever, that just the idea of that too. They didn't really get into it, which I think is good. Just like leave it out there as a little idea. So yeah, I really loved the episode. I'm like kind of shocked how much I ended up liking it actually.
Also, like shock value, perfectly. Like we knew they had machine guns, but it's like it's been so set up that they were just fighting with these swords. When Flavius came out and they just gunned him down, it was like so unexpected, like a perfectly executed jump scare, like establishing swords, and then just get mowed down. It's like, oh. And also that first jump scare which was kind of out of pocket because like there was nothing to prepare us for that. But still, I always appreciate a good jump scare because like I like to watch a lot of horror films. It's like a poorly done one or just bad. It ruins your day. But like two good ones like that where it's like basically the same thing because it did it to us twice almost. The first one was like super shock, but like the second one, like they totally like swayed us. It's like, oh, sword fighting. And then I can go on for days about this episode.
Really cool stuff. I would definitely watch this one again. And I also wanted to say we rag on the on-location shooting a lot. One positive thing I will say, though, is it gives it a bigger feel when it's shot well. And a lot of the kind of bigger wide shots we got in this episode, both on the location in the kind of in the mountain area and also even just like on the Roman set, it gave it more of a cinematic big feel. Like I would totally believe this being like, if this wasn't an episode, later on being like one of the movies, this being the story of one of the movies. The way it was shot was very kind of like big, one of those big episodes that has kind of more to it than the some of the episodes we watch that are a bit more contained and maybe it's all in the Enterprise or whatever. So this had that big time episode feel of it as well. I don't know if they intended that, but or what the budget was they ended up spending compared to the other episodes, but I loved that. And I think that Ralph Sinensky's direction, again, you guys might call me a fanboy out there, but just the shots in this episode were so great. Like the fight between Spock, Bones, and the two gladiators. There's so many great shots in that. I'll definitely just rewatch that scene because there's such great cinematography there.
Everything was great. I can't say anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of a negative, and that's a good thing. And we got Flavius, probably my favorite name because it's the most ridiculous. I'll remember that forever. Flavius. That's just a awesome name. I think this has been a great string of episodes to end the season, with these last few episodes, and hopefully the last one next week, which we'll be again watching live on YouTube, will be a good cap off to end the season. And then we're going to have a lot to think about in terms of, arranging what our favorites are when we reveal that to you guys. But in the meantime, if you're watching this before Tuesday, December 13th, make sure to come check that out with us. And even if you're past that point or whenever you're watching this, make sure to subscribe so you can become part of the target audience.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for watching along with us. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Thanks, guys. See you next time. Well, good afternoon. I'm Alex. This is Josh. We are the target audience. Content's made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us and hopefully for you as well. Today is a special episode for one reason, because I have a mustache, and a couple other reasons. Because it is the finale of Season 2 of Star Trek, the original series. And oh my gosh, for most episodes, you'd be super excited for a season finale, especially on a reaction channel. But on a show like Star Trek, it's just another episode. But I'm sure it'll be good, because I know this was near the tail end. A lot of people were mailing in at this time saying, please save the show. And I don't expect anything bad out of this. And this is also another special episode, because at this very moment, we're live on YouTube. I mean, if you're watching this after the live reaction, you're not watching it live, but we're watching it live right now. I have a little chat window right here. I've seen a lot of good friends of ours in there, and this is momentous. I remember being 10 episodes in of season 1, be like, we're never gonna finish this, and now we're at the end of season 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, definitely crazy for sure. And first thing I just want to say is a shout out to Larry, who put a super chat already in there. Thank you. He said, I got to give you this to pay for this whole episode. Appreciate that. And yeah, doing this live is a completely different experience. I mentioned it in the Ultimate Computer. We did a live for our patrons, which was awesome. But we love our patrons, but there's only so many of them. So that chat compared to how many people we already have in here is going to be a lot different of an experience. So apologies. We're going to try our best to still react, to give you our quality reaction to the episode, but it's definitely going to be a different experience that I'm excited for. And yeah, the only thing I've heard about this episode, because people have already commented it, sorry if you didn't want us to know this, but apparently this was what they call a backdoor pilot, a possibility to set up another show, and it didn't get picked up. So then I believe Gene Roddenberry just turned it into a Star Trek episode instead. And the only thing that reminds me of is when in The Office they were going to give Dwight a spinoff, and it didn't get picked up. So they just turned that pilot into the Farm episode of The Office. So I think we're getting something similar here.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's actually something pretty common in cable. Even today, cable shows will still write pilots for spinoffs, and if they don't get picked up, you'll just see a weird episode in one of the last seasons. So I think that's what's happening with this one, Assignment Earth. But we're going to get jumping into it. If it's your first time here, you're probably thinking, why do we talk so long before we start the reaction? But that's why there's time codes. And make sure to subscribe so you can watch all the episodes of Star Trek and everything else we watch on the channel here with us and become part of the target audience.
Using the light speed breakaway factor, the Enterprise has moved back through time to the 20th century in extended orbit around Earth.
Right off the bat. Earth mention.
Find out how our planet survived desperate problems in the year 1968.
Oh, 1968, of course.
Kirk here, what's happening?
It appears we have accidentally intercepted someone's transporter beam.
What is Spock doing down there? Who's coming up?
Oh no, it's a 60s businessman.
Oh no.
Oh, nice. That hook was very old school, I feel like. That feels like a early season 1 hook. Like, really gives you nothing, not much explanation. I mean, the log told us what they're doing, but plot-wise, didn't really tell us much.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Time to pay attention. Mark Daniels, classic.
You're from the future, Captain. You're going to have to beam me down to Earth immediately.
So this guy knows what's up.
My name is Gary Seven. I am a human being from the 20th century.
Humans of the 20th century do not go beaming around the galaxy, Mr. Seven.
Captain Kirk, I am of this time period. You are not. You interfere with me, with what I have to do down there. And you'll change history. You'll destroy the Earth. And probably yourselves, too.
Security confinement.
This way, please.
I know Star Trek Picard makes mention of Gary 7. Oh no!
All right, this guy can fight.
Okay, stun.
Okay, is that why it looked so weird? That looked like way different than any like phaser shot we've seen before.
Not even Spock's Vulcan neck pinch could stop him.
New profile picture right there.
Spock with the cat, yeah.
Quite a lovely animal, Captain. Find myself strangely drawn to it.
Engineering.
Still unable to analyze it, sir. It was so powerful it fused most of our recording circuits.
That's a really creative shot.
It's like a triangle thing right there, so you assume the screen is on all three sides there.
Yeah.
Weren't orbital nuclear devices one of this era's greatest problems?
Most definitely.
I know it's too late for Halloween, but I have a black cat, so now I want to go with Spock as with the black cat there. What?
Tired, go to sleep.
What in the Did he just Men in Black him?
He may be telling the truth.
Gentlemen, I need proof.
Transporter circuit shows someone preparing to beam down.
Try to override. Shut it off.
Perfect timing. As soon as the cat leaves, the announcement comes on. Prisoner escaped. That's pretty funny.
I'm thinking there's more to the cat. Like it might be a person.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're out of here.
I'll be honest, I'm shocked it's taking this long for them to get to Earth. I kind of respect it. Well, here we go.
Way to go, buddy. Thanks. Whoa. This reminds me of my favorite episode.
It's City on the Edge of Forever.
City on the Edge of Forever. Yeah, I knew that. That was like the same portal effect. Ooh.
Purpose of mission? To prevent Earth civilization from destroying itself before it can mature into a peaceful society.
This is like one of the few times where it's just like not the main characters in a scene. Yes! Yes! Peacoat Spock.
And the beanie. Gotta have the beanie.
Oh. He's got multiple IDs there, this Gary 7.
And it seems his last name is actually 7, spelled out.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you, anyway? Maybe I just better call the police right now, huh?
Sit down. Everything you've done. Not with your fingers.
Well, how do you expect me to type? With my nose?
Oh.
It's typing everything I'm saying. Stop it.
And it's more accurate than our current devices.
I'm quitting right now.
You're not acting, are you?
Acting? I'm leaving. Hey.
Ooh, you pulled that Matt Lahr.
What kind of work did your employers say they were doing here?
Research for a new encyclopedia?
Episode is so weird.
Yeah, I know. Like, this remains their involvement in the plot, just them walking around the city.
Seeing them use regular doors is so weird.
Where's Mr. 7?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, you guys can't come in here.
Where's Mr. 7?
Out. What do you think you're doing? This isn't...
Ooh, nice. This guy's got stuff all around the office.
Of me, I mean it.
Oh, no.
What are you?
She wasn't worried before when he was, grabbing her, but then she saw his ears.
Where are you now?
It is now 60 minutes to launch. T-minus 60.
Oh, he was talking about a rocket launch, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, this would have been 68, so not quite the moon landing yet.
Open up in there, police.
Damn it.
Now, Scotty, what's going on here?
Uh-oh.
Charlie.
Oh, so they just saw a glimpse and that's it? Now they're going back? Really cool shot here.
Gotta be a green screen behind him, right?
Oh, this is great. This is classic TV shot right here.
With the cat!
I really hope we get some type of reveal with the cat.
It's me, Harry Mudd. I was the cat.
We're powerless to stop Mr. 7 or prevent the launch, or even be certain if we should.
Okay, so they just have no plan whatsoever. I've been wondering this whole time, like, do they have some low-key plan that they're just, like, waiting in the background to execute? But no, unless he's lying in his log, they don't know what to do. Dude, that's impressive. Imagine, like, this being done in the 60s. I just don't even understand how they did it.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying.
Spock and Kirk are like, well, I hope we weren't supposed to stop that.
Nuclear warhead now armed.
Is this woman gonna stop him?
Set Exever.
She can hit him over the head with that?
Oh, thank God it hurt. Someone that we know.
Yeah, ironically, they have every named character in this episode where none of them do anything.
Hey guys, it's me, George Takei. I'm finally available to film some episodes. Oh great, we got just the perfect one for you. You ever heard of Gary 7?
Got him.
Hey, you called that.
Look, I'm sorry. But like you asked me, I do care about my country.
Look, I'm sorry.
Hold it, Mr. 7. I'm telling you, you threw monkeying around with my country's rocket.
Come on, use it. Don't just point it at him.
Around?
You've got to let me finish what I've started, or in 6 minutes World War III begins.
Oh, there you go.
World War III happens regardless in this universe, though.
True, but in the 90s.
Something yanked him away from me.
Oh, who are you, Sergeant? It's operated from this dial here.
We're getting no response.
Got him.
Certain check everything again. Tracking stations report no response on this.
They just casually walk away.
Auxiliary transmitters check out flight control.
Scotty, I think the episode is over. Beam us up.
Oh no.
Oh, is this one of those rare times that they didn't get beamed up, but beamed to another location? I think that's only happened once before.
120. Detonation 104 miles.
Close one.
The mission was completed.
So are they just going to be cool with this Roberta woman knowing all of this? I mean, they've made like a big deal in the past of people in the present finding out about this stuff.
Day in 1968.
As our record tapes show,
we'll
never
I told your ass!
And you'll be pleased our records show that it resulted in a new and stronger international agreement.
I'm not going to look at my cat the same way again.
That, Miss Lincoln, is simply my cat.
Your cat.
Captain, we could say that Mr. 7 and Miss Lincoln have some interesting experiences in store for them.
Yes, I think we could say that.
That was clearly to set up the show, but then the show didn't happen. Are we going to end the season on the bridge? Nope. Don't even get that. All right.
Okay.
Hey, target audience. If you want to watch this episode in full along with us, check out our Patreon, where you get access to every reaction we record in full and uncut to be able to sync up to the episode. You'll also get early access to our YouTube videos and be one of the first to be able to watch them before they're published on YouTube. There's also a plethora of exclusive content on Patreon, take part in polls to decide what we watch next, extra segments of whatever this is, and much more. So check out our Patreon, the link is in the description. I have a feeling Alex is about to tear the episode apart, so let me go first. I'm not going to sit here and say it was my favorite episode or anything. I do like Gary 7, and I like the actor. I think that, in defense of making a pilot for another show, if that show had become realized and became a show that ran successfully, it would have been cool to be like, look, it started off on this Star Trek episode. That didn't happen, but hindsight's always 20/20. I thought Roberta, the actress who played her, did a good job. I really liked the wardrobes for the people, Roberta and the other people in the 60s, and I appreciated the use of the stock footage, although I think they went a little bit overboard, and especially in the second half, used a little bit too much of it, but I also liked a lot of the shots that kind of reminded me of the Adam West Batman, like when he's on the crane, you know, at the rocket. Some stuff we don't really see in Star Trek usually. But I will admit, this just didn't feel like a Star Trek episode at all. You know, it felt like another show. It felt like instead of a pilot being started in Star Trek, it was another show that the Enterprise was guest starring in, and Spock and Kirk really had no involvement much in the plot. That's obviously going to be my biggest flaw, but I don't think it was like you know, a bad episode or anything. All right, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Yeah, just like not using like the main characters like at all. Just using a season. I know season finales were different back in the day, but just to try to like, you know, kickstart another show. I mean, yeah, Gary Seven was fine. His performance was very unique. I like the cat, but you know, it's like, I don't know, just like a terrible example was like, imagine like at the end of Breaking Bad, you know, if we were never introduced to Saul Goodman in the last episode of a season, we're just like, oh, here we're going to introduce a Saul Goodman character and try to make a show out of him. It's like, you know, it's like, no, we were introduced to Saul throughout the whole show, so where it makes sense why they made a spinoff off of him. But like to try to, you know, kickstart a show based off this one dude, this one episode, like, not my favorite. Yeah, love the cat. Bones was in this for about, you know, 5 minutes. Always love to see Spock in a hat. That's fun. But I can't even remember her name. I was just so uninterested. The blonde woman in the purple and orange dress, just all of her lines were super annoying, just not interesting at all. And it's like, I don't know. You think of the use of stock footage, it's like, okay, yeah, it's cool, but it's like how many shitty, you know, C movies are out there? These shitty, you know, it's like where they just, you know, used, you know, free stock footage to make. I didn't like this episode at all. Like, I felt no interest in the plot. Talk about World War III. This Gary Seven was designed to like stop something that already happened in this time. But I don't know. Spock with holding a cat will, you know, hold a special place in my heart for at least 6 months, so I have that. But besides that, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that you know, there's really not much else to say. I think we both kind of said our opinions in that regard. I'm kind of glad that this episode was we did live, because if we hadn't have done it live, I just like, you know, it's like I just probably would have been bored the whole time. I would have
put this on right here. I would have, you know. I would have fallen asleep.
I really enjoyed a lot of the comments you guys were putting in the chat, those that were watching it live. A lot, I was looking down and laughing a lot of what a lot of you guys were saying, so really appreciated that. And yeah, that's really about all I had to say about it myself. I mean, Alex obviously has a stronger reaction than me. This is going to be one of the ones I just never really think about again, and it's just going to be kind of forgotten. I'm not like sitting up here mad about it per se, but it's just like, I was like, okay, whatever, it was a fine episode. I did like seeing kind of the futuristic stuff that Gary Seven had in his office. That was probably my favorite stuff. That stuff was cool. But yeah, had it been a show, might have been a cool show, but we'll never know, and you know, it is what it is. All right, you want to take us out?
I think I'll close it out for all of us here. I'm Alex, this is Josh. We are the target audience. Content is made for absolutely everybody, but we think it's specifically made for us, and hopefully for all you guys as well. Thank you again so much for joining along with us. We'll see you next time.